Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Piquet Race and Entertainment Centre, here live on Kart Chaser. We are about to get started with round 2 of the Rotax Max Winter Trophy in Loxahatchee, Florida, just north of West Palm Beach. Timed qualifying about to get underway on this very, very taxing 20-turn circuit. My name's Henry Baudet, joining me here, courtesy of Kart Chaser, here in the commentary booth, the skybox here at there, Xander Clements. Xander, good morning, and we're getting set to go. The karts are heading out on track. Junior Rotax time qualifying up next. A big welcome to everybody watching on the Kart Chaser YouTube channel and the Facebook pages. But Xander, a fantastic day yesterday. The sun is shining and we're set to go racing very shortly for what promises to be a very exciting day of racing. 85 drivers representing 15 different nations. Races are not quite as long today as they were yesterday. I think that after reviewing the first ever day of racing here at Piquet Race and Entertainment Centre, we have moved the races back a little bit in terms of shortening their length, just to make sure that we finish in a timely fashion, although still the drivers are actually, it's very rare in karting that you say we're reducing the race lengths, the drivers all go, oh, thank goodness for that, that's great news. But this 20-turn circuit, so physically demanding, that all the drivers saying, you know what, 8-lap heats for the seniors, juniors, masters and DD2 drivers, and 6-lap heats for mini and micro, and then longer finals, obviously. But yesterday we had some fantastic racing, some very dramatic racing, and today, with the sun shining, it's much, much warmer today. I have to say, it's traditional Florida January weather. Everyone's shorts and t-shirt are the order of the day. Beautiful blue skies overhead, and the blue skies creating a fantastic contrast with the deep green of the foliage and the palm trees that surround this brand new facility, the newest karting facility anywhere in the world. This opened, it's less than a week old, and after yesterday's very first race meeting here, we have now got round 2 of the Rotax Winter Trophy. Every driver competes in a qualifying session, 2 heats and the final. And I know, Xander, you and the Kart Chase team have been so busy getting this ready. The last minute call up to live stream this event. But, well, normally you introduce the broadcast, but you were, again, working right to the very, very last seconds to make sure everything is perfect for this. And, we're watching karts on circuit now, but yeah. This is more like it. This is Florida in the January sunshine.
Yeah, this is what makes the last-minute broadcast, really worth it, is coming down to some beautiful weather here. Obviously, through this week, a little bit less than ideal. Wasn't overly cold, but it definitely was not warm, and it definitely was not sunny. And we saw little spurts of sunshine throughout the day yesterday, of course, through running for all the way from 8 in the morning all the way till about 6:15 at night under the lights. Got a lot of laps in throughout the day. All the laps completed, yep. All things considered. But I think that's obviously part of it here, knowing that, again, we've got drivers from 15 different nations. And while you'd assume that, while maybe some might stay in town and go straight from here to Orlando, yep. There may be many with travel plans to get out of here Sunday night. So kudos to the RTX karting crew and the Rotax Max Challenge team for saying, you know what, okay, we'll make sure that we are wrapped up today before 5 p.m. Eastern. We're slated to be wrapped by about 4 p.m. Eastern time, which should be more than enough time for many to make it over to the Palm Beach Airport, to the Fort Lauderdale, to the Miami airports here for flights out tonight, or for many of our Florida natives to get home to their own beds here before it is dark outside. So Junior Max qualifying, as you mentioned, underway. Gennaro Trappa has been the dominant driver so far. As you see a pass there being made by Victor De Alencar slipping behind. I believe that is going to be the Cosmic entry just up the road from him.
That's Eric Questo's kart, I believe. Yeah, with a pink and purple crash helmet. Drivers are into this is an 8-minute qualifying session and 4.5 minutes to go. Let's take you a quick guide around this circuit when we get a chance to follow a driver from the start line all the way around, because this 20-turn circuit is absolutely taxing both physically, mentally, mechanically, and talent-wise. So here we go. We're going to follow this driver through to the last corner here. This is the start-finish straight. Into turn number 1, that flat-out right-hander at turn number 1 here. And the kart's here, skittering towards the exit of the corner, then straight into hairpin number 1. This is turn 2, the left-hand hairpin. They switch back straight away into the hairpin at turn number 3. Now we go through the double apex left at turns 4 and 5. Then the flip-flop section, big curbs through turns 5, 6, 7. Hard on the brakes for 8 and 9 here. Now up the straight, over the little crest into turn number 10. Hard on the brakes at turn number 10. Through turn number 11. Sparks will be flying off the karts later on through turns 11 and 12. Now we head down to 13 and 14, round the trees into turn 15, the Piquet teardrop. That's the Piquet teardrop corner. Out of turn number 15. Then fast right-hander at turn 16. Up this short straight, hard on the brakes now for the right-hander at turn number 17. A flip-flop section, they cross back through turn 18, and now it's flat out around turn number 19 into turn number 20. This very, very fast, fearsome final corner, and that is one lap of this 20-turn Piquet Raceway Park and Entertainment Centre. Yesterday, as you were saying, Xander, Gennaro Trapper was the dominant driver, winning the final yesterday at a canter, and unsurprisingly, he is fastest here at the moment, but only by 1/10 of a second over driver number 206, Frederic Lemieux. Frederic, a strong podium finish yesterday for Frederic. She finished third, and Salvador Della Vecchia, who was second on the road, but after penalties, no scoring. I think Salvador was classified fourth yesterday, so Salvador Della Vecchia is third at the moment. Eric Questo, who we were following on that lap, is fourth. Here is your provisional pole sitter, your fastest man so far, the bright green race suit of 14-year-old Gennaro Trapper from Buenos Aires, Argentina, through the turn 16-17 section. Now, as we follow Gennaro, you will get an idea of just how bumpy this track is, and a lot of the drivers have been moaning a little bit to the circuit about, oh, it's too bumpy, but I think it certainly adds an extra element of challenge to this track. So you can't go to every circuit and expect a billiard table smooth racing surface. It adds to the challenge. This is the second round here today, obviously, and then the next weekend we're going to be in the Orlando Kart Centre for rounds 3 and 4. They will decide our 6 class champions of the 2023 Rotax Winter Trophy, and that will decide the 6 ticket winners to the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals in Bahrain. And this is why we have such a diverse entry. Now, I know that in North American karting, there'll be lots of names that are pretty unfamiliar to Kart Chaser's regular viewers, but of course, this is the lure of the Rotax Challenge.
Oh, we got problems with one driver. It's the Praga number 210 of Josh Sanker-Prasad. The new driver here, obviously he had some issues yesterday with the front bumper coming off in qualifying, and now the issues will mar him again here on Sunday. This format, as you mentioned here, Henry, it is a repeat of yesterday. Outside of the shortened lap counts, you get a fresh start here on Sunday with the RMC Winter Trophy. So everything that happened yesterday, obviously that matters in terms of the global chance of getting yourself a World Finals ticket in this 4-round, 2-weekend championship. But from a race weekend standpoint, none of it carries over. You get to kind of start over, start fresh, no matter how good or bad you did. Today is a new day.
Exactly, and Josh Sanker-Prasad, they're ending up 11th fastest. All 12 junior drivers out there. Now, yesterday, got some updates to bring you. In Minimax, we saw a couple of drivers miss races. Bashi Jimenez in kart number 104, the comp kart driver from Virginia. He crashed in qualifying, hurt his hand a little bit, didn't go up the racing. He's back today and is racing, and his hand's a little bit on the sore side, but he said, no, we're okay, we're good to go. So that's great news for the driver of kart number 104. Likewise in Minimax, number 108, the Giraldi Racing Praga car entry of Dominican Republic's Megan Espejo. Megan had an incident in the first heat yesterday, didn't go out for the final, but she is also back with us and racing today. We are missing one driver, I believe. I haven't seen him yet this morning. Augusto Soto Chiripa, kart number 330, in senior Rotax, the 22-year-old driver from Miami, the only driver here on the Lenzo kart. Well, I think the Lenzo might still be in the back of the International Motorsports hauler. Augusto broke a rib yesterday, I think he was saying, Xander. Was that, I'm not sure if that was breaking a rib whilst driving or having contact with another driver, or simply by having contact with one of the very unforgiving curbs here at Piquet.
Yeah, hard to say either way, right? I mean, we know that the drivers have talked about this track being very physical and, having a little bit of rough patches throughout. The Piquet Race Park team, they've already repaved a couple sections. There's more to be repaved. So there is a little bit of that. But Augusto Soto-Saripa not only could it have been the racetrack, could it have been hitting a curb, but he was involved in incidents. Remember, he was racing hard with Wes Duchek in that first heat race to send Duchek into the wall, and then that second heat, I talked with him. He was the one that went sliding four wheels all the way through turn number 2 in front of the field as well. So he had a really, really wild and chaotic day. Obviously, probably toughed it out to get through the main event, but it could have been any of those incidents of contact that could have unfortunately injured him. As we've got a shot down here on the grid. Take a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tim Horrell here, getting some help from his PK Sports North America team mechanic, helping him get strapped into that Rotax Senior Max machine. Now, of course, straps, I say figuratively. When you're in a go-kart, the seat is tight enough that keeps you in, but he is a
number of disabled drivers using a wheelchair, and that steering, if you have a look at the steering wheel, it's a very thing. He's got so on the left-hand side, obviously he's got a thumb control for the throttle. It's designed by William Steele, I think, from the Steele Racing team, and then he's got the bike pedal control for the brakes. Don't need that one too much, Tim. It's the gas throttle there, but again, just showing that these cars are easily adaptable. No separate classes for, just because he used a wheelchair, he's out there with everybody else. He's the oldest driver in the senior class, and at the grand old age of 32 is Tim Horrell. And again, yesterday did really well. Yesterday finished every race, finished 18th in the final. We've got 25 senior drivers. Yesterday, Mauricio Olaya did not go out, but I saw Mauricio this morning. He was geared up, ready to go, kit on, ready to take and hit the track. But great news. And you've joined us here. This is the Skybox here in Piquet Raceway Park, the exclusive VIP area for commentators and timekeepers only. But again, it's great to be able to bring this event, thanks to you guys at Kart Chase, to be able to bring what is the second running of this revived Rotax Winter Trophy event, bringing it back to its glory years of the early 2000s, the Florida Winter Tour as it was then known. Now it's the Rotax Winter Trophy. But again, it's part thanks to you guys for providing the coverage of this event, sending it out to a global audience. A big hello to everyone at PRP Rotax in Austria watching this as well, and all the audience around the world, the big Rotax family. Entries are still available for next weekend at the Orlando Kart Center if you are that way inclined. And come and see a little bit about, certainly some of the North American drivers, come and see a little bit about what Rotax Racing, now that it's coming back to the United States, what it's like. And keep your comments coming in on the YouTube channel, the Kart Chaser YouTube channel. Great to hear from you watching. Where are you watching from? Who are you supporting? And always good to know where our audience is and who our audience is cheering for. Like I said, a lot of international drivers, so some of our North American viewers might be unfamiliar with some of the drivers that are from, South America and from Australia. We've got Australian drivers here. Big hello, good evening to everyone in Australia. I know that Jonathan Markison did very well yesterday, and that he had a lot of support back home. Hundreds of drivers, well, not hundreds of drivers, that's an exaggeration, Henry. Lots of drivers here from the Great White North in Canada, and they're getting plenty of cheers back home as well. I know that Scott Campbell Racing, Scott Campbell's been watching some of his drivers. Again, Canada, one of the leading nations in the Rotax Grand Finals. Believe it or not, I was to tell you, the country in the Rotax Grand Finals, there's one more Grand Finals events than anybody else. You'd be surprised, maybe not surprised, but South Africa is the most successful nation. South Africa, then the United Kingdom, then it is places like Canada and the Netherlands. 62 nations competed in the 2022 Rotax Grand Finals, and hopefully we'll have some new nations looking to qualify every single year. The Rotax Grand Finals, the Olympic Games of kart racing. We race for your nation on equal equipment, provided by BRP Rotax. We're into senior qualifying now. Senior Rotax qualifying, like I said, 25 drivers in total. This is the first half of senior qualifying. Again, very, very good to see that Rotax and the organiser of the circuit is splitting the senior grid up to allow drivers to get more of a free run in time qualifying. It's a very, very, very busy circuit with 25 drivers on it. So the first group are the drivers that were in the second, well, in Friday's last practice session. It was known as the TNT practice. That ranking from the last practice session on Friday, so the drivers that finished the bottom half of that practice session are out now in group number 1. All the front runners from the last Friday practice session are in the second group. So we're going to see who is fastest from this first group. Yesterday it was Timothy Pernod in the Birrell Art Kart for the PSL karting team, the 15-year-old Canadian racing for either Premier Karting or PSL on the Birrell, the Montreal-based driver. He was fastest in this group on track yesterday. Not quite sure who is leading the way at the moment, Xander, but we're watching some side-by-side action through turn number 16 there. That's not ideal in qualifying.
No, granted here it looks very similar to yesterday so far from the lap times that have just come in on lap number 1. Timothy Pernod had to come out of the slow group yesterday, did so very well, qualified inside the top 6 overall. He is once again the quickest here in the first group by about the same margin, half a second or so over Camilo Trappa in second. Jorge Ortiz in that SLA Kart Racing Energy sits third. Although Timothy Pernod, having put the 1 lap in, has not yet clocked another. So I don't know if we've lost the 311 PSL Birrell Art. Oh, no, he's on the racetrack here. There he goes coming out of turn number 2. Just hadn't updated across the line, and he'll, wow, put that gap to 9/10 of a second. Timothy Pernod at a 1:02.44. I'm going to quickly go and check, Henry, here to see where the lap times were from yesterday. For qualifying. Of course, we expect everyone to have learned a little bit. He picked up some more speed today, but a 1:02.4, that would have put him second on the front row. They're just second to Noel Leon.
And you can see him already easing back, letting those tyres sort of go through a heat cycle. Now, of course, we still don't, I mean, it's easy for us to say, okay, it's much hotter today, so the track is much hotter. Obviously, we've had a lot more rubber laid down. Now, sometimes that makes the track quicker, sometimes that makes the track slower. We don't really know on such a brand new surface. It's got several different types of tarmac down where they've resurfaced things already. We simply don't know. But obviously, in terms of Timothy Pernod, you can see him just cruising around. We're watching some of the other drivers on our screen at the moment that are very quick. It's Pernod, Camilo Trappa, Jorge Ortiz, Manuel Gonzalez, Chris Farino, your top 5. But there's Timothy Pernod. Again, now he builds up the speed. So he's had a lap to cool things off. Flat chat through two. Now, so we're going to disregard this lap. Oh! A collective ooh. That was almost big, Xander. But he's certainly now on the button and trying to put in another lap, but he's got a very big advantage. 9/10 of a second over Camilo Trappa. Let's follow Timothy round. Has he aborted this lap?
I would say so. It definitely looks like he has kind of closed things down a little bit. So he's going to try and just clean those tires off, but especially cool them back down. So he's getting ready for a run that time. Behind him, no other drivers really making improvements, though. Camilo Trappa was 2/10 off his best that time. Ortiz did a slow lap, so he should be on a push lap here in a moment on the SLA Kart Racing Energy in third. Manuel Gonzalez that time, also no improvement overall, matched his best. Here's a look, I believe, at Camilo Trappa in that 3:08 Express, so he's again on another push lap. And we'll see if he can find anything more. Of course, his brother dominating in Junior Max to this point. But as for Camilo, he's just trying to crack the top 5. He was a top 10, 8th to 10th place guy throughout a lot of the day yesterday, missing that last little bit to fight for more. Might be able to find it here on this lap. We'll find out here in a few moments as he rounds turn 17. Turn 18 looks decent through there. What does the number 308 Express as Timothy Pernod just ahead of him will pull into the pit lane right at the moment as Camilo goes by. Does it hurt him? Does it benefit? at the stripe for Camilo Trappa. He was at a 103.352. He goes a 103.6. No improvement there.
Now, you can see Pinot. Pinot clearly had his hand in the air. So, obviously, but it's that visual, that distraction there, that would have still distracted Camilo a little bit. I mean, Timothy was doing everything right, cruising into the pits. But, as a driver, suddenly that in the peripheral vision that there, it takes, and a couple of tenths is all it takes. So, and you can see now it's Camilo's turn to just, right, you're going to back off this lap. Watch the driver of the yellow race suit go through there. That is Manuel Gonzalez, I believe. Manuel Gonzalez, one of lots of drivers here from the Dominican Republic. So if you're watching back in Santo Domingo, big hello to all our fans in the Dominican Republic. At the moment, Manuel Gonzalez is fourth fastest with Pinot, Trappa, Ortiz, Gonzalez, Garcia, Verino. Chris Verino's driver had a bit of a very tough day yesterday. Chris finished fourth in last year's Winter Trophy Senior Rotax class. Didn't finish the final on that Kart Works Gillard chassis. But I know the Kart Works team, Jerry White and the rest of the team there, Justin White doing a lot of driver coaching. Shame we haven't got Justin in behind the wheel, but he's there doing a lot of driver coaching. Hopefully Chris will have a better day today because, again, he was fourth in last year's championship. Really had a tough break yesterday. But as the checkered flag is being prepared, no one is able to hold a candle to Timothy Pinot. The question now is how high will Timothy remain when the second group of seniors go out? Can he hang on to a place in the overall top five? There's Manuel Gonzalez getting out of the way of driver going out of there. That's one of the Cosmic chassis. Let's see if Tony Kart Race Suit Cosmic chassis be able to improve on their last lap time. That might be Brian Garcia, Chris Verino, Gonzalo Molina, Sofia Marak, Miguel Panagreda, Tim Horrell 10th, Matthew Verose in 11th. There goes the checkered flag. Number 317 takes on. That was Sofia Marak. Sofia had that monstrous accident in yesterday's qualifying session. New frame on the Esprit chassis, and Sofia Marak finishing that in 8th place. But Timothy Pinot by 9/10 of a second. Well, that is a 102.4. All the drivers sitting down on the dummy grid now know they've got to try and beat a 102.4, Xander, to depose Timothy Pinot from the top of the half-distance timing charts.
Yeah, I mean, that's a much bigger gap and a much safer place, I think, for Timothy Pinot to sit. I mean, you wouldn't imagine. Obviously, we know that it's about a 5-degree air temperature tick up from yesterday. The sun being out versus partly cloudy. So how much quicker or slower would that make the racetrack? I don't know. But Timothy Pinot, that's a big jump from yesterday. And absolutely. I doubt that. I think he overjumped the racetrack. I think he's going to very well punch above his weight class when it comes to this next group. A 102.444. That is a strong lap to sit on.
Exactly. I mean, you say it's only 5 degrees. It feels about 10 degrees warmer. I think the cloud cover's gone. Bright blue skies here. Obviously, the track temperature, that's going to rise as the day progresses even more. But again, it's a learning experience. The rubber going down, how will this brand new tarmac react to it? It's going to give the mechanics, the teams, a bit of an extra set of headache, because, of course, what you don't want the kart to be gripping up. You need to have the tyre pressures. They need to come on early, but then not go off during the course of races, because, of course, the hotter the track temperature, the more rubber goes down. The back end of the kart just wants to stick to the rear end. You want loose is fast.
Yeah,
loose is fast.
Yeah, well, and I mean, it might, be a welcome change with the amount of, heat coming down. I think in a lot of ways I look at it as kind of like an equilibrium, and each asphalt makeup and track is a little bit different. At a certain point as it warms up, the grip level goes up, and then at a certain point it kind of falls off a cliff and gets what they call greasy, and it's too hot.
Yeah, the oils come out of the tarmac, and then it gets greasy, too hot. And,
I don't know. We don't know where that equilibrium point is here with this racetrack, with this asphalt breakdown. Is it a little bit different in terms of grip feeling through the 2 repave patches on the racetrack as well compared to the rest of the tarmac? That is a big question that we don't really know. Of course, we know turn 1 and the last turn, super quick corners. We saw Timothy Pernod checking out the grip levels there, going a little bit over the limit as he dropped that tire. So, does that, play into setup as well if you want to get through the high speed? We saw so many different drivers trying really complete polar opposites on the spectrum when it came to gearing yesterday. As well as that, it's setting up your car. Do you want to be free and loose, fast through the high-speed stuff, but then at that point you're never able to get the power down in the lower speed? Or do you want to be a little more planted in the low speed, but potentially have an understeer in the higher speed corners? This track has a bit of it all.
And it's one of those things, it is certainly posing more of a problem to the teams than any of the track they go to, again, because of the nature, because very fast sections, very tight sections, very bumpy sections. It's a real conundrum that these teams here are trying to solve, but they're running out of time to solve it. You've got, for the drivers that have just qualified in junior and senior, you have got 2 8-lap races, and then I think you've got a 13 or a 15-lap final to get the setup done and to get everything in line. 2 8-lap heat races. You've got 16 laps on track before the final double points. Of course, we are racing for a championship. We haven't got the championship points in front of us just yet. We'll endeavour to get those to you during the course of the day. But, it's going to be a fascinating way. It's time that we introduce our viewers to the Kart Chaser team here that we have got at Piquet Racing Park. Obviously, you've got Kart Chaser's own Xander Clemens, Mr. Kart Chaser himself, in the commentary box with me. You've got Trevor on the buttons. Trevor, the producer, giving away. Yeah, that's Trevor's hand. And now, up top, giving us the overview.
Yeah, there we go. Over to Simon. Hey, we'll get Simon off his phone over there. He's taking a little break here during this break of the action. There's Simon, high on top of the RV across the way. Across from Simon, you see up top above us, there is Aaron, who has got the sky shot. He's up there, who's just joined by the man in the white shirt. That is race director Rusty Ferguson, who is the man keeping everybody in line here. And then, of course, in the far corner of the circuit, the final turn, that speed shot down at turn number 20. Well, that's our good buddy Caleb Smock. Many know him on Kart Chaser as one of our commentators. This weekend he is behind the camera, and you can see he's there posing in the shade looking super cool. So there's, of course, Caleb. There he is, and gives us a good wave on the live stream as well. And then you go Brandon Simone, kind of the man pulling all the strings here in the skybox as well. He's our director here this weekend alongside myself and Henry. So he's right there, a little wave from Brandon. He's the one making sure that we're getting the best action. He's controlling a little bit of all the camera angles that we're seeing on the racetrack to give us the right battles, to let us know any kind of extra info that's going on. So that's a little look around the circuit. Also, we have our good friend at One Shot Jay on Instagram, who's our on-site photographer and videographer. He's got a lot of cool shots that we've been posting throughout our social medias. He's somewhere around here in a bright yellow vest. Easy, hard to miss Jay. He does a fantastic job behind the lens. He's somewhere around here.
I can spot him hiding behind a Rotax banner there out on the circuit there, with camera in hand. Again, so many great images from you guys at Kart Chaser, so many still images as well on all the social media channels. This is, and again, a good introduction to the North American audience for the revitalized, the re-emerging Rotax family here in North America. After a couple of fallow years, we are back with a bang, and we're so grateful to the whole team here at Piquet Raceway Park, the work they've done in. I said yesterday, already Carlos has given the order. Sleep for the track staff here has been cancelled for the next 14 days, because it's not just the Road Track channel. We have got other events coming here as well for other championships. It's going to be a very, very busy first few months, and I can't wait to be coming back next year to see how much of a difference this facility has made over the next 12 months, because it looks fantastic now, and it's going to look even more spectacular when everything is finished. But one thing we have in there, next year, Xander, I'm putting it out there now. I think this should be a Rotax family paintball tournament. On Saturday night, we had a parents and mechanics race here on Friday evening. But I want to see some paintball there. Just
I could see Rusty Ferguson, our race director, maybe deciding to fly in the day after the paintball tournament, But I would love to get Mr. Esteban, Mr. RTX karting the face of the group there over in the paintball fields. I mean, he's a big target, a really tall guy. So, that guy should be the first one knocked out of the Rotax paintball tournament. But I like that. I mean, there's so much going on. I mean, that's the cool part about this Piquet race park. This, again, the go-kart track, the last thing to come together. So everything else has kind of been operating for a little bit. A mini golf.
Axe throwing. That's another thing that Rusty Ferguson probably wants to steer clear of.
Probably should stay away from that, you have the axe throwing. You have plenty of arcade games. You have an on-site bar. You have, of course, the food trucks, which are phenomenal here. And, of course, in that entire hangout section, you got a playground for the very young kids. And a Jumbotron that has a live stream of this feed as well.
Exactly. We're inescapable. But, I want to play paintball. I want to go paintballing with all the drivers I've just excluded. It said no race director ever.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at all to see Rusty Ferguson maybe just waiting a moment before he comes into town. Said, there was a paintball tournament yesterday. I'm so sorry. I had no idea. No idea at all.
So we're on track again after that little brief but again, that's just an image for you guys and girls back home. Yeah. This is what happens. You see the racing on track. The racing on track is the end product. The racing on track is the spectacular bit that you all want to watch. But the team behind the scenes, the team at the circuit that put all this together, that is what we want to bring you to show you what this unique, multicultural, colourful cornucopia of noise and different teams, cultures from around the world, the people that bring this sport together. And now we hand over to the drivers to do their thing on the circuit. And let's see who will be the first person, because in this, we're looking at him now. Is that Noel Leon?
Indeed.
It is the Alessandros Racing CRG driver from Monterrey in Mexico. He dominated senior yesterday. Let's see how long it will take him to get to the top of the timing chart to depose Timothy Pernod, if he can depose Timothy Pernod.
Well, only one lap here. He answers your question very quickly. A 102.353 for Noel Leon. He'll best Timothy Pernod by about a tenth of a second. The rest of this group, though, yet to get a lap on in. Now, that said, we saw yesterday in qualifying a little bit of gamesmanship, a little bit of, playing around with each other in terms of Noel Leon, Dudu Barrichello, Gianluca Savalio, and Wes Duchek all waiting a good moment there before they went. Noel Leon decided, you know what, today, boys, all right, I'll take advantage of that first place position after Friday happy hour. I'm just going to go lay my lap down. You can try and keep up if you want to, because I don't think you can. And at the moment, nobody can here. Here's Gianluca Savalio. Here is Noel Leon out of turn 17 and 18. It looks like he's on one more push lap. I'd imagine maybe this lap by here for Noel, as just ahead of him, that is one of the Nash Motorsports EOS karts. As I believe, I'm not sure who we've got in that one.
Is that Santiago Igor Aguirre, possibly, who is moving up? He's not in the top 10 yet, but it's Noel Leon. Timothy Pernod still hanging on in second. Eduardo Barrichello third overall. Savalio is fourth. Then Isaac Canto. Again, a driver we didn't speak too much about yesterday, but Isaac Canto very quietly went about and got an 11th place finish on that Piquet Sports Tony Kart chassis. The Brazilian-born driver, now based in Boca Raton, Florida. So local to here.
Heyo, Gianluca Savalio to the top of the boards there in the Racing Edge Motorsports Premier Karting Cosmic. A 102.309, our DD2 Max main event winner from yesterday. Gianluca has found a little more pace overnight, and the OTK pilot puts half a tenth on Noel Leon. We've got ourselves a good fight here today. Again, Timothy Pernod sitting on that 102.444 is still third over Dudu Barrichello and only a tenth and a quarter back, but we've got, for the first time all weekend, someone topping Noel Leon for the moment.
Yeah, and we just saw on screen there Aidan Fox in the number 313 car. Aidan having a very solid day yesterday, as we're looking at now at Eduardo Barrichello. Aidan, just very quickly, was running in the top 5 in the final, retired very late on the flywheel. Came off the kart, he was saying. I said, how did that happen? He said, I hit a curb and just knocked it off. That is how, he said, hit a curb too hard, flywheel came off. He said he thought it was working its way loose all day, but those extra laps in the final just proved a little bit too much for said flywheel, which parted company and meant that he retired. But on there is yours.
That is the RPG Cosmic of Wes Duchek right now. He sits in 7th. after an up-and-down day yesterday. A crash in heat number 1, colliding with Augusto Soto Chiripa. Of racing incident took him out. Then he had a good drive in the top 5 in heat 2. Drove through the field to crack the top 10 in the main event, but by the time he got through, the leaders were long gone. He's looking for redemption today here as he comes across the line. He went on a cool-down lap the lap before. His push lap puts him to 5th, a 102.699 for Wes Duchek. He'll bump Canto back 1 spot and Aiden Fox as well. Savalio still sitting on that 102.309. We have yet to see him cross the line. I'd imagine at best here he's doing a cool-down lap if he has not pulled in. I think Noel Leon has pulled in, though. Our pole award winner from yesterday, Noel Leon, has decided that he will sit on that 102.35 and he will not improve. So the Alessandro's Racing CRG driver, who's been perfect all weekend, he's got competition here today.
Now, that means that, again, there's the number 329 Kart slowing down, going down out of the teardrop corner. Where's Duchek? Here's Eduardo Barrichello. So here's the next driver that has a realistic shot at the pole position. 4th overall at the moment with the best time of 102.591. But he slows himself down. We are into the final few minutes.
Problems again for Duchek there.
The driver, again, who was on a hot streak before this event, had that incident with Augusto Soto Chiripa in the first heat yesterday. Now we're looking at, is that Fernando Barrichello in the number 320 Birrell Art chassis? Can't quite see the number again. The sun is shining in the skybox, which can make identify the numbers on the screen. Yeah, that is Fernando Barrichello going slowly. There is the abandoned kart of Wes Duchek, the Piquet Sports, the Cosmic chassis, the driver from West Palm Beach. He sort of has a little sit down in the shade under one of the palm trees. And if you're going to, watch some karting that you retired from, under a palm tree is not a bad place. Now we look at one of the Nash Motorsport machines, those bright blue karts. That, I think, is the number, that's Ethan Thorne in kart number 301. Ethan Thorne, 9th overall, finished 8th in yesterday's final. Looking there, so Savalio has pitted, so he has gone out, and I thought, you know what, go out, absolutely gun it in on the opening lap, and that's all she wrote, then come in, save the tyres. It means, though, ladies and gentlemen, that we will be in for a treat at the start of this race, because for the first time all weekend, it'll be somebody other than Noel Leon leading the senior field. Now, Eduardo Barrichello, one of the last front runners, he's got his brother Fernando, I think that's behind him. The 2 Barrichello siblings on track together. The 320, Fernando Barrichello, he had a last lap incident yesterday, which made he retired the final. Eduardo Barrichello, don't forget, Eduardo Barrichello, defending champion in Senior Rotax in the Winter Trophy. He's 4th overall at the moment. This, I think, will almost certainly be his last real flying lap. He comes through turns number 17 and 18. Now out towards turn 19 again. Very, very smooth driving style for Eduardo Barrichello. The checkered flag is waiting. Will we see an improvement from Eduardo, the 22-year-old from Sao Paulo, Brazil? Fernando follows him across the line, and the answer is no, we won't. He stays 4th overall. Where's Duchek? Well, let's hope that there's nothing too significant wrong with that number 329 car, because Wes Duchek is 5th overall. And congratulations to Timothy Pernot. That time from group number 1 did hold up. He remains 3rd overall, so our provisional starting lineup in Senior Rotax will be Gianluca Savalio, Noah Leon on row number 1, then Timothy Pernot, Eduardo Barrichello on row number 2, Wes Duchek and Isaac Canto on row 3, Aiden Fox and Fernando Barrichello will start from row number 4, Ethan Thorne and Camilo Trapper round out the top 10, Jorge Ortiz from the first qualifying session, he will start 11th, then Luciano Navarro, Manuel Gonzalez and the rest of the field. So that is Senior Rotax qualifying in the books. Next up, it is Masters qualifying. We have 16 Masters on the entry list. Now, I'm hoping that we have all 16 drivers out there. Yesterday, the final was a really, really tense affair between the 2 ex-Formula 1 drivers here, Rubens Barrichello and Antonio Pizzonia. Rubens winning by about the length of a cigarette paper. We did have a few ago, so I've got to say a big hello to all the GP racing team. from Toronto. They drove down Friday, got here Friday afternoon, 5 of them in total. Only 2 of them made it out for the final yesterday, so I'm hoping that the Fluelling brothers and the Provost brothers are all out with us here today. We'll have to see how many of the 16 cars in. Now, the showman, Harold Watson, new motor on that kart, and the Masters are all quite happy that the racing is a little bit shorter today because they're the ones that were feeling the bumps a little bit more than everybody else. A big hello to all the people from Chile. Now, I know that we have Gustavo Suarez Zuniga is here looking after some of the SLA drivers, and a big hi to his sons, Xavier and Gustavo Jr., who are regular competitors in the Rotex Grand Finals. But again, great to see drivers. Now in the Masters class, we've got drivers from Peru, Canada, the Dominican Republic, Chile. We've got Brazil, Mexico, as well as the United States. That's just in Masters class. Goes to show that even as drivers get, I'm not going to use the O word, but older. But we're going to use the E word, experienced. Experienced is what we're going to use. We're going to use experienced.
Experienced and mature.
Mature.
Although,
well,
actually, we shouldn't say that with
No. When it comes to mature, immature maybe. But,
immature, yeah.
But the passion is still there. The level of competition is still there. Even though karting is now just a hobby for all these drivers, in between business commitments and work and, families and what have you. The desire to get to the grand finals, the level of racing is still so high. I mean, Mundi Lawyer, for example, 56 years old, he started racing in 1978. He took a couple of breaks in between. His son Patrick Lawyer is here, is actually his driver coach. So mostly you have, dads coaching the kids. Not Mundi, it's kid coaching dad. And Mundi finished on the podium yesterday as well, which is, really, really, impressive. On the podium, 56 years old, only beaten by 2 ex-Formula 1 drivers. Not bad going at all.
No, not at all. I mean, and, those 2 F1 drivers, Antonio Pizzonia, Rubens Barrichello, I mean, they were pushing nearly every single lap of that main event. That was a full-on cat and mouse, chess match all the way to the very end. So there was no laps really, I think, that either of them were laying back or sandbagging at all. I mean, so that was a real good gauge for Mundi Lawyer and for the rest of the field, knowing those guys were probably going at 110% for all 17 laps of that main event to say, okay, here's where I was and here's how far off I am from what probably is the absolute limit, or as close as you can humanly get to it, knowing how quick those guys were pushing each other yesterday.
And again, you get to the stage where, the drivers' Masters is for drivers over the age of 32, and you get to that stage in your career where karting is just a hobby, and you think, it's a good event, we're going to go, it's a nice week away, or what have you, but then suddenly it's like, I'm at this stage of my life, my career, and I'm up against ex-Formula 1 drivers. Fantastic. Couldn't make it up.
No, you cannot. I mean, it's far from just a hobby for them. I mean, I think a lot of them would describe it as a passion, or just, in their mind, they're probably going to work in a lot of ways here, because, I mean, the amount of effort that goes in for all of their racing programs in Masters Max at the international level here, at the Rotax World Finals. I mean, there is no, hobbyist racer at that point. These guys are probably part-time, employees, part-time business owners, full-time drivers in their minds, if you were to ask them where their focus is and what they think about probably 24/7.
Oh, yes, exactly. It's, life is what happens in between races. What's the line from the Steve McQueen film, Le Mans? Racing is life. Everything that happens before and after is just waiting.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
That rings true. That's the best line from any motorsport film ever. Apart from, if you're not first, you're last.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's just,
But
I have to say that was a pretty good American accent on you, Henry. I'll give you some kudos here. Let's give a little bit of kudos as well to those of you tuning in. Thank you to those that have already mentioned here in the live chat from around the world. SN15 and Alexandra BL Racing saying hi. Hello to you guys over down there. Nataz, watching from Australia, said, you know what? I'm just here for the racing. The racing's awesome. We're happy you're here, Nataz. And again, good evening to you, sir, from all the way down under and on the other side of the planet. Hey, everyone from Walden Racing saying, let's go karting. Let's Go Praga from Doug Bolt. So, hey, Jonathan Markison, you got some Praga supporters watching you. And support for Edward Kennedy, who's coming up in the order here in the Minimax division. Is that correct?
Minimax, yes. Young Mr. Kennedy. Again, we'll see Edward in the Minimax. Again, getting a really good job yesterday. And big hi to Edward in Australia. Hope you're watching again. John Markison, he's come all the way from Sydney to be here. Got a podium yesterday. Big hi to Scott Howard, everyone involved running the Aussie Pro Tour out there. Hopefully this year, you're going to have a good season. Can't wait to see the Aussies here in force. Jonathan Markson has said he's going to be the first Aussie to do this, but he's convinced he's not going to be the last. And it's one place you're not going to come for the weather because it's always hot over in Australia, pretty much, almost. But again, really good to see the international flavour.
Australia just scares me because there's so many animals that can, really do some damage to you over there. I mean, I feel like that continent is something else.
Yeah, no, but I mean, if you said about bucket list events, though, Xander, for you, the grand finals, the bucket list event. The bucket list event to end all bucket list events, the Bathurst 1000.
Oh, of course, absolutely.
Mount Panorama. Now, a couple of years ago, there was a problem because the local government restricted the amount of beer that each spectator. They restricted it to 36 bottles of beer per person per day, and there was uproar. The Aussies know how to watch a motor race. And again, they know how to build a circuit as well. There's one half of the mountain, drive up there. There's the down half of the mountain, drive down there. Perfect. Then go to the main street. Anyway, on track, the Masters. We'll get back to, again, a big thank you to all those of you tuning in. We'll get as many shout-outs as possible, whether you're here. I mean, I was going to say, how many I come from a land down under where, women row and men chunder. Can you hear the thunder? Now, my co-commentator in the UK knows when I start singing, there's a mute button for a reason. But again, it's racing.
Hey, you know what? You've got more fans in this live stream chat than I do here. A shout out to Eugene Britt saying, hi, Henry. Glad to see you here in Florida.
My co-commentator from, I'm still going to try and get to, and again, there's another bucket list event, the African Open, the Idubi Raceway in the KwaZulu-Natal mountains, one of the most beautiful raceways. Now, there's a track where the wildlife actually makes an appearance on the circuit now and again.
Oh.
Go and look on YouTube, the Idube Raceway. It's a track that the drivers love it, the mums don't, because it is fast and flowing. You think this is tight and twisty. And it's again in the KwaZulu-Natal province. So hi, Eugene, and to all the team.
And how about a hi to you from Gabe Belanca as well, saying watching from Perth, Australia.
From Perth, Gabe, who came over to race the British Championship last year. So a big hi to Gabe Belanca. Hopefully we'll see you back in the UK. And Gabe. Why aren't you here? If you're happy, if you're willing to travel to good old Blighty for the British Rotax Championship, we'll see you out here soon. But again, big hi to Gabe and all our friends in Australia watching Kart Chasers coverage of the 2023 Rotax Winter Trophy. Masters on circuit, and I think we'll say it was 2-1 to Rubens Barrichello yesterday in terms of the head-to-head battles with Antonio Pizzonia. But Antonio Pizzonia leading the way. He's looking on your screen now. That is the number 617 Tony Kart chassis. He is with the Zanella racing team, the 42-year-old from Manaus in Brazil. 20 Formula One races to his name, the defending champion, and a great view here of the turn 3-4 section. Now there's Rubens Barrichello on our screens, and Rubens finished fourth in the 2015 Rotax Grand Finals in the DD2 class. Didn't make the final of DD2 in the 2022 there, but he thinks finally he's going to go and race in DD2 Masters in the Grand Finals if he qualifies again. It's in the Lennox race. He's got a good working relationship with Jordan Lennox-Lamb and the team at Birrell as well. Looking over his shoulder, it's Antonio Pizzonia, Rubens Barrichello, then Vince Carey in third place, Laurentiu Mardan in fourth. We've got 11 of our Masters out there, so I'm trying to see where it looks like the entire GP racing team aren't out there, which is a real shame. That's an awful long way to drive from Toronto to not go out for the final, so hopefully we'll see them out a little bit later on. But it's Pizzonia, Barrichello, Carey, Mardan, Mundi Lawyer, Harold Watson, Diego Rodriguez, Dioniso Espejo, and you could see that Dioniso Espejo's daughter, Megan Espejo, she'll be back out in Minimax. Had a bit of a tumble yesterday. She'll be out and racing a little bit later on. Then it's Francisco Barber, Lucas Iglesias, and Daniel Ramirez, your running order at the moment.
So as we round the final corner here for this one on your screen, the 601 machine of Mundi Lawyer will cross the line, and no major changes there. Antonio Pizzonia and Rubens Barrichello both took cool-down laps this previous lap. Curious to see if either one will do another push lap to try and find some more speed. Pizzonia should be coming around here shortly. Here's Barrichello on a good lap as well, so they're both on what looks to be burners. Where does Pizzonia go this time by for this third lap completed? Antonio Pizzonia Sr. was at a 102.976. Maybe not. I'm waiting to see if it would update. There it goes. A 1:18.46. So Pizzonia still taking his time here to do 2 cool-down laps, whereas Rubens Barrichello on the other end, full speed ahead across the line, a 103.005. He just comes up 29,000 short. He was already 500 short. He picks up 200ths. Still 300ths to go to this guy. The bright yellow is at the Zanella Racing colors of Antonio Pizzonia Sr., who now is looking back to find Laurent Mardin starting to queue up behind him.
Well, Laurent Mardin's trying to stay with Antonio Pizzonia, thinking to himself, right, I'm behind the pole. And this is smart from Laurent Mardin. What he's got to hope is that Pizzonia stays on this hot lap. The last thing he wants is Antonio to drop out, and I think now Laurent, maybe, is that Laurent backing off himself? Yeah, I think Pizzonia looking over his shoulder, hand in the air, so we're going to see Antonio Pizzonia come into the pits there again. That's a good signalling from these Masters drivers, I suspect. Hand in the air, and he's going to pull into the pits here. So Mardin stays on the circuit, comes out to turn number 20, over that inside curb, and across the line. Does Laurent Mardin improve? No, that was a 111, so that was a sort of a cool down lap. Now Laurent, you can see him coming through turn number 2 now, into turn number 3. The Masters there's a little bit of bump there on the apex of turn 3. Now out to turns 4 here, 5 here, now through these curves. Watch the car hop over the curb. No, Laurent Mardin staying off those curbs quite sensibly into turn number 9, out of turn 9, up there over the little hump into turn number 10. There's a bump just before you brake, and he just misses the apex ever so slightly. Now through 11, over the curb at 12, through 13 and now 14 behind the palm trees. Now we go into turn 15, the Piquet teardrop modelled on the crash helmet design of Nelson Piquet Jr. and his father, Nelson Piquet Sr. Out of turn 15 into turn number 16. Now look at that. There's a really wide, inviting early apex, but nobody's using it because there's no runoff at the exit, and they're all a bit worried about if it goes wrong in a hurry. Out of turn 19 now. Watch the bump here. Oh, Laurent comes in as well. But you can see turn 20, you can see the karts moving. A great camera, great low camera shot there from Kart Chaser, showing you just how bumpy the circuit is. And we have got very few karts left on circuit. One driver is left, that's Rubens Barrichello. Here comes Rubens across the line. And Rubens still chasing down Antonio Pizzonia. Looks over his shoulder. I think that's probably all she wrote for Rubens Barrichello in this session. Out of the section again. Even when the drivers slow down, you can see the bumps. And Pizzonia, is that Pizzonia or is that Harold Watson? It was Harold the Showman Watson going past. Looks like Watson's still on the hurry lap, on her, but Barrichello cruising back into the pits. Great shot there, just showing you how bumpy this circuit is. And here's the Peruvian driver, the Showman Harold Watson. And Harold's in around the top 5 at the moment. He's got a new motor on that kart. After his old motor decided to grenade itself in quite spectacular fashion during second heat yesterday. But it's Pizzonia, Barrichello, Carey, Mardin, Loya, Watson, your top 6. Rodriguez, Espejo, Barber, Iglesias and Ramirez, your top 11. And hopefully the GP karting quintet of Andrew and David Lee Prevost, David and Logan Fluelling, and Victor Kuzmichov will be out later on.
So with that here, ladies and gentlemen, while we take a moment back in the booth. Yeah, Trevor caught us off guard with that one. That was a little bit dirty, Trev. I got to give you on that one. But either way, we're going to take a moment to give ourselves a moment. We'll go to commercial. We'll come back after this, get our coughing out of our system, and be back here. 3 classes in, 3 more to come for qualifying. Grids to be set here live from Piquet Race Park. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the RMC Winter Trophy round number 2. Welcome back here live into the booth in the Piquet Race Park Skybox as with the engines come to life now here for our 4th division on the order. Minimax heading onto the racetrack, and what a good battle the Mini and the Micros put on yesterday.
Superb.
All the way through. Antoine Lemieux was phenomenal here in Minimax here. He was able to pull away a little bit in the main event, but we had some good shuffling further on back, and really a lot of 4-car trains throughout a lot of the heat races featuring some of these drivers here on your screen. Alexis Bayarjan, Kai Johnson were also involved in a lot of awesome fights throughout, and now we can see that Kai Johnson is lined up behind Antoine Lemieux in the 115, and we'll hopefully be seeing if he can get a bit of a toe off him here in qualifying.
Now we've got 17 drivers on the Minimax entry list. Hopefully we'll have all 17 out in this event. It was a long final, and it was an attrition-filled final yesterday. Looking back there, I think we only had 10 finishers in yesterday's final, and that was obviously extremely physically demanding on the drivers. But it was, yesterday's final went the way of Antoine Lemieux, with Alexis Bayerjon finishing second, Kai Johnson rounding out the podium in 3rd position, with Edward Kennedy 4th, then Jago Liempen 5th, the Peruvian driver. 6th was David Zhao, the Canadian-based Canadian-Chinese driver, now based in Toronto. But hopefully we'll have better results here for the likes of Remy Guzman, Luke Conjanapatak. Hopefully we'll see Bashi Jimenez out there. Bashi made it as far as qualifying yesterday, and then didn't compete anything else after an incident. And we're really hoping for some good fortune for Max Mukarem, kart number driving number 120. There's Bashi Jimenez out on circuit. Bashi. It was Bashi by name and a little bit Bashi by nature yesterday when he bashed into a tyre barrier. Not another driver, a tyre barrier, hurt his hand, and he's okay today. A little bit gingerly, but holding the steering, but he's fine to race. And hopefully he'll just have a good, safe day, get some laps in, get plenty of laps in. The other driver, Max Mukarem, in kart number 120. Now, Max's dad said to me this morning that Max did a total of 14 laps yesterday.
Wow.
That was it. We had kart failure, we had incident in the final. Remy Guzman lost a tyre coming out of turn number 2 and eliminated a couple of the drivers. Of course, poor old Max was at the wrong place, wrong time, and that was that. So the American, or Lebanon, well, he's American-based, based in Virginia, but of Lebanese descent in the other comp kart chassis. So we're looking there at, there's Max Mukarem. And Lebanon has their first Rotax Grand Finals champion in Christopher El Fagali. And I'm looking forward to trying to introducing Max and his family to the Lebanese Rotax distributor network as well, because I know that Lebanon are extremely passionate about their Rotax racing, and it'll be great to see that there's a driver of Lebanese descent racing Rotax in the United States. And again, Christopher El Fagali for Lebanon, the reigning Minimax Rotax Grand Finals champion. But early stages here, and Edward Kennedy's come up very, very strongly at the moment. Who have we got on the live chat, Xander?
We've got quite a few. First of all, this is from Can-Am Works making a joke about the GP guys, saying they're stuck in traffic still, haven't made it all the way down. We've got, of course, down Nico Puente saying Vamos Julian Rivera, who was phenomenal yesterday. You look to Mariana Arbe saying, let's go Showman, let's go Peru, to Harold Watson back in Masters Max. This is from Shazam Samwar saying, watching from Guyana, South America, rooting for my little brother in Junior Max, Josh Sanker Prasad. And then we go down to Juan Ratia, Vamos Manuel Ochoa, La Mejor de la Suerte, La Delegación del Peru. So,
again, that must be great to see that we got international entry list, international viewership as well. Double duty, Manuel Ochoa racing DD2 as well. Now, back to the front, and again, we had a dominant win for Antoine Lemieux yesterday, but today, Antoine only 5th fastest. So, the form book with the different track temperature, different weather conditions, has been turned here. It's Edward Kennedy, David Zhao, Luke Conjanapatak in the top 3. Now, I know that Luke has got a lot of fans out in Thailand, where his family originally from, and people at the Bira circuit in Thailand will be watching it. And a big hello to Tristan, Luke's older brother as well, who is just sort of testing. I think he's moved up into juniors this year. Hopefully we'll see Tristan out later on this season in some of these big events. But Luke Conjun up attack. There is the number 108. That is Megan Espejo out of the kart, and that is coming out of turn number 10. Oh, and there's somebody else who has parked as well. So Megan Espejo out of the number 108 kart, and Marshall there, that's the Tillotson sponsored entry. Megan looks A-OK, she's just being helped. Again, good to see the marshals helping the driver, and there's somebody else watching from the marshal chair. And
yeah, one off. Oh, that is, we just had an angle on it there a moment ago. Hard to make out the number.
It's the Kartworks entry of Alex Miller, number 109.
Yes. Yeah, the 109.
So a bit of work for Jerry and Justin White and the team to get that kart ready. But on track, it's still Kennedy, Zhao, Konjanapatak, Lemieux, Boyerjon, Johnson, Yempen, Cifres. Then Miller will go no higher than 9th because he's parked. Iso Tseng from Chinese Taipei and the island of Taiwan. Matisse Brunetti is 11th. Then it's Pelletier from in 12th position. Guzman is 13th. Ruiz 14th. Mokarem and Espejo with Bashi Jimenez out there 7th. So all 17 drivers on circuit, which is great to see. And Max Mokarem. Now we had to draw a diagram for Max. This is what a checkered flag looks like, Max. And just in case you didn't see one yesterday, hopefully let's just keep our fingers and toes crossed that Max Karam has a nice clean day, gets plenty of laps in before school tomorrow.
So Alexis Bayarjan and Kai Johnson working together right now. They are 5th and 6th and currently featured on your screen. Johnson and that PSA race team, Bennick in the 116, and of course the 106 of Alexis Bayarjan, the Canadian driver aboard the Beryl Art, running nose to tail. They haven't worked together too well so far, but that lap again just kind of getting into sorts as they were about a second off the pace of where their best lie. A 106.84 for Bayarjan, a 107 flat for Kai Johnson. Bayarjan will get almost all the way to the bumper into the Piquet teardrop. Maybe he can push him down that long front straightaway to try and find a little more speed, but they're closing in on the final few laps here as we're going to come to a close in qualifying. 2 minutes remaining. Again, Edward Kennedy hit his good lap, 106.48, said, all right, I'm done, pulling in. 2/10 the margin for him over David Zhao. Zhao also a little bit up the road from these two. That time by, no improvement either. 107.5 for David Zhao. Across the line for Johnson and Bayarjan. And again, no, I mean, it is a crazy, crazy fall off for these kids, even in Mini and Micromax. I mean, we're talking at the best 4/10 off their early laps here, just 3 laps later on.
I'm very, very surprised that, considering we've been watching Johnson and Bayerjon working together, you know, slipstreaming with each other, and still the pace you would expect that, well, in most classes, expect that the Mojo tyres that we use in Mini and Micro, they hold them a lot more. Obviously, the grip level is not as big, the speeds aren't as high, and so the tyres therefore last a bit longer. I mean, Bayerjon is backing off now, so when these drivers work together, the times improve. Not so, even though Bayerjon and Johnson are together. So Edward Kennedy, well, the key is get out, get a good lap in early doors, and then just shut her off and come back to the pits. And I'm watching a kart slowing down on the circuit. Now, coming through turn number 4. Oh, no. I had heart in mouth time. Max Mokarem was slowing down, but I think he was just backing off.
Yeah, the checkered flag, I think, just came out here a few seconds on the earlier side in this qualifying session. So you're seeing a lot begin to cool down. These are a few drivers on what should be the final green flag lap here. One of them being the 114 machine of Luis Thomas Pelletier, and just ahead of him a few more, but they may catch some traffic on this final lap, so I don't know if they'll get anything more. Here's the 103. Is that the 103, or did I read that one wrong there? No, the 103 of Remy Guzman, 14th. No improvement on his final lap, still with more speed to find. Kai Johnson, I think, is done. And these kids there going to turn 17 and 18 as our cameras frantically move around to try and find a little bit more here on the closing stages. But ultimately the cool down lap as the checkered flag has flown. Here's the run into the scale line. It'll make things official. Edward Kennedy On the Nash Motorsports Energy will put it on the pole by 2/10 over Goodwood Kartways driver David Zhao. Luke Kenshin with his best qualifying effort so far in the RMC Winter Trophy in third. Antoine Lemieux fourth. Alexis Bayarjan, well, pending, of course, post-session penalties and technical inspection, it will still be a much better starting position for Alexis Bayarjan today with a fifth-place result there. Kai Johnson 6th, Iago Lempin 7th. One thing of note, I think, is that from really second back to fifth is only about a tenth and a half. And we know how big the draft has been in the Mini and the Micromax. We've seen some pretty big slipstreams down this front straightaway.
And it goes to show that, again, there's not, I mean, even though Antoine Lemieux ran away with things yesterday, there's lots of potential winners. And the drivers learnt so much yesterday. The teams learned so much yesterday. They're far better prepared of what, because you can, the track practices and qualifies one way, but the track races very different to anything else. And and of course now the races are going to be shorter today. That's giving them an extra headache. But again, hot weather, grippy track surface. A lot of the drivers feel more at home in these kind of conditions. This is what they were expecting when they came down to Florida in January. They're expecting the sunshine and the heat, and they've got it today. All the drivers learnt so much yesterday, and the teams as well. Now we're seeing it's going to be a lot closer today. I think obviously the track lends itself to, like, if you get away at the start, the battle pack, if you're battling over second, the leader gets away. And then once the move is made for second place, the battle pack moves from third place on back. That will still happen because that's the nature of the circuit. But I think that in terms of race leads, we're going to see a lot more battling today. There was some fantastic racing throughout the pack. Micromax is up next. Now, Micromax ended under a bit of a cloud yesterday. In the last lap of the race, Antonio Pizzonia and Julian Rivera came together. Pizzonia retired. Rivera was given a penalty. That meant that Sebastian Piemonte was your classified winner. But what I noticed in the paddock yesterday, and this is what I really want to emphasize, is that Julian and Antonio Jr., they were walking around together, laughing and joking, off track after that incident, because again, it was just an incident that happens. Antonio was just defending, Julian was attacking. They'd raced side by side so well together all day. It came to a head in the final, last lap of the final, but again, friends straight afterwards. That's most important. One person we haven't mentioned, Xander, is the person that designed this wonderful track.
William Peets, yes, he is a South Florida resident for the last many, many years. We saw his protege in Tim Horrell. William Peets has been big in assisting many of the handicapped drivers to race, as he himself is handicapped as well. He's made starts all the way up the junior and open wheel formula ranks here in North America for many, many years, and then kind of came back to launch his own karting team after his driving career wrapped up. And he's been at a helping hand in many talents coming up through Florida from a driver coaching perspective, both for any driver of any kind, and of course spearheading that personal passion project of his with drivers that may not have use of their legs, but being able to get go-karts with hand controls. And William himself will still get out there at his age and rip some pretty competitive lap times in senior with his hand control kart as well. And William is the designer of this Piquet Race Park circuit. He was given the instruction to try and make one of the longest circuits in Florida on what is obviously a limited amount of land. Yes. And he, I think, did a very, very good job of that. And he has been instrumental throughout this entire project here with the Piquet Race Park team, along with the rest of the track crew here late at night, first thing in the morning, adjusting barriers, doing what they can to adjust on the racetrack. And of course, he's the one that told me about all the extra improvements they're planning to do in the next coming weeks and months. I mean, there is plans to make changes even again in the next 14 days before the next international and U.S. Pro National race comes to town in terms of moving fencing, runoff changes, paving. I mean, there's a lot going on here. He has kind of been one of the many drivers behind that force. So
I think the safe to say is one final comment to make is that William Peet, the most experienced set of wheels here at Piquet Raceway and Entertainment Centre, and they're not the wheels on the kart, they're the wheels on his chair. No one has more experience.
No one has any more laps around this property than that wheelchair, I can bet you.
Absolutely. There's we've got Micromax on circuit now, and already we have the Birrell kart of Matisse Lacroix having a little brief rotation on the out lap. So, Sebastian Piemonte, yesterday's winner, 9 years old, on the Paralin chassis, the driver from Bogota, Colombia, 18th in last year's Rotax Grand Finals, but it was he crossed the line in second place rather. There is the number 8 Kart. That is Piemonte on your screens now. So he was your winner yesterday. Drove very, very well after a problem in qualifying, and they had to start the heats at the back of the field. Now, but breaking news though, Xander, breaking news, and again, I wanted to wait until the Micromax drivers were on circuit before I broke this news, because I spoke to Maxwell Matcher this morning. And he said, I'm going to win today.
Really?
Yep, he said, no problem, I'm going to win today. So I didn't want to disappoint the rest of the Micromax drivers by telling them that while they were there. But so yeah, guys at home, Maxwell Match has already told me he's going to win today. Who am I to argue with Maxwell? And I told his dad can just take it easy, put his feet up. Maxwell's got it all in hand. But obviously there are 8 other Micromax drivers that all have their eyes on the prize as well. There is Maxwell, the aforementioned self-proclaimed winner of round 2 before we've even done a lap of racing. But Maxwell, they're 8 years old on the KR Kart Republic chassis. And again, Maxwell eventually finished, when all was said and done, second yesterday. So that's good points. And of course, we go to his home track at the Orlando Kart Centre next weekend for rounds 3 and 4. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, these are the drivers that are 7, 8, 9 and 10 years old. And the lap times are only a few seconds off the pace of the faster classes. Incredible skill level. And Piemonte picked up where he left off. Matcha is second. The youngest driver we have here, we have Dominic Vieira, who is 7th, who is 7 years old. He was one of 2 winners of the DM Kart competition. The other winner was Tiziano Antola Nieto, who is out in juniors. He is 7 years old, and the other 7-year-old we have here is Aidan Kishan in kart number 11 for the Goodwood Kartways team. Now, we were watching. Now, this grid was certainly split. There was the front half and the back half, 2 separate races going on, the drivers contending for the wins, and the drivers really towards the back of the field who were learning their craft, learning how to overtake. As we look at our reigning Micromax Winter Trophy champion, Julian Rivera, there on track. The drivers at the back of that pack, Xander, the likes of Blaise Diniz, Mathis Lecroix, Aidan Kishan, they're the drivers that they're working on improving their personal lap times, improving their racecraft, learning how to overtake, learning how to go karting properly. And their progress is just as important as the form of the drivers racing for the win as well.
Yeah, I mean, they have made strides throughout this week, which we've tracked throughout Speed Hive through the official practice from Friday into improvements through yesterday. And with the sun coming out, it seems to have given a lot of drivers new confidence on today. And, even though yesterday ran a little bit long than where we would like it still is an extended day for everybody, because every driver will stay after the day, take a look at their data, walk the racetrack, look at their onboard cameras, try and find places where they can go a little bit faster. And, it's the most fun when you come into a race with low expectations, like some of those drivers that were in that second group here further back down the grid, where it's just, find a few more tenths. You're a couple seconds off. Every session usually is an improvement where you can come away happy, whereas when you come in for the likes of Julian Rivera, Antonio Pizzonia Jr., even Maxwell Matcha, the expectations to win, only one of them can. It means you're disappointed more often than not. Yeah, but I think each of these younger drivers, disappointment comes in different shapes and forms. The most important thing is they're out racing, they're doing what they love, they're with their friends, and and they got a play park here as well. They can go on the swings afterwards. Aidan Kishan. I spoke to Aidan. Now, he was lapping 1 minute 12 yesterday, and Aidan's big task in the number 11 Goodways Cartway entry is learning how to overtake. He's happy to follow, but then it's that first big overtaking effort that you make. It's like the risk. Okay, every time a driver tries to overtake another driver, there is a risk involved. There's a risk that you might make a mistake. There's a risk you might outbrake yourself and then get past. There's a risk you might spin and crash. It's then getting the confidence together to make those passing maneuvers and learn how to overtake, how to race wheel to wheel. Also, we were looking at lap times. Aidan Kishan yesterday was doing 1 minute 12s all day yesterday.
I said, Aidan, I want to see a 1 minute 11 out of you, and Aidan has obliged. 1 minute 11.27 for Aidan Kitchen. Same for Blaisdon is. Wanted to see a woman, Blaisdon in a 1 minute 12.651. Matisse the Qual down in 1 minute 14s. Melville dos Santos at a 1 minute 10.3. There is Aidan on the Praga, the Goodways, is it the Goodwood Cartways number 11 machine to Praga chassis from Richmond Hills in a thing. And again, his main task today is not to follow in the race, is to really get that courage level up to make a move. Because you know what's the worst thing that can happen? If you go for a move into a corner, you'll outbrake yourself and you'll lose the position at the end. But it's having that courage to do it, that first thing. And then once you realise you can do it once, you can do it all the time.
It's that first jump into the deep end of the pool there, and then realising you can swim. And then after that, it's a ton of fun. You have cannonballs and half Nelsons and everything else. So we watch...
Until you belly flop and then you realise, not as much fun,
That's not as much fun. Belly flopping or that one's a little more painful. But just jumping in normally without flopping into the pool is usually fun. And that, to me, is how I describe kind of the feeling of, making a pass on a driver. Because when you pass, typically, outside of just drafting on the straightaway, you're having to take this leap of faith of breaking past what you expect the limit to be. You're out of your comfort zone. So it is, again, just that, kind of hold your breath moment for a moment. And then once you've done it once, okay, that's easy. I can do that again. But it's the unknown that is always a little bit scary, especially, again, we're talking 7 to 10-year-olds here.
Exactly.
I mean, we're talking elementary grade school drivers here from, first and second grade to maybe fourth grade. So impressive that they're able to do any of this at all. Remember, all 20 corners to get around this racetrack.
Staying with the diving analogies that we're using, if you do belly flop, as in karting, if you do go for the move and you spin or you have an incident, if you belly flop in diving, what happens? Yeah, it hurts for a bit, but then you rub it a little bit and it gets better and you go again. And that's the thing that happens. If you make a mistake, so what? It's okay. That's how you learn. And that is what it is. So we've got Julian Rivera, a 108.42. Antonio Pizzonia Jr., a 108.7. Then Piemonte third, Matcha fourth. Rivera is fifth. Dos Santos, Kishun, Deniz, and Lacroix. And again, times improving. There is, and again, talk again about Rivera, and he's got the yellow Team Ecuador race suit. He was never able to use that last year. 2 weeks before the Rotax Grand Finals, another event in Italy, he injured his arm and was ruled out through injury, and therefore hasn't got a chance to use it yet. But he's hoping that if he wins this championship, he gets another ticket and gets to try again.
That was a good lap by him as well on that fifth and final lap. One of the only drivers across the board so far to make a major improvement on their final circuit. Lap 5 for Julian Rivera, a 108.41, goes a couple hundredths better, adds onto the margin. Antonio Pizzonia Jr. unfortunately could not say the same. He goes at a 108.756. Sebastian Piemonte third, Maxwell Masha fourth, a safe spot to start for the driver that's declared that he will win today. And Dominic Vera fifth, Melville dos Santos ends in sixth, Aiden Kishun, Blaise Deniz, and Matisse Lacroix, your 9-driver microfield here.
So, I mean, this is the only class really today, micro, where the form guide is as it was yesterday, with Rivera and Pizzonia Jr. a little bit at the row, Piemonte sort of giving chase, then a slight gap back to Matcha, and then a bigger gap back to the rest of the field. Vera, again, can't speak high enough about our 2 7-year-olds here racing. When I was 7 years old, I was probably still learning how to tie my own shoelaces, although that's still a problem for me now at the age of 42. But again, it's incredible to believe that, on tomorrow morning, a lot of these drivers, they drive back, they fly back, they go to elementary school tomorrow, and yet what you've just seen out there driving 65 kilometres an hour, inches off the ground, nose to tail, it's such an incredible skill level. No other sport in the world globally televises sport for this age group. We talk about their kids. We treat them like adults. Again, they go back to their awnings. And again, it's not just a case, do you enjoy that? Yeah, it's a case of they've got data loggers on their steering wheel. They've got rev counters to look at. They've got racing lines. There's telemetry back in the race trucks. The drivers have to sit down, analyse what they've just done, talk about the setup, and then make setup adjustments on the carts. Not like, huge setup adjustments. I'm on about, a millimetre here, a millimetre there, inches in and out on setups. It's so finite. And we ask a lot of these drivers, we treat them like sportsmen and women. That's because they are. But then sometimes you do forget that they are just kids, which is why I love watching at the end of the racing yesterday. Yeah, the mechanics, the mums, the dads were a little bit angry and what have you. You know, Rusty Ferguson getting his ear bent off.
Oh, yeah, poor guy.
But the kids were out playing basketball, and they were out on in the park, running around the paddock having a laugh. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, I mean, we could all learn a good bit of sportsmanship from how a lot of the micro and mini drivers treat each other off the racetrack. There's maybe, a couple moments of frustration after the race, and then within 5 minutes, it's back to just, hey, you're my buddy. We both have a shared passion for racing, for karting, and, we're going and having fun off the circuit. That part is some of the coolest, bits of the karting community. And to see that here at the RMC Winter Trophy with World Finals tickets up for grabs for the champions and everything else, all the pressure that's typically added on to an event for many of these kids being an international event in their eyes, even though it's not at a 500.
Here we are. This is fun. This is DD2. Right. You're looking now. Sorry. So this is DD2. These are the fastest cars. Only 5 of them. You're looking at the drivers that finished first and second in DD2 yesterday. Gianluca Savaglio and Jonathan Marcuson. And talk about cat and mouse. Gianluca Savaglio does not want to tow Jonathan Marcuson around. Jonathan Marcuson does not want to tow Gianluca Savaglio around, and they're going to slow each other down. Jonathan, I've got to say, let's have a look. Matthew Taskinen is on course. Oh, they're going to stop. And I said, this is great. This is absolutely fantastic. I'm not leading. No, I'm not. I'm going to follow. So we're going to wait. Oh, Gianluca Savaglio. Oh, hang on now. I don't think we can do that, Gianluca. You can't just. That's a. Well, Gianluca, that's one way of getting a driver to not follow you.
I don't know about that one there.
Yeah, that is. There are cut-through roads here because obviously the rental kart business here and the different circuit layouts. But, I mean, he certainly didn't cut part of the circuit. He went and did part of the circuit again. Rusty Ferguson up top now will be frantically thumbing through the rule book saying you were allowed to do that. But there was yes, that is a case of Gianluca did not want to give Jonathan Marcuson an easy tow around this 20-turn circuit. And Jonathan Marcuson was saying, well, I'm not going in front of you, sunshine. And then Gianluca went, okay, I will do this. And Jonathan Marcuson went, Struth. And that was that. Over the bumps here. Now, these are DD2 carts, front brakes, 2-speed carts, Xander. They're using and abusing these curbs an awful lot more. Spoke to Matthew Taskinen yesterday. He retired from at the end of the final. The wiring loom sort of shredded itself.
Yep.
So,
That'll do it. It'll be one or two things when you typically see a driver stop, right? It's
short circuit.
Yeah, short circuit with a wire grounding out over, and no surprise, like you said, with drivers, how hard they're having to hit the curbs here to go fast. That they're, landing, and then that frame and tires compress, and all of a sudden, those wires are just getting scraped against the ground multiple times over. Looking
now at Manuel Ochoa, the Peruvian driver, 15 years old, only his second ever time in a DD2. He is in kart number 708. And he's one of 4 drivers. I don't think we've got 5 drivers out there. I think, yes, we do. Colin Livingston. So, Colin Livingston, 49 years old. He's 50 pounds over the weight limit. Hasn't driven a kart since September. But he's got a lot of fans watching back home. His lap times yesterday, he was saying, I'm trying to think of what he was doing. I think he was doing a 106 yesterday. He wants to get in the 105s today. That is his goal. But he ran all the laps yesterday. He finished 4th, the driver from Edmonton. Again, you spent some time with Colin and Matthew Taskinen on Thursday evening, which is part of the reason why Matthew was a bit under the weather on Friday.
Yeah, probably. And, it didn't help at the end of the day yesterday. Right as soon as we signed off the broadcast, we see the DD2 coming through the scale line. Colin Livingston looks up to us in the skybox, goes, is it cocktail time yet?
Yeah.
Happy hour. Happy hour started for Colin Livingston as soon as the checkered flag going. And that was cool to see he's in good spirits. Obviously, he's happy here that, he's got his main CRG driver in Matthew Taskinen with us as well. So he's got kind of a dog in the fight in the DD2 senior division. And then for himself, to just be having fun at a brand new racetrack in sunny South Florida.
Yeah, and Matthew has changed his race suit. He's in the CRG race suit yesterday. So at the end of the Rotax Grand Finals last year, Matthew swapped race suits with one of the DD2 drivers, Roger Young, from Chinese Taipei, the island of Taiwan, was rearing yesterday. And I think, quite wisely, with the eyes of the world on him, he's changed to his CRG race suit, representing CRG here, the Canadian, the 22-year-old Canadian from Edmonton, Alberta.
Well, he's got a good lap in so far here. His opening lap, or his second lap at a 102.48. It's about 0.3 off of Gianluca Savalio. Jonathan Marcuson, only one lap so far at a 102.95. He should be coming across the line here shortly, just up the road from Mr. Matthew Taskinen. So where does the Praga Australian go on his second lap around? I'm waiting to see him come on by. I think he may have pulled in after one. So Jonathan Marcuson, one lap and done. While Matthew Taskinen will try to improve for the pole, he will not do it that time as he was doing a cool-down lap, so he'll do a push lap now. Behind him, Colin Livington continuing to go, and Gianluca Savalio is, is that Manuel Ochoa? That's Manuel Ochoa still going. So Savalio and Matthew Taskinen, both of our quickest drivers, have pulled in after 1 and 2 laps. Just a quick lap in and done. Just kind of check the box that I'm part of the session and pull in Matthew Taskinen. He's going to go probably this lap and I think then pull in here, Henry.
Was that Coach K, University of Kentucky, who coined the phrase one and done for basketball? You know, you do your sophomore year in basketball and then you move up straight into the draft. You don't do your 4 years in college. One and done. But yeah, that was one and done for Jonathan Marcuson. 2 and done. Quite have the same ring to it.
Yeah, not exactly.
3 and in. Still, I'm going to work on that one.
We'll go back to the drawing board on those here. Taskinen obviously did not like that lap he was on, so he's going to pull in. That's one cool thing about the modern technology, right? A lot of the microns, you can channel the delta into the lap with the GPS. So you can see before your lap's finished, are you on track to go any bit faster or not? Coming across the line for Colin Livington, Manuel Ochoa, Ochoa, a 104.2, a 104.4, so he will probably pull in this time. If not, stay out a little longer. Here comes Livington in.
And look at that, Livington there, 105.798. He wanted to get in the 105s, so yes. I say Dr. Livington, I presume. No, that's who he's calling on Monday to sort his back out
probably
at the end of this one. But yes, I'm sorry if I was calling him Livingston. It was just the Sherlock Holmes analogy was too much for me to resist. So apologies, but Colin Livington there, a 105. So he's pleased with that. Now he's going to do it in the race as well. He was 50 pounds over the weight limit at the start of the weekend. He's going to be 41 pound over the weight limit at the end of it all. That's just what he's going to sweat out after 3 days.
Especially today, right? I mean, we're slated to get up to the lower 80 degrees Fahrenheit here today. I don't know what the translation is on to Celsius off of that, but it's going to be hot. It's going to be sunny and hot.
Plenty of Celsius. Plenty of Celsius. But the good news is, and again, Colin's family watching back home, don't worry that Colin will be rehydrating himself very quickly when racing is over at the end of the day.
Yes.
Don't worry about that, Colin's family. He'll keep himself lubricated after the racing is complete. So that concludes time qualifying, ladies and gentlemen, here at Piquet Race Entertainment Park. Gianluca Savalio, Matthew Taskinen, Jonathan Marcuson, Manuel Ochoa, Colin Livington, your starting lineup provisionally for DD2. We've now got the first 3 heat races to go before we take a break for lunch. So it will be junior, then senior, and then masters up. Slightly shorter heat race today. We are running 8-lap heat races, which I think is a far better solution for the drivers. The heat races, yes, 12-lap heat races. That was very, very long. It, obviously, with the slower lap times, took a long time, but also it took an awful lot out of the drivers and the karts. 8-lap heat races, the first of those 3 coming up here on Kart Chaser. But, Xander, how can people watch not just this event, but all the other events that Kart Chaser do during the course of the year? Please explain.
Yes, so as everyone can see right now, you're watching for free on YouTube and potentially on Facebook throughout this weekend for qualifying for both rounds of heat races. Main events are part of our KC Premium membership at $9.99 a month, and you join that by hitting the join button down below here on our YouTube channel. Okay. That gives you access to 30-plus main events. There's somewhere around there down below us around here. That is 30-plus main events that'll be live streamed here throughout the season between the SCUSA Winter Series, the Rock Winter Tour, the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy, the Rotax Max Challenge U.S. National Trophy coming later in the year in September at Newcastle Motorsports Park, Indiana. A number of different regional and other pro-national U.S. events going through the entire 12 months. So you get a lot of racing for that $10 a month. If you don't want to subscribe at the $10 a month for the finals, that's A-OK. You'll be able to watch the replays of the main events when they go live on Wednesday. However, if you want to watch them, how they turn out today, if you want to see how these heat races build up, how it all will finish in the afternoon, that's how you do it. You go down at the button down below to join here on the YouTube channel, become a KC Premium member, and again, it goes for 1 month. It doesn't even charge you for the first 30 days, so it's basically a free trial for the first time you do it.
Well, I mean, this is the finals today, and then the next weekend as well. That could be 3 finals, plus all the other events to do on. Now, if I got a little bit distracted during you explaining that was Colin Livington down the exit of pit lane, looking up in the skybox, saying 105. He's happy with that. But don't worry, Colin, I'd already told the world and your family watching back home that you had done that. But great to know. So thank you very much, Xander, for telling us about how to watch that. Please keep the comments coming in. Great to have the Kart Chaser audience on board for this, covering a Rotax for the very first time in Kart Chaser history, but it won't be the last time, I am sure. So you're watching the Rotax RMC Winter Trophy live on Kart Chaser. Merch is available. We've got an announcement to make.
Yeah, so with that, we'll take one quick break here on the air, and we'll make an announcement here live. So heat racing coming your way here with the adjusted time schedule. All 6 classes will run a heat race here before the lunch break. So stick with us, folks. Kart Chasers live coverage of the RMC Winter Trophy. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back here to Piquet Race Park and Entertainment Complex in Loxahatchee, Florida. My name is Xander Clements. Alongside me, Henry Baudet, the voice of Rotex Karting, here in sunny South Florida and live around the world as well. We've got our starting lineup set and sorted here for Junior Max as the first of 2 heat races get set to get underway. Gennaro Trappa picked up right where he left off yesterday. He was the quickest in qualifying. The gap a little bit closer, a little under 0.2 of a second, back to Federico Lemieux. Salvador de la Vecchia, great drive forward yesterday to get up into the top 3 from a little bit further back. He lines up 3rd here today after qualifying about 0.4 off the pole, 0.2 off of Lemieux. Francisco Paredes, P4 in qualifying, improves a little bit from yesterday, so he's got some good momentum here going into today. He will join De La Vecchia on row number 2. Eric Cuesto, Nathan Dupuy on row 3. Victor de Alencar and Javier Chaparro, the kid who had the wild 360 ride and keep your foot in it run yesterday, rolls off 8th. Chase Lee, Oliver Marak, Josh Saker Prasad, and Tiziano Antola Nieto in 12th. We come around the final turn, first race of the day here, Henry.
8 laps of Junior Rotax Racing. Kart through the tram line. Lights are out, and we are not off at race. You can see the marshal there, very well positioned. It's a false start. Gennaro Trappa just a little bit too keen to get underway, I think, and you can see that.
The outside lane kind of disintegrated there as well. So not only did Gennaro Trappa try to get a jump on it a little bit earlier than where our head flagman, Greg Campos, liked it. He wanted to, the outside lane was all out of sorts. You can see across the line here that from 4th on back they had broken formation way early before the acceleration cone. Again, the big emphasis on these starts here for the RTX crew and Rusty Ferguson leading the on-track officiating team. They want these kids in those tram lanes as long as possible to try and mitigate any 3-wide, 4-wide action before the first corner, and also to keep the speed slower, because the slower we can get them into that hairpin, the less they're on the brakes, the less they run over each other.
Now, we have not started racing the drivers. This is a bit of a miscommunication with the drivers.
Oh, so, yes. Gennaro Trappa probably did not realize they were not green.
Well, so in karting, the traditional flag to signal the start, a false start, is a green and yellow chevron flag, which we don't have here. The start line marshal, quite correctly, was very visible, and he was waving the yellow flags. I think some of the other marshals there less enthusiastic waved yellows. Now the drivers have been given the signal to slow down. So they were actually, so now they've been given the thing. I think we might have to stop the race to get the drivers back into their position.
Yeah, I think they may be expecting a single file restart.
Yes, which they're not going to get. We'll have a little look. You know, we don't want to second guess what the officials are going to do. But now.
There we go. All right, they got the message here this time. Gennaro Trappa was going green there. The rest of them were kind of monkey see, monkey do. But ultimately they were like, nope, okay, all right, we got it this time around. Second time's a charm. We understand. We were not yet racing, not supposed to go green now. Kudos to Gennaro Trappa. Sometimes when you have the micros and the minis and they get that waved off start, they take a long time to get around the racetrack, because they think, oh, we were going too fast when we were pacing, so let's pace the whole racetrack. And this is a 65 to 69 second lap at full speed, so it would be a 3-minute pace lap. Gennaro Trappa doing a very good job of saying, okay, all right, I will group the field together, but I'll take it at least at a moderate pace until we get to the final few corners so we don't waste everybody's time here today.
Exactly. And so they'll now form in 6 rows, 6 rows of 2. 12 drivers in total. Trappa, Della Vecchia, row 1. Cuesto and Lemieux, row 2. De Alencar, Paredes, row 3. Dupuy and Chaparro, row 4. Marak and Lee, row 5. Saker Prasad and Ariola Nieto, row number 6. Into the tram lanes one more time for the second time of asking. Junior Rotax is go. No, it's
no green that time either. Wow, surprise. I thought we were a little better, but I think they were more frustrated that Gennaro Trappa, it didn't look like he kind of kept a constant pace.
And that's much, you see the flag man there giving the drivers absolutely things. So we now need to look at the next, every one of the marshals now using those yellow flags to slow the drivers down. So and this is typical what happens, ladies and gentlemen. The organisers, they rejig the timetable to make the timetable work better for everybody, so we get an earlier finish. And then the drivers decide to undo that good work by not starting. Now, yesterday we had a one brief game of Shut Up and Listen. I wonder if we're going to get a bonus round of Shut Up and Listen, the very first heat race of the day, because it is the responsibility of Gennaro Trapper and Frederic Lemieux to...
you know what I think it is, Henry? I think these drivers just don't want to go home. I think they want to keep staying here at this beautiful Piquet Race Park and Entertainment Complex all day long.
Sun shining. Who wants to go to school Monday?
Yeah, so the longer that we pace here, I mean, it's not racing yet. Eventually they will race, but they extend the day a little bit, and they get to play in the go-karts a little bit longer. But
why not? Why not? Exactly. You could be honest with me there, Xander, but I think we're going to have one more attempt before Rusty Ferguson has a word, I think. But I mean, again, this is now... your experienced drivers. These drivers, they know what they should be doing. Some of these drivers have raced in the grand finals. They race international events. You know, apart from young Mr. Antonio Nieto, who's in his very first international race, the rest of this grid, pretty much they know how to do this. Third time of asking. Third time lucky. Third time could be a charm, Xander. Here we go into turn 20. Trapper and Della Vecchia bring them to the line. Keep our fingers and toes crossed for a clean start this time round, Xander.
Let's see it here. Attempt number 3. Gennaro Trapper on the inside. Federico Lemieux on the outside. De La Vecchia. Paredes, row 2. This one looks much better. It should be good. It is good. We're racing for heat number 1 down to turns 1 and 2. And we're clean to the first corner. Little bit of jostling there into the airpin. Can they all make it through? One goes around in front of the field. That is going to be the 240...
204, is that Chase Lee? That's Victor de Alencar in cart number 214. Just checking that there, but they've
it's a 216 indeed. That was Chase Lee who went around there. So Chase Lee goes for a spin. And meanwhile, Gennaro Trapper has fallen all the way back to third with a great start for Salvador De La Vecchia.
Well, I think Trapper I said to him this morning, I said, Gennaro, can you do me a favour? Can you just make it a little bit more interesting? Yesterday he was dominant. He went, yeah, okay, no problems, knowing that I was joking, but maybe he took me a little bit too seriously. He's down to third place. Great start for De La Vecchia and for Eric Cuesto as well. Leading the way, or is that it's not. It's
no,
not.
That is indeed Cuesto. Yeah, you're right. Cuesto in second right there in the 215 is right ahead in second. Gennaro Trapper is third. De Alencar is fourth. So we'll put one lap in the books here. Salvador De La Vecchia will lead lap number 1 here in Junior Max across the line. Second will be Eric Cuesto. Third will be Gennaro Trapper as they head down to turn number 1. Trapper yet to go on by, so 1 lap complete, 7 laps to go. Into turn number 3, no passing yet there. So Gennaro Trapper taking his time. He's got to be careful how long he waits because Salvador De La Vecchia is already up to a second lead. So if Gennaro Trapper has the qualifying pace that he showed earlier this morning, he's going to need to make quick work of Eric Cuesto, or Salvador De La Vecchia will be long gone here in this opening heat race.
And Salvador De La Vecchia was getting faster and faster as yesterday's final progressed. He was probably the fastest driver on the circuit at the end of yesterday's race. And there's a move from Trapper. Oh, we haven't seen a move there. Into turn number 14. Brave move. Clean as a whistle, though, from Gennaro Trapper. Up into P2. Now we'll have a little look. So it was 9/10 of a second, the gap to Salvador De La Vecchia at the end of lap number 2. Now we're on lap number 3, and I think that, De La Vecchia's lead was higher than, was bigger than a second initially. Now Trapper goes off. This is going to be a good practice run now for Trapper. Can he close in on Salvador De La Vecchia?
Oh, whoa, just got an update here. They counted those laps that they aborted the starts on, so we are already at halfway, Henry.
Oh, wow, okay. Now, do the drivers know this? Well, they do now because there is the
cross flag signal given. So time is of the essence now for Gennaro Trapper. It's a 1.7 second lead in all those aborted starts counted against the drivers. They cost themselves valuable racing laps at full speed. So with Gennaro Trapper clear for second here, and it looks like Victor de Alencar was unable to get around Eric Cuesto in time. He's been passed by Francisco Paredes for the 4th position. So Paredes is up a spot higher. And again, time of the essence. This time by, it'll be just 3 laps to go for the field as they exit turn 15.
This lap is going to be very significant for Gennaro Trapper. We'll watch his lap time. So he was the gap between De La Vecchia and Trapper was 1.7 seconds at the end of lap number 4. We're on well, the end of lap number 4. We're on lap number 5 now, and you can see Trapper pulling away. This is a good battle of a 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th position between Questo, the Alencar, Paredes, and Lemieux. Then it's Dupuis 7th, Marak 8th, Sankabasan 9th. Ariola is 10th, Chaparro and Lee 11th and 12th. All 12 drivers still running.
Ooh.
And there's Francisco Paredes just giving a little bit of a love tap. Just letting Eric Questo know that he's there. And Eric Questo says, I reject your advances.
So let's see, does Francisco Paredes try that move that Gennaro Trappa did going into turn 14? Does he go into 15 here? He should be close enough to maybe try a move in just a moment while the top two continue to scoot away. Eric Questo is under heavy fire and heavy pressure. It's a 4-driver pack here for 3rd on back. However, nobody is close enough in the Piquet teardrop this time by. It'll be the double stick signal. 2 laps to go at the line. And last time, Gennaro Trappa only picked up 1/10 of a second on the race leader, Salvador de la Vecchia. So the top two not closing together. This is the closest fight for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and even 7th as Nathan Dupuis has started to close in as well. The Canadian making some strides there. It's a 5-car grouping headed through turn 20. 2 laps to go here in Heat 1 for Junior Max.
And Dupuis is in a really good position because you know that Questo is going to defend soon, because every move that Paredes makes, Questo is going to try and rebuff as they go through turn number 3 now. So Dupuis is in a prime opportunity to catch this group, even though we're in the final 2 laps now of this race. Up at the front, and Salvador de la Vecchia still leads by 1.5 seconds. So Gennaro Trappa is catching de la Vecchia, but not as quickly as I or you thought, really, I have to say, Sander. So Salvador de la Vecchia, the Venezuelan driver, last year's Minimax champion, up in the juniors now, looking good here earlier on. Don't forget, championship points available in every heat race as well. So, title, Trappa, perfect score yesterday. Here comes a move from Paredes up the inside. Questo can't get across the defend going into turn number 17. Paredes up into P3. And De La Vecchia looking to try and get a couple of championship points back to peg Trappa back in the overall title chase.
Here we go down the front straightaway. Victor de Alencar also giving a push there. I think Eric Questo, we talked about gear ratios a lot yesterday, probably not a lot of top speed for Questo, and that's trying to put everyone on his rear bumper here as he's struggling for horsepower with the final lap underway. Here comes a pass for 6th attempt. Not enough. Dupuis tried to go to the inside of Frederic Lemieux, who was our 2nd place starter. Lemieux has fallen all the way back to 6th up front. No change, though. De La Vecchia continues to lead over Trappa. This battle for 3rd will go down to the wire. I think Francisco Paredes should be safe, but a good run here through 14 puts De Alencar a little bit closer again. Or Eric Questo as well through the teardrop. No change. Final time through 17 and 18. Salvador de la Vecchia has done a great job leading, getting away early, and the early jump is going to pay off as the field comes through turn number 20. Up front, de la Vecchia will win a shortened Heat number 1 in Junior Max.
Trappa finishing 2nd, and it's going to be Paredes on the line in 3rd. Questo right behind him, finishing in 4th place with the Alencar 5th. Lemieux is 6th. Nathan Dupuis 7th. I've got to say, I think Nathan made the wrong decision. He went for a move going into turn number 4 at the start of that last lap, and of course it didn't move. He had to back out of the gas right as the rest of the field were accelerating through the flip-flop section. I think if Dupuis had waited a little bit longer, he may have had a better shot at it. But there is your Heat 1 winner in Junior Rotax 209. Puerto La Cruz's San Antonio Racing's LN chassis mounted Venezuelan Salvador de la Vecchia. Only 4th yesterday, but a win today. And we have our first Junior Rotax race winner whose name isn't Gennaro Trappa.
And what a turnaround, right? We talked about it yesterday. Salvador de la Vecchia was the first driver to have any kind of an incident here at Piquet Race Park. Went through the fencing at turn number 20 with a heavy crash. They since, of course, adjusted a lot of extra safer barriers, foam pillows, soft tire barriers as well. The track has made, safety improvements overnight. Literally during the day, overnight. You can see the crew here. If anyone hung around late throughout the nights at Piquet Race Park, you could see that the Piquet Race Park team, like you said, sleep has been canceled. It's been long canceled for these guys. They've been working late nights, early mornings, through the day as well to try and make this track more and more race ready here for the RMC Winter Trophy. And Salvador Della Vecchia turns around with a borrowed suit from Gennaro Trappa.
Yes,
right? Is that correct?
No, he borrowed a suit. He borrowed a suit from Chaparro. But now he's got a new suit as well. He's got a brand new suit. But yeah, to get back out there after taking a trip to the hospital, Javier Felipe Chaparro was very kind to lend him a spare suit, and now I think that he's got one himself. But again, good sportsmanship. What also I like there is that the short heat races yesterday, mechanical attrition was huge. Today, that first race, 12 drivers started, 12 drivers finished. So that's good as well. So the teams are learning all along. Again, we only had the 6 race laps because, again, we had those 2 sort of...
Not even 5. We had 3 laps that were aborted all the way through the start. So a 5-lap heat race. And you compare that to yesterday, they did 12.
And that sends a message now to everybody else. So race director Rusty Ferguson will be saying, okay, there's the message. You can't get these races started the first time of asking. I'm going to take your race laps on you because we will run the timetable. We're not going to race until God knows what time tonight because people do have flights to catch. You know, these kids have to go to school tomorrow. We're going to run the timetable. If you can't, I mean, obviously, with it be red flags, delays, that is, by the by. But for the drivers all know how to start these races correctly first time around. They did it yesterday. They could do it today. At they don't, then it's their race time that they are costing themselves. That is the message that has gone out straight away early doors.
Well, with that, it at least gives us time, since we're on time schedule, to shoot it over to the grid. And we'll send our up above camera here with Aaron to take a look at the starting lineup for Senior Max here. Down on the grid, we've got a healthy grid of Senior Max drivers. And, let's take you through the starting lineup from the back to the front to give everybody a little bit of love from qualifying. Rolling off in 21st, Matthew Veriquet. They're on the inside of the final row. Actually, he'll be lined up on the outside there, all the way pushed back as the drivers are lined up. Veriquet will line up. Or no, is that one more as well?
Yeah, Mauricio Olaya, who didn't race yesterday, didn't put a lap in qualifying, but there is Mauricio Olaya. He'll be starting shotgun on the field.
So a long way to go forward here on the outside of row number 11 to the inside. There is the 327 of Matthew Veriquet, who's been making some strides throughout this weekend, one of his first Rotax Max Challenge events. To the outside then of row number 10 will be the 307 of Santiago Ego Aguirre. To the inside there, Tim Horrell, the number 331, the paraplegic driver with the hand control cart, qualifying 19th overall. Then you go up to row number 9. It's Miguel Parra and Sofia Marac, we've got one driver just ahead of them. That is going to be Chris Marino, was slated to start off 15th. And the Kartworks machine, there's Justin White trying to help him out, get that Rotax Max Senior Max engine powered up. You can see the grid comes together. That's always one of the coolest things to me about karting, is that no matter what team affiliation it is, when one driver can't get off the grid, every mechanic flurries over to that driver, whoever can't get fired. They don't want to beat anyone off the racetrack. They want to win with everyone on the circuit. That's so cool.
Exactly. And I have to say, it doesn't happen in every single form of karting, but certainly in the Rotax family, that is what it is. And Justin White, a 3-time member of Team USA in the Grand Finals. Chris Marino will get this start. He will. So we've got 24 drivers. So we are missing, sadly, Mr. Augusto Soto Sharipa. The Lenzo kart is not out there. Is that the yes? How is the rib? So I can see that Augusto is wearing some. The rib is still there, maybe in 2 pieces, not 1 piece, and probably has developed a severe allergy to the curbs here at Piquet Race Park. So we've got 24 drivers, but good to see that Augusto is here watching, if not out there driving. But question now is, Xander, Gianluca Zavalio there on the right-hand side of your screen. Can he stay ahead of that man just weaving his tyres, the Alessandros Racing CRG driver of Noel Leon, who dominated yesterday? We're going to find out very shortly. Xander Clements.
Let's take them into the tram lines here. Savalio to the inside, Leon to the outside. Timothy Pernot out of the slow group in qualifying, went 3rd overall. Very impressive for the PSL Karting Bureau Art. He's joined by his teammate, Dudu Barrichello, to make up row 2. Wes Duchek rounds the top 5 out of Isaac Canto, Aiden Fox, Fifo Barrichello, Ethan Thorne, Camilo Trappa, and the rest of the Rotax Senior Max field is underway down to turn 1. We've got the full 8 laps on the distance, and we're going to get them at full song as they head to the first hairpin. Can everybody survive? We saw Chase Lee spin in the Junior Max Heat. Everyone makes it through turn 2 to turn number 3. We all will as well. So a clean start in Senior Max. And up front, Gianluca Zavalio holds the lead for the moment. Noel Leon all over the rear bumper as they head up the hill to turn number 10.
Clinging to the rear bumper of that race leader like a barnacle on a cruise liner. Out of turns 11 and 12, Zavalio is going to have to rebuff the attempts. 2 dozen.
Oh, big crash here at the back of the field. That is going to involve a number. I believe Veriquet involved, potentially Tim Horrell as well. That was around 18th or 19th. However, up front,
it's Manuel Gonzalez out of his car, but Manuel Gonzalez is up and out of his car.
And look at this, challenge for the lead. Leon, sorry, didn't interrupt there, Henry, but Noel Leon almost got a nose down the inside, and now he signals the top of the helmet right there back to Dudu Barrichello. He says, all right, follow me. I'm going to get around this kid one way or another. Gianluca Zavalio under heavy pressure. Turn 2, dive bomb inside. Noel Leon to the lead. Here comes Barrichello. They're door-to-door to turn 3.
And again, Gianluca Zavalio had to defend there because he knew he was under pressure. Here comes Dudu Barrichello at the inside of the turn number 4, and he makes it Noel Leon runs wide down to P4. So it's game on at the front here in Senior Rotax. Now they're coming up to the yellow flag area where there are carts off the side of the circuit. You see single file racing through there. It's Barrichello leading Zavalio, leading Leon. No, that is in third position. Is that Timothy Pinot in third position? Yes, it is Pinot. And here comes Zavalio on Eduardo Barrichello. Barrichello slows them up through the teardrop. Will Zavalio look to the inside? No. Noel Leon in 4th position, and then that's Wes Duchak in 5th, but this is going to be a real freight train. Very quickly, if anything changes, please jump in. I want to say well done to Matthew Verroque, who was up and out of his cart and running over to Manuel Gonzalez to make sure Manuel was okay, and he was. That very, very sporty behaviour as we go through to the start of another lap, Xander.
Yes, Aiden Fox was able to get around Wes Duchak, who got hung on the outside in turn 18. Duchak's going to go to the outside again. He'll lose 2 more spots here. Here comes FIFO Barrichello, and they're all going to shuffle wide as it looks like Pernod got through, as well as Barrichello with a big lead. Zavalio to 3rd. Fox gets around Leon. It is all changing every corner here in Senior Max, and it is still Dudu Barrichello leading. It's a PSL Karting Bureau Art 1-2 as they exit turn 11.
Looks like Isaac Canto there up into 7th place, or it is Isaac Canto is next in line, that green and white Tony Kart livery machine just behind yesterday's winner Noel Leon. Then the fast rising Fernando Barrichello, 2, 4, 6, make that 8. No, where's Duchak and Fernando Barrichello side by side, and here comes Trapper. That would be Camilo Trapper in the green race suit making a move. This is great stuff, Isaac. And now Barrichello beginning to stretch them out, so he backed them up for a lap or 2. We're on lap
2 here, working it around. Sorry, let me update our timing monitor here internally. But my goodness, what a battle at the front of the field in Senior Max. 2 down, 6 to go. Zavalio starting to work forward. Big battle here in the back of the grid. That is top 10 fighting all the way through. Jorge Ortiz down the inside, 3 wide, picks 2 for 1 in turn number 2. And they will continue to fight with Camilo Trappa and more. Chris Verino, who struggled to get off the grid to get fired up. He's made up a couple spots as well.
Luciano Navarro was in the white cart there, trying to go 3 wide there, but here's the race leaders once again. Pinot in 2nd position, under pressure from his countryman, Zavalio. Barrichello leading, and now the leaders are beginning to stretch out, so Barrichello backed them up, and that was the deliberate thing. He backed them up, and they all tripping over to the Zavalio of the inside of Pinot for 2nd. Put that number 3, 1, 6 cart of Gianluca Zavalio into P2. Now we've got Noel Leon in 4th position. He's repassed Aiden Fox. Leon has a little nibble at the inside of Pinot. Can Noel Leon start picking up the 2 Canadians in front of him, then set off after his former teammate in Formula Regional, Eduardo Barrichello. Here we see will Leon make the move into turn number 2? Not this time, but he's got Fox right behind him. And will Fox make the move into turn number 3? No. And then it's Canto, Fernando Barrichello, Duchak, Ethan Thorne, and Jorge Ortiz rounding out the top 10.
What a shake-up here on the opening couple circuits. Now it is where we start to really see who's got the muscle to flex. With a little bit of a spread through the field, this is where the lap times and the raw pace starts to come out. The opening couple laps there with Wes Duchek being the biggest loser, falling to the end of the top 10. That was cold tires and just straight up battling. Now we're getting a real look at who has speed and who does not. I think Noel Leon is starting to finally find his groove after also, again, losing out on the opening couple circuits. He's closing in on Timothy Pernod. Pernod losing ground to Savalio. As they'll exit turn 18, I think Noel Leon may be looking for the move in a moment for third, as we got to put 3 laps down, 5 laps to go as they cross the line out of turn 20. And it is Pernod getting a big run down the front stretch, but here comes Leon to the inside for third, and it's going to be contact, and they're together into the wall. Pernod and Leon out.
Timothy Pernod's going to be so careful. This kart's coming past at full racing speed. He's stationary just off the racing line. Oh my word. That was good. You can see the yellow flag waving. That was good reactionary driving there. All those drivers, that was all instant reactions. That could have been major. Obviously the accident itself there, just 2 karts going to one place. Oh, and there's some more battling going on. The driver with the black crash helmet, they're running a little bit wide. Is that Marino? So Leon, Noel Leon is down. He's behind that Kart Republic machine there. Further down that in the pack, that is behind Gonzalo Molina. We're watching Molina there. Now Noel Leon, that Noel Leon looks like the kart is undamaged. Then we've got the Nash Motorsports machine by the looks of it. Trying to see who that is. That's Santiago Igor Aguirre. And Aguirre at the inside of Molina. And that is for the back of the pack. Timothy Pernod with a very badly damaged NASA panel as the 2 laps to go symbol goes up. 2 laps to go. There is Pernod, and Timothy Pernod will cross the line in, well, he'll cross the 18th position of the 22 drivers.
Look at this, FIFO Barrichello, when he'll make a move there. That's going to be for the 4th spot on Isaac Canto. So FIFO Barrichello has worked his way forward. Big brother leading the way over Gianluca Savalio. Savalio that time by lost about 2/10. So this is a closer fight. Duchek, we mentioned he was the bigger loser early on. He's kept his nose clean. Moved Duchek up to the 5th spot as Canto runs way wide out of the Piquet teardrop. Nearly gets into the outside tire wall, and that'll spread them out there for 4th, 5th, and 6th. So FIFO Barrichello 4th, Duchek 5th, and Canto in 6th, and closing in on that Nash Motorsports EOS card is Ethan Thorne as across the line, white flag waving in this chaotic opening heat race for Senior Max. Dudu Barrichello has a 1.2 second lead back to Gianluca Savalio and growing another 10th and a half added that time behind him. Aiden Fox, we haven't talked about Aiden Fox too much here today. He's in 3rd and hunting down Gianluca Savalio. That time by Aiden Fox, fastest driver on the circuit at a 103.142.
And what we have, Aiden Fox, apart from the retirement at the very end of yesterday's final, Fox has been doing a very, very solid workman-like job of just, hanging around the leaders, whoever they are, in and around the top 5. At 3rd position now for Aiden, but with Noel Leon all the way down. This is big news for championship because, of course, perfect score yesterday, but Barrichello was able to stay, and Savalio, they are all able to stay in the top 3 or 4 all day. Noel Leon all the way back, can't even see where he is. He's out of the top 12, and this is going to be a big bonus for the reigning and defending Senior Rotax Winter Trophy champion. Eduardo Barrichello takes the checkered flag by 1.1 seconds over Gianluca Savalio. Aiden Fox third, Fernando Barrichello gaining lots of places there to finish 4th. Duchek 5th, Canto in 6th, Ethan Thorne 7th, Jorge Ortiz, last year's junior Rotax Winter Trophy champion in 8th position. Camilo Trapper is 9th. Chris Farino, wow, after almost failing to get off the start, Chris Farino is rewarded with a 10th position. Noel Leon 11th, then Brian Garcia, Luciano Navarro, Sofia Marac in 14th, then Santiago Igor Aguirre, Miguel Paraguete in 16th, Tim Horrell is 17th, Gonzalo Molina is 18th, Mauricio Olaya finishes in 19th position, and we lost Timothy Pernod right there at the end. Manuel Gonzalez and Matthew Baroque also failing to finish. Didn't see Manuel Ochoa out in that race, and I'm not sure did we see Augustine Trapper either? No, Augustine Trapper didn't go out either, so we had 24 drivers set to start. 22 eventually started. 19 made it to the end. Hopefully Matthew Baroque and Manuel Gonzalez were both being okay. But, well,
that was wild.
Form guide thrown out of the window.
So talk about a big shakeup now again. With these heat races, they are static grids, so everyone will start where they qualified for heat number 2, just like they did here in heat number 1. Dudu Barrichello from the second row of the grid drives forward, gets himself maximum points in heat 1. He'll have to start from third again. Noel Leon will get a rebirth. Again, 11th here for his points in heat 1. Good recovery if the results stand. Again, we don't know if any official intervention could come from that racing incident there between himself and Timothy Pernod. Pernod rebounded at actually pulled in a DNF in 20th. So terrible heat race for Timothy Pernod, who had such a great qualifying effort from the slow group to go to third.
And of course, if there is such a thing as a disadvantage to having such a good Saturday, it was this, and it was shown very well then. So Noel Leon, all day yesterday, didn't have to battle side by side because he was in clean air. You talk about, I mean, it's not NASCAR style dirty air, but even in karting, okay, the karts do handle differently, especially on a tight track when they're around other things. The airflow over, I mean, you look at the NASA panels, these karts now, the NASA panels are being designed with air going underneath them, aerodynamics, and that therefore affects the karts handling more, whether they're out in front or in traffic. Noel Leon, for the very first time this weekend, finds himself in traffic, right in the thick of the hustle and the bustle of the main pack, and ends up getting involved in an incident and falling down to 11th position. So he's got a lot of learning to do as well. That kart, it behaves differently when it's got other karts directly in front of it and around it.
And, again, you not only talk about the air, right? There is a little bit of dirty air. There is that kind of aero wash and a bit of understeer when they follow another driver behind, which is the first time he's had to experience that. The secondary point is, again, Noel Leon yesterday probably was going on a lower tire pressure setting than a lot of other drivers because he knew that he could get away from the pole early, and then he could let that kart kind of not be the greatest in the first half of the race. That if he's had that set up here, which it looked like a little bit, where that kart never really came in till the very end, it hurt him because he was not ready. And he got taken advantage of by being slow in the beginning, whereas yesterday he'd get a gap. It didn't matter if he was super slow in the beginning. He would build the gap at the end. So these shorter heat races, a lot more action packed in. And again, we saw the Sharks just seeing blood in the water, as I like to call it. When one driver gets past, everyone all of a sudden thinks that driver is the slowest driver on the racetrack, and everybody tries to pass him.
Because yesterday, all the other drivers think, okay, if Noel Leon gets away at the front, that's it. We're not going to see him again. So we got to get him to start. It's the first couple of corners are critical. You drag Noel Leon into a battle because you saw Savalio take the lead, but then at the end of lap number 1, Savalio was defending already, and sometimes that's going to really upset drivers. What are you doing defending on the opening lap or the second lap of a race? Well, Savalio goes, the guy behind me was quicker than everybody by a long way yesterday, so the only chance I've got is to defend, draw Noel Leon into a battle with multiple karts, and that will make I try and escape, and that's exactly what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. So crazy stuff in Senior Max Heat 1. The action rolls on now. Master Max going on to the racetrack. Rubens Barrichello's got to be pretty happy watching his sons in that one. FIFA Barrichello, a great run. Dudu Barrichello, a heat race win. And now it's up to Dad to see if he can continue his winning ways here in Master Max as he goes head-to-head with Antonio Pizzonia Sr. for the second day in a row. Let's take you to the starting lineup here in this one from qualifying for Master Max as they get set for heat number 1. Your Master Max qualifying grid. Pizzonia was able to nip Barrichello. Again, talking about a change of events here from day 1 to day 2. He gets Rubens by only 29 thousandths of a second in qualifying, and the Zanella Racing Tony Kart driver will start on the inside of the front row for the very first time here this weekend, whereas Rubens Barrichello on the back foot will now have to go on the offensive to work his way to the lead as he rides up on the outside of row number 1 here, Henry.
Just do a quick head count. We seem to have the GP Racing Collective out on track. I think we may even have all of them, or nearly all of them. The 607, 603 are definitely out there, which is David Le Provost and Victor Kuzmichov. Couldn't quite see if we got all of them, but there is Pizzonia. We've got Pizzonia, Barrichello, Carey, Mardan, the top 4. Then Lawyer, Watson, Rodriguez, Espejo, Barber, Iglesias, Ramirez, and then the 5 drivers, hopefully all 5 drivers who didn't qualify, the 2 Fluellings, the 2 Le Provosts, and the 1 Kuzmichov. Not sure we've got all 16. We certainly have a load. So here we go. 8 laps. Masters Max into the tram lines. I think we have 13 drivers in total. Antonio Pizzoglia brings them to the line. We are off and racing into turn number 1. Barrichello looks to the inside. It's a very good start from Vince Carey. Is that into P2? So Vince Carey slots into second position. Pizzoglia is getting away now. Rubens Barrichello is going to have to make short work of New York's Vince Carey because Pizzoglia is going to be streaking away at the front. But at the moment, I have to say that Vince Carey doing a great job of just not over-defending, just driving his race. It's up to Rubens Barrichello to find his way through, but it's Vince Carey running P2 at the moment. Barrichello in third. Laurențiu Mardan from Romania, now based in Chicago on the Techno chassis. The Techno Kart imported for the United States. He is there in fourth position. Fifth is Mundi Loya. Behind the rest of the field, looking back there, we definitely have David Lee Provost on the field. I think we have Logan Flewelling, both Flewelling, so we have 15 karts in total. Now, at the end of lap number 1, it's going to be Pizzoglia leading by a huge chunk. What can Rubens Barrichello do about Vince Carey? The answer is he can overtake him going into turn number 1. And Laurențiu Mardan trying to capitalise as well. Mardan, at the inside, Vince Carey. Vince Carey spins backwards and the engine has died. Now he gets going again. Mardan was sticking his nose where Vince Carey didn't want it to be, and he takes advantage. The showman, Harold Watson, now moves into P4. So it is Pizzoglia, Barrichello, Mardan, the top 3. Watson in 4th. Loya runs in 5th. Mundi Loya with the rest of the top 6. It's Rodriguez, Diego Rodriguez, up into P6 in the number 613 karts for the Alessandros Racing Team. But already you can see now Rubens Barrichello streaking away from this battle you're watching on your screen. This is 3rd, 4th and 5th. That's Mardan now. We'll check the gap next time around. At the end of lap number 1, Antonio Pizzoglia led by 1.5 seconds. Vince Carey will come around right at the back of the field. I'm not quite sure if there was contact or if it was just a mistake from Carey going into turn number 2. Pizzoglia completes lap number 2. Rubens Barrichello behind him, a 1:04.4, so Pizzoglia's lead grows to 2 seconds. This is the best battle on circuit. It's the battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th. Mardan on the number 616 Techno Kart chassis over those curbs. Harold Watson, the Peruvian driver, in kart 602 for the SLA karting team on the Red Speed chassis. Following Mardan, looking to pick up a 3rd place finish in this heat at least. Mundi Loya with the red crash helmet, white race suit, and the green and white Tony Kart livery machine is just off. They think, Harold Watson overcooks it into the teardrop, and that's cost him a couple of kart lengths. They're all trying to chase down Rubens Barrichello, who in turn is trying to chase race leader Antonio Pizzoglia. Pizzoglia, don't forget, the reigning and defending Rotax Winter Trophy Max Masters champion. He beat Rubens Barrichello to that honour last year. 3rd in Masters in the championship last year was Laurențiu Mardan. 4th in the championship was Mundi Loya. 5th in the championship was Harold Watson. And 6th was Vince Carey. So every single one of the top 6 drivers in last year's Max Masters championship are back this year, looking to rejoin, cross swords once again. Now we look back further in the pack. This is one of the Alessandros racing karts, number 615. That is Lucas Iglesias chasing his teammate, I believe, number 613. That is Rodriguez. Rodriguez runs wide and offline. The couple of drivers further back. There's 3 wide into the turn number 13 area. One of the Flewellings or the Provosts involved in that as well. A little bit of door handling there going on. I think that might be Lucas Iglesias side by side into turn number 16 rather. That's not going to work. And all action back in the pack between Dioniso Espejo we're looking at as well. It was Espejo, Ramirez, David Iparos, Logan Flewelling, Vince Carey down in 13. So watch the driver with the white crash helmet. Vince Carey trying to make his way up through the chasing pack again. Where is Vince Carey? Vince Carey, I mean, look at the inside there on The driver in front of him. Now Vince makes the move. So we've got 15 drivers out there. So nearly the whole complement of Max Masters drivers made it out for this race, which is good to see. All chasing Antonio Pizzonia. Good spot. Now there's Vince Carey. Just looking to the inside, the white crash helmet, last but one car. Here's the battle now for third position. Harold Watson, after that mistake at this corner a couple of laps ago, has caught Laurentiu Mardan. Once again, Mardan checks over his shoulder. Watson, eyes focused squarely on the rear bumper of that Techno chassis into turn number 17. Now around the 18th turn of this 20-corner racetrack. Flat out over the bumps into turn 20. You can see there, right as the drivers are turning in over two vicious bumps, but they are trailing Barrichello by some margin, and Barrichello likewise is trailing. There's Pizzonia just flashing the bottom part of your screen. Rubens Barrichello was 2 seconds behind the race leader. The gap has come down by a couple of tenths, but I think Rubens is thinking, okay, I'm going to give best to Antonio in this one. But there is Watson taking a tighter line into turn number 9, but can't do anything about it. Mardan solid through turn number 10. Now there's 11. Over the curb goes Watson through 12. Now the double left at 13 and 14. We then turn right at turn number 15, the teardrop corner. Out of 15, Watson gets a good exit, but he's not going to be closer to make a move into this corner. Turn number 16, up the straight towards 17. Once again, Watson good on the brakes, but not closer to make a move. Tight entrance to 18 from Harold Watson. Now he's in Mardan's wheel tracks. Now this is where Harold Watson will be looking for a run down into turn number 2. He's not going to make a move into turn number 1, but he might make a move into this next corner, the hairpin left at turn 2, but he's not quite close enough, as we've got now 2 laps remaining. This great scrap for third going on through turn number 4 now. Can Peru's Harold Watson do anything about the Romanian-born, Chicago-domiciled Laurentiu Mardan, the Techno Kart importer? Said yesterday on the live stream, Techno are the only manufacturer, the only company to build everything from a go-kart to a Formula One car. The Pedrozzani brothers back in the 1970s building a short-lived and somewhat ill-fated Formula One car, but they built it nevertheless. They were prolific in the junior Formula 2, Formula 3 back in the 1970s, and they still make go-karts. Well, the company still makes karts to this day, as you can see there by Laurentiu Mardan. The white flag, though, waves for Antonio Pizzonia. There's Rubens Barrichello chasing him. Here's that battle for third. Mardan gets a good run off turn number 20 as we go on to the 8th and final laps. It does look as though Laurentiu Mardan, barring a mistake, is going to hold on to third position, but this man on your screens now, still using and abusing those curbs. Antonio Pizzonia has had an easy run, the easiest run anyone has had in any Max Masters race so far today.
Yeah, it's over 2.5 seconds now back to Rubens Barrichello. Barrichello made up some time the last time by, but all the opening lap battles has just allowed Pizzonia to get away, and that's the difference today with the shortened heat races on the different lineup here. It is rack 'em up, run it, and do what you can in the opening few laps to get away. Antonio Pizzonia Sr. has done just that, and he has set the benchmark for his son Antonio Pizzonia Jr. as well. Put today behind you. Whether you win or lose, it's a new day, and it's a new day for Antonio Pizzonia Sr. as he wins Heat 1 and Masters Max. Barrichello second. Here's that fight for third coming around the final corner. Laurentiu Mardan will hold off a hard-charging the showman Harold Watson. Lundy Lawyer rounds the top 5. Diego Rodriguez should cross the line there in 6th. As we got problems in the final lap here for the 612 machine.
No, that's Logan Flewelling, the youngest driver in the field, and the GP karting. Well, he was stuck in traffic earlier on potentially, and he probably wishes he was back in that traffic jam now. Done so well. Yes, we were. Again, he was running in 12th, but.
Yeah, we'll wait for the times to update here in just a moment. Logan Flewelling, again, like you said, was running in 12th. All the GP drivers had to start from the back of the field. He'll fall all the way down to 14th. So it'll be Pizzonia by 3 seconds over Barrichello, who slowed down in that final lap. Laurentiu Mardan will finish in 3rd. Harold Watson 4th. Mundi Lawyer in 5th. Diego Rodriguez in 6th. Iglesias, Ramirez, Carey, who had such a good start. Vince Carey did. Oh,
again,
my goodness.
Commiseration. I mean, looking there, obviously Rubens Barrichello passed it going into turn number 2, and that meant that Vince was a little bit offline. Laurentio Mardo went up the inside, and it did look as though Vince just sort of on the outside line, less grip, locked it up under braking, and that was that. But he did recover really well to 9th position. Not that will be much of a consolation to him. He will be kicking himself, but it shows that, yeah, again, can do it, Vince. You can do it. You were a last-minute entry. You weren't feeling that great. Almost didn't race here, but yeah, you were ahead of Rubens Barrichello for a lap there, and you were on course for what could have been a really good win. Points being prizes in this event so far, apart from Pitsonia and Barrichello, everybody else in the class has had one off race, one incident, one retirement. So you can just keep it on track, get to the checkered flag of every single race. When things shake out and we decide the champions and the ticket holders, then who knows? Could be Vince. Who knows?
It's a marathon, right? I mean, 3 races per round means a total of 12 races in the championship between the 2 heats each day, along with in events. And then again, remember, Orlando, round number 4, that Sunday, it is double the points, or 50% more points?
Yeah, 50% more points. 50% more points. So points and a half, which is going to be really important. Looking down the order there, Dionisio Spejo finishing in 10th position, David Prevost in 11th. Hopefully we'll see Andrew Prevost out in the next race. Then Francisco Barber, Viktor Kuzmichov, both Fluellings failed to finish. Logan we saw at the side of the circuit, and David didn't finish either after 3 laps, and we didn't see. So hopefully we'll get the GP. It's been a tough one for the GP racing boys. I've got to say the GP chassis, again, long drive down for Toronto. They get a bit of sunshine, but you want a bit of heat, and you want a bit of heat on the track as well. You know, you don't want to just come down and enjoy the sunshine watching from the side of the circuit. You want to be out in the middle of the action. Hopefully they can get all those karts sorted. Again, they're the backbone of the sport. They're the weekend warriors who may not be battling for the lead in these big events, but without them, the field is so much smaller and, so much less interesting for your storyline. So we really hope that the GP racing team get themselves together and they're back out in force this afternoon and then next week in Orlando as well.
Well, hopefully that will be the case here. Again, these quick heat races, not a lot of room for error. Lots of mistakes we've seen already here. We're halfway through round number 1 of heats. Still an entire second round where you get to start where you qualified. Vince Carey, the likes of Noel Leon, Timothy Pernod as well, all will get a second chance to get themselves a half-decent starting spot for that main event. We saw Wes Duchak really be able to take advantage of that, salvage some good points yesterday with a good second heat, and then a top 10 result in the main, and it's all to play for here. So, of course, they'll have that lunch break to work on the go-karts here. Unfortunately for the GP camp, it's been a rushed morning, no qualifying, a DNF for Fueling here in Heat 1, but they'll get that little bit of the break here between the second heat race. More time to work on the go-karts and learn a little bit of what more the track is doing, because this was the first time all of them got on the racetrack.
Yeah, but the GP guys, to go back to them, it's been a rough morning, but it was a good night last night. I think it was Del McCowart, famous NASCAR independent driver. I never won a race, but I never lost a party, and that is the rules that they live by. We look the next race. It is time for Minimax.
So let's go through here the Minimax starting lineup for the grid. It was also a shakeup from yesterday. Antoine Lemieux, what a fantastic Saturday it was for the Canadian. He was phenomenal throughout the entire day, consistent all the way through, gets the win. However, here we have a lot of different drivers that have some pace, it looks like, to challenge him here today in a draft-dependent Minimax division of ages 9 to 12 years old, 9 to 13 years old. For Edward Kennedy, it is a pole position by 0.2 of a second in the Nash Motorsports Energy. He was up and down throughout the day yesterday, but hovered the top 5. He's joined by another driver that started to show streaks of brilliance in the afternoon, David Zhao, in the Goodwood Kartways Nitro Kart from Canada. David Zhao will join him on row number 1. Luke Kenjanapatak will start to the inside of yesterday's winner, Antoine Lemieux, on row number 2. And you go back to row 3, there's Alexis Bayarjan in the blacked-out Birolard. And the Alexis Bayarjan machine had to come from the back of the field in all the heats yesterday. He gets to start a lot easier from the inside of row 3 in 5th here today. Kai Johnson in that PSA race team, Team Bennick entry from Mooresville, North Carolina, based, born and raised in St. Petersburg, Florida, just a couple hours down the road to to the outside of row 3 there in the 6th position. Johnson with a podium or a top 5 result throughout all of the sessions yesterday. Good points for Kai Johnson, and Kai Man will be looking for some more here today. Then you go back to the edge of the top 10. Iago Lempin starting on the inside of row 4 in 7th. Luis Cifres will start in 8th to the outside. Alex Miller, Matisse Brunetti round your top 10. It's Iso Sang, Luis Thomas Pelletier, Maddox Ruiz, Remy Guzman, Max McCarrum, Bashi Jimenez, and starting shotgun on your field in 17th, Megan Espejo, who had that issue in qualifying. Only 2 laps completed for Megan in the Tillotson-sponsored number 108. They'll round turn number 20 here, Henry. This is a beautifully looking start, and hopefully it will get the green for all 6 laps here for the Minis. The Minis and the Micros, the shortest heat races on the weekend so far. It is quick. There is no room for error. It's time to go racing. Boys and girls into the tram lines. Do we get it? Green flag in the air. We're racing down to turn 1.
Great start. Kennedy leads them into turn number 1. The full 17-strong field in Minimax all the way through turn number 2. Kennedy trying to stretch them out early on. Zhao in second, side by side back in the pack. All 3 wide. One driver there was that Megan Espejo flirting with disaster on the outside of the circuit in that Tillotson-sponsored car. Megan's picked up a couple of positions, but up at the front it is Kennedy leading Zhao, leading Lemieux, leading Johnson, leading Bayerjon, leading the rest of the field. And now what can Edward Kennedy do on that energy chassis? Here comes Kai Johnson making short work of Antoine Lemieux. Lemieux checks over his shoulder, rather, and there is the black and purple, the Lewis Hamilton-style crash, but run by Alexis Bayerjon, who was 5th in the world in Micromax back in 2021 in Bahrain. And now, a problem. That is an early finish. Megan Espejo out of the race. It has not been a good weekend for Megan. That car grinds to halt. Mechanical issue. Here's a battle for second position.
There's Espejo off the side. There's the battle for second there. Good catch by our camera crew. Here's Bayerjon taking advantage of the battle. He goes by Lemieux. Lemieux trying to go on him. Couldn't do it in turn 4. Antoine Lemieux trying to find a way past. Here comes Kenjan Apatak, who did not get a good start there on the Praga. In 6th right now, challenging on Lemieux as they climb the hill to turn 10. It'll single file out here for the moment behind Kenjan Apatak. Iago Lempin in that Parolin is close there in 7th, as well as they'll round turns 14, head into the turn 15 teardrop and the Piquet teardrop. Exiting it. It is tightly packed from Lemieux back to Kenjan Apatak and Lempin in 5th, 6th, and 7th. Up the road a little bit to Bayerjon, a little more to find 3rd place David Zhao, and we've got a challenge for the lead here, Henry. Kai Johnson has closed in on Edward Kennedy, and Edward Kennedy with a lot of supporters in the live stream chat following along from home here. The Canadian-based Nash Motorsports Energy drivers got company down to turn number 1.
Can Kai Johnson look to the inside? He's having a look, and Kennedy leaves the door open. Johnson makes a move, and look at this, it brings Zhao and Bayerjon right into play as well. 4 karts, nose to tail for the race lead, come out of turn number 4 now. Into the flip-flop section. Kennedy's going to try and fight back. Johnson clouts the curb there through turn number 7. Almost throws his car offline. And Kennedy has a little look at the inside going into turn number 10. No dice. Zhao in 3rd. Bayerjon stalking them all in 4th. Then a gap back to Lemieux, Kenjan Apatak, Yempen, Cifres, and Pelletier. But the top 4, no sale out of turn 14. Into the teardrop. And Bayerjon overcooks it ever so slightly under braking. But still, Edward Kennedy, after losing the lead, is not allowing Johnson to break clear. Saw this. Kai Johnson didn't have the strongest
what a pass
race
there by Bayerjon. Wow.
Great job.
What a dive down the inside for the 106 of Alexis Bayerjon. Gets to the inside of David Zhao and really doesn't lose too much time, maybe a car length and a half. As we come across the line, halfway in, halfway home. 3 down, 3 to go.
Kennedy looks like he's in the wheel tracks, but he's not quite able to get to the inside of Johnson. I think he possibly could have just turned left there and stuck one up the inside going into turn number 2, but just not quite brave enough, and now he's lost a couple of kart lengths. He's under pressure by Bergeron, and we know from previous experience in this very race that Bergeron is not averse to making a lunge. There's another one into turn number 9. Put Alexis Bergeron into P2, and he even signals Edward Kennedy, thank you, sir. Now we go after the race leader. Please push me along. Don't try and repass. I want to take this one for myself. Zhao in 4. So it's a trio of Canadians chasing Kai Johnson at the moment, but Johnson using this battle to pull away a little bit. Can Bergeron, Kennedy and Zhao peg Kai Johnson back in the second half of this very short and sweet Minimax race?
Very tightly packed group there for second, third, and fourth. Like you said, they lost so much time with Bergeron going by, but part of that lost time was Edward Kennedy kind of was out of sorts following Kai Johnson out of turns 3 and 4, and he lost his place on the racetrack into the rhythm section down the hill from 5, 6, and 7 into turn number 2. This time gives a little, man, that got a little bit tight there, and maybe a bit of contact. And now David Zhao will take advantage as he gets by Kennedy. Edward Kennedy will lose another spot as Lemieux gets through, and Kennedy, the pole award man, will fall all the way down to the 5th position here as they go through the S's.
Certainly there was a minor territorial dispute going into the corner, and then coming out of the corner, but they were side by side. There's a little bit of sticker swapping going on, and the net result is that Bergeron is still there at the head of this chasing pack. Kai Johnson has now got a huge lead. Zhao is up into P3. Lemieux is 4th. Kennedy down to 5th, and making that a move as well, going into the teardrop there. That is Jago Lempen making his presence felt on the nether regions of Kennedy's go-kart.
Yeah, so Jago Lempen picks up another one. Coming into frame, Luis Thomas Pelletier is made up a lot of spots here in this quick heat race, and the Praga driver up to 8th, looking for more. Luis Cifres falling a little further back. Now with just 2 to go here, or white flag, sorry, across the line. 1 lap to go in the Minimax Heat. Oh my goodness, Jago Lempen, big contact in turn number 1. I don't know if the brakes didn't work or if he just got in a little bit too hot. Somehow was able to keep it going, and can you believe it, Henry? Our second 360 of the weekend where the driver continues.
Incredible there from Jago Lempen. That was over-exuberance 101. Write the book on that one. Here's the battle. Lemieux, Kennedy, and Luke Konjanapatak joining the fun on the Praga number 102 kart. They're coming through turns 14. What has this race still got in store for us? Kai Johnson's going to win. Bergeron's going to take second. Zhao is third. This is 4th, 5th, and 6th watching now. Can Kennedy pass Lemieux?
He can't get by in 17 and 18. He'll give him a little love tap there through 18 and 19. Meanwhile, up front, Kai Johnson gets away, pulls away, gets the win here in heat number 1 for Minimax. Behind him, Bergeron, David Zhao. Here's Lemieux over Kennedy and Konjanapatak. So 4th, 5th, and 6th there. Jago Lempen in 7th. Across the line last time. He will fall all the way down. There he goes across the line. Just hangs on to 11th out of Alex Miller. And Miller remains in 12th. It promotes Maddox Ariz into the top 10. Iso Sang into 9th. Matisse Brunetti picks up 2 spots from his grid position to the 8th position. Max McCarrum ends in 13th. Bashi Jimenez 14th. Luis Cifres, Raimi Guzman, and Megan Espejo, pardon me there, Megan Espejo will round off the field in the 17 driver Minimax field, but holy moly, what a lot of storylines and battles all the way through that one to keep up with, Henry.
Highlight reel stuff there in Minimax. Kai Johnson, I think not the quickest kart in that race, but kept his nose clean, kept out of trouble, track position was key, and Kai Johnson takes the win. Firstly, Max Mukarem, the Lebanese, well, he's now based in Virginia, but of Lebanese descent. He gets his first race finish of the weekend. Well done,
poor kid.
Max McCarrum, and well done to Bashi Jimenez as well. Injured yesterday, a little bit of ginger hand problem, but again, making it to the finish. On the very last lap, Luis Cifres and Remy Guzman seem to have some sort of incident. There's one kart travelling around there with the exhaust bracket, I think, has worked its way loose, sounding very throaty indeed. But Jago Lempen there going in the corner. I think it was a case of just a little bit of over-exuberance there, but a great kart control. Once again, I mean, 360, in the air, round the outside, M&M style.
My goodness, yeah, great save by Jago Lempin here to survive and salvage an 11th place result. Like you said, I would agree. I don't know if Kai Johnson was the quickest there. He did not have the fastest lap. That belonged to Alexis Baillargeon. And really, Edward Kennedy also had a lot of speed, it looked like, but did not make the moves when he could have. He could have gone by Kai Johnson. He hesitated, and that allowed Baillargeon to go right by him.
You know, Kai Johnson, that killer instinct there. Kai Johnson had the move going into the tournament, died to the inside, forced Kennedy by. Kennedy had the chance to go back, but decided not to. And then, of course, as we've seen so many times at this circuit, you get caught in the battle pack and you lose so much time to, even if you then get emerge in front of that battle pack, by that time the person that you were chasing is up the road and gone. And in these shortened heat races, there's no second chances. You've got to go, and you've got to go there and then.
You have to get after it here. Now, with the Minimaxes all wrapped here, we jump one age group down to the Micromaxes. There will be a little bit of kart recovery for unfortunate DNFs that we had, so we'll take one commercial break here.
Yep.
We will come back. Micromax still to come. DD2 Max, which had that entertaining main event yesterday, will follow, and then a short lunch break here before we go all through the heats again.
Absolutely.
For these short 6 and 8 lap stints. So 6 laps for Micro coming back at you here right after the break, live on Kart Chaser. You're watching the Rotax Max Trophy Rotax Max Winter Trophy here from Piquet Race Park.
Don't touch that dial. Always want to say that.
Yeah, I like that. All right, welcome back here to Piquet Race Park and Entertainment Complex, live from Loxahatchee, Florida. My name's Xander Clements here in the booth with Henry Baudet, the voice of Rotax karting around the world, here joining us on the Kart Chaser live stream of the Rotax Max Winter Trophy. The second round of 4 in this super quick Winter Championship over a 2-week span between Piquet Race Park here, just north of West Palm Beach in Loxahatchee, Florida, and at Orlando Kart Center in a few days' times in Orlando, Florida. The Micromax drivers coming together here as Antonio Pizzonia Jr. checks over his shoulder to make sure the entire grid is lined up. Yep. They saw what happened to the Junior Maxes. They don't want to give up any laps in the race, so they want to try and get this green underway. And we got problems.
No.
Oh, no. It is the number 14.
Matisse Lacroix, and his car is still, those rear wheels are still rotating. Is that a stuck throttle? Luckily, he's beached on the curb. Hang on, Mr. Marshall. There be careful.
Yeah, watch out. You don't want that cart to get away.
Right, now we're back in. Oh, there we go. Now Matisse will get this.
Okay.
So, will we have a start this time around? We've got, I can see, 7 drivers. We should have 9. Let's do a quick head count. 2, 4, 6, 8. Qual. And why at the back there? That's Rivera. So Julian Rivera at the back of the field. So just like Piemonte will go around again. Now, that isn't the driver's fault necessarily. Will that count towards the lap count?
Yeah, let me take a look at that here and see if we can figure out if that's going to count as, I think that may count as lap number 1. So we may get shortened to a 5-lap heat for the micros.
I shall look across in the skybox up here to see, are we, thumbs up, are we racing yay or nay? And the answer is non-committal.
Yeah, we'll wait one moment here to see if we can get info. Indeed, yes. So 1 lap counted against the Micromax drivers. So they will get 5 laps when they get back around to race here in the heat race. So works out good for Antonio Pizzonia Jr. That's 1 less lap. He has to worry about challenges from behind.
And that's doubly bad news for Julian Rivera. So
yes.
Obviously post-qualifying, there was a technical issue. You could see Rivera there with the yellow back to his race suit. He was at the front of the field. Now he's the back. So he has now got 1 lap less to get through to the front. It is good news, though, for Mathis Qual, who obviously got the car beached there, and he'll be able to catch up this. We'll have a full grid of 9 drivers, and there at the back is Rivera. So watch the driver, the yellow back on his race. So that's the national Ecuadorian team race suit. There is Pizzonia at the front. Piemonte, yesterday's eventual race winner, on the outside of row number 1. The number 5 car, Max Heat in third. Oh,
more contact. Might be some pushback bumper penalties there.
Slow down. That was Dominic Vera getting crossed up, and certainly these micro drivers keen to get underway into the tram lines. And let's see if we can go one more time. 9 karts, and look at that, Pizzonia Jr. crawling to the line. We are going to go racing right now. Green flag in the air.
Awesome stuff here. Green flag in the air for the micros. Battle for second right off the bat. Look at Piemonte right down the inside of Maxwell Macha. He'll take second away, and Macha gets run into the grass. Oh, no. Maxwell Macha now beached on the curb in the number 05 SLA Kart Racing Kart Republic. He's going to try and get that thing back underway, pulling that go-kart of over 100 and something pounds. And
well, Maxwell, he's going to be a little bit ticked off there. So the plan to win. He's taking one of the signs with him. Oh, no, even worse. All right, come on, Marshall, get there. Well done. Now Maxwell's off and running. Oh, dear. Look, he punched the steering wheel. Back up the front, though. Is we got to change of lead? No.
No, that's how big the lead is.
That's how big the lead is. Yeah, the leader is gone. Pizzonia Jr., he's cleared up and is already up the road towards Orlando. He has gone up there. So it's Piemonte second, and then with the silver crash helmet third. And is that Rivera already at the default? No, it looks like it's the Tony Kart of Melville Dos Santos, who has made a good start. There is Pizzonia Jr., there is Piemonte, and then in third with the silver crash helmet number 7, that's Dominic Vera, 7-year-old Dominic Vera leading Melville Dos Santos. That's third and fourth on your screens now. Here comes Melville up the inside, and he makes the move.
Nice pass from Melville Dos Santos, the highest he has run all weekend here in Micromax, as he gets around again on Dominic Vera. And with Maxwell Macha back down the order, and with Julian Rivera still only up to 5th, these two battling for a 3rd position. But there goes Rivera in that bright yellow Ecuadorian suit as he closes on in. Julian Rivera has already made up 4 spots from the back of the grid. All he's got to do in these heat races is get himself up to the top 3. That'll put him a 2nd row starting position guaranteed for the main event, if not better. And here he goes for 4th down the inside, gets by on Dominic Vera's Parolin, although he's going to overshoot it a little bit. He will have the momentum on the outside to hold the spot, and now he goes to work on the number 12 of Melville Dos Santos in the very next corner. Turn 17, inside and clear. Julian Rivera to 3rd.
Great confident driving there from Julian Rivera. He even ran wide coming out of the teardrop, knowing that he had the speed, he had the extra momentum that would keep him ahead of Dominic Vera. But already there, and now Vera comes back to Melville Dos Santos. Dominic Vera, in his very first international race, is showing Melville Dos Santos the way. Great stuff. Oh, Dos Santos tried to get back at him, but didn't quite have the pace to do so, didn't have the confidence to get in there. Now behind this battle, Mathis Qual is in 6th. Aidan Kishan is 7th. Blaise Diniz is 8th. Now, Matisse Lacroix leads Aidan Kishan by 1/10 of a second. Yesterday, we can't see them on screen. There we are. There we've got them now. Thank you, Trevor. Yesterday, number 11, Aidan Kishan, just couldn't quite get the confidence to make a move. He was sitting and following other drivers. His goal today was to make the pass. Make the pass. Can he make the pass? Not this time around, because he can get into the 1 minute 11s, but he only gets into the 1 minute 11s if he passes the driver in front. So the cross flags are in the air, 2 laps to go. Pitsonia Jr. is away and clear, but this is a really good sign. Can these youngsters, some of the Aidan Kishan, only 7 years old, can he get that confidence, Sander? Can he make the move? He's following, but he's got to pull out and pass. It's going to be that brave. It's going to be that jumping off the diving board for the first time. All Lacroix defending, but Kishan is giving it a good go. In turn number 2, will he look? Will he look? Not this time. Lap time check. See, we're back in the 1 minute 13s. Now, we know that Aidan can go quicker than this. He's just got to sort of gather all that sort of gumption and guts inside and make that attempt.
Well, we're working lap number 5 now here with, just like you said, 2 laps to go, a lap and a half really remaining. This is the fight further back there between 6th and 7th of Matisse Lacroix in the Birol Art and, of course, Aidan Kishan in the Praga. Up in front of them, I think we might have a battle looming for second. Sebastian Piemonte got away quickly. Here's actually a look back for 4th. This is between Dominic Vera and Melville Dos Santos. Vera ahead of him, still Santos in the 5th position, but up for 2nd and 3rd. Sebastian Piemonte has Julian Rivera bearing down on him because Rivera the last time by was a second a lap quicker. Here he comes. I thought 3rd would be good enough. He might get all the way to 2nd, and even Antonio Pizzonia Jr. was slower than Julian Rivera last time by. Rivera, get this here, Henry, 0.6 of a second faster than every other driver on the racetrack as Melville Dos Santos makes a nice pass on Dominic Vera for 4th.
His race suit might be yellow, but his mood is decidedly black as Julian Rivera, the red mist, descending and trying his very, very best to catch the leaders as Piemonte in second place. Here we go, through turn number 40. Oh, Piemonte's going to be very, very careful. Piemonte's got to be careful. He can't relax. Rivera is closing in. Good line from Rivera out of the teardrop. Into turn number 16. Can he get it? I think he's going to get one shot, possibly. Xander, one shot. Is he close enough?
It'll be tight here. Gonna get a big run to turn number 20. Meanwhile, up the road, Antonio Pizzonia Jr. will round the final turn. He'll collect the Heat 1 win in Micromax. Here comes the run to the line. Julian Rivera, Piemonte. Piemonte hangs on.
By a whisker. Piemonte hangs on. Now we look back. Here's another great battle. Here's Melville Dos Santos, and he just beats Vera to the line. Now we look back. The next battle is going to be between Lacroix, Kishan, and Diniz. It's going to be Lacroix, and it looks like Blaise Diniz may have got the move done as well. On the line. Oh, Kishan went for it on the line, but Matisse Lacroix stays in 6th, Kishan in 7th, Blaise Diniz right behind them in 8th, Loxahatchee in 9th. Well, I mean, 9 cuts. There's the good friends. Now, those 2 drivers there, they clashed obviously the last of the final. They were a chat together in the paddock last night. They were running around, best of mates, which is good to see. But again, 9 drivers, 6 laps, and every. I gotta say, well done to Trevor on the buttons there for showing all the great battling in that race. And again, it's so good to see drivers, each of these young drivers, okay, Pitsonia Jr., Rivera and Piemonte, they're battling for the ticket to the grand finals. Let's make no mistake about it. And Loxahatchee as well. They have got one eye on Bahrain and representing their nation, the very, very pinnacle of this sport in Micromax. But for everybody else, for Dominic Vera, it's about winning this competition, the DM Kart competition, and being in his first international race. For Lacroix, for Kishan, for Diniz, it's all about confidence, trying to make that move, improve their lap times, battling, learning what it's like to race wheel to wheel, inch apart with another driver, and they're doing that. So a great job. Thoroughly enjoyed that race. Sander, there's some people talking to us on the live chat. Who are they? Hello.
Well, we've got a couple ones ones here. The most recent one from KP saying, yo, big ups from Vancouver, Canada. So refreshing to watch kart racing again. Hey, big ups to you, my friend here. We are happy to be watching kart racing. Probably a little bit warmer down here in sunny South Florida than up in Vancouver, but we'd love to have you down here. Of course, entries, as you mentioned, Henry, are open for next week at the Orlando Kart Center.
Come on down.
Yeah, come on and have some racing yourself here. If you're watching, this is enough to get you up off the couch. If not, we are happy to have you tuning in here live on Kart Chaser, watching Rotax karting from around the world. We've got a lot more in a few languages I'm not as familiar with. I think we have some of our Brazilians in here talking about FIFO Barrichello. He was able to get up into the top 4 there, almost get up to 3rd. This is from Lady Toro saying, beautiful track, beautiful weather. Good luck to Maddox Blaze and Josh on your first national race. Good luck, Jonathan, and thank you for your experience.
No problem there. Beautiful track, beautiful weather. Didn't mention about the beautiful commentators.
What's
going on there? Come on now.
We did our hair and makeup specifically for compliments like that, and no one's talked about it.
I know.
You know what? I think you look great, Henry. I really do.
I did my hair. I did that one. But again, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for tuning in. And muito obrigado for all our fans in Brazil. A big thank you to that. Now, we've got one heat to go before the lunch break. It's DD2 time. And things were getting a little bit tasty in qualifying between Gianluca Savalio, there on your screen, yesterday's winner, and Jonathan Marcuson, yesterday's runner-up. They didn't want to play nice in qualifying. They've got to play nice now in the race itself.
Yeah, they had a great will they, won't they battle there of lap times throughout the main event yesterday that went all the way into the night under the lights for the DD2 Max drivers. And like you said, they were trying to make sure that, Gianluca Savaglio didn't want to give any secrets away, didn't want to show any driver around. Jonathan Marcuson said, I'll, play a game of who blinks first. I will wait behind you, to the point they stopped on the racetrack at one moment to decide of who was going to go and who was going to get to follow the other one. Ultimately, Savalio was able to get away, and Matthew Taskinen was second quickest, split the duo up.
And Colin Livington at the back of the field, a 105.798, 50 pounds over the weight limit, 105.798. Now, what is Jonathan Marcuson looking down at the kart? Is there a problem with that Praga kart? Hopefully everything is okay. But look for for Livington there. He's just working on improving his lap times. We're off and racing. Savalio makes good start. Taskinen under brakes. Oh, he overcooks into turn number 1. Marcuson takes P2. Taskinen down to 3rd. Ochoa 4th. Livington in 5th. Savalio escaping. Now the chase is on already.
Yeah, these DD2 Max drivers are so busy behind the wheel. Not only do they have the paddle shifters behind the steering wheel to behind their left hand to shift down to first gear, behind their right hand to shift up to second gear. They've also got the ability to adjust their brake balance, their bias from the front brakes to the rear brakes with a lever underneath their left knee. So you'll see their hands moving all around the go-kart, not to mention their radiator on the left-hand side has that radiator flap cover that they can adjust the angle on that plastic cover for overall coverage to control engine temperature. So there's a lot going on behind the steering wheel here in the DD2 Max division. And speaking of behind the wheel, we'll look at Manuel Ochoa. He is all over Matthew Taskinen, giving him everything he can handle and more here in the opening circuit. And he's going to have a shot at him as he nearly hangs that right rear tire off the outside of the racetrack coming out of turn 20.
And of course, the faster these karts go, the harder they hit the bumps. And here comes Ochoa at the inside, Taskinen. And as Matthew Taskinen got a right rear puncture. There's something going on with the right rear part of that CRG kart. He looks like he's understeering, certainly not firing on all cylinders, as it were. Let's have a look. No, maybe not a puncture.
Yeah, the bumper looks low, but it makes you think that tire is down. It definitely is leaning. If anything, it's maybe a slow leak, but no matter what, that's now 2 laps in a row that Matthew Taskinen has blown the braking zone in turn number 2 and gone wide.
And he's falling back. In fact, it makes a side pod. Looks like he's there. That is all is not well with Matthew Taskinen's kart. I have to say, the side pod looking very, very low indeed. There's something amiss, and it's obviously affected Taskinen's sort of the concentration level because he's out of his rhythm, as it were. And will we see him retire? No, he's going to stay out there. He's going to stay out there now. Colin Livington already is equal. He's not equaled his best time. But
I was looking back at qualifying. I threw you off on that one.
This is absolutely strange. I mean, now that kart is obviously not at 100%.
That side pod comment could be correct there. That right side pod definitely looks lower and probably dragging the ground when they kind of lean over to the right-hand side of them. And the chassis, they flex, right? There's no suspension on a kart at all, but the metal tubes do slightly bend and through the corner in order to lift that inside rear tire. So all the load goes to the outside rear of the car when they rotate. And that is where maybe when he starts to turn the wheel, all of a sudden that drags, and then the braking power just goes away, and he's just along for the ride skidding.
He's 3 seconds a lap slower than our race leader. And if we watch the Tasker's kart, the kart looks like it's labouring through the corners and sort of like dragging itself on the ground. And then if you look at, say, Savalio's kart, our race leader, the kart, it's up on its haunches, and it's bouncing through the thing. Marcuson in second position goes across the line 1.6 seconds. Manuel Ochoa has just done a 103.3. Manuel Ochoa within a tenth of a second of Jonathan Marcuson. Good job by this young Peruvian driver who missed the first senior road taxi. Oh, over the curb, look at that. Great idea there. He got more air than Michael Jordan through that curb. There's Marcuson. Now, I think Jonathan Marcuson is probably looking, he's 1.6 seconds behind the race leader, Gianluca Savalio, on this thing. So, I mean, whether he is now going to give it the beans, as it were, of 100%, or whether he will sort of settle back and just think, okay, I'm going to do enough to keep myself in front of Ochoa, but there's no point using up my Mojo tyres any more than his Desi. But look at Manuel Ochoa. Fair play. Who put 20 cents or 25 cents in Manuel Ochoa's meter? Because he is absolutely flying. Best performance I've seen from Ochoa so far. Another 103.7. He's only 0.2 of a second slower than the man he's chasing, Marcuson, on that lap. 103.1 for Savalio. Taskinen still going at 104.7, but he's staying on the circuit, obviously, championship points.
Yes.
Championship points. You don't get championship points if you DNF. You cannot afford to DNF, really, in a field this small. So Taskinen has to sort of gut it out and drive a kart that, quite frankly, doesn't want to be driven. The kart has said no. And Matthew Taskinen goes, no, but I must. I must finish and get the championship points, even though I'd rather lose, say, 5 points than 15 points. That's what he's saying. And Colin Livington, update, ladies and gentlemen, 106.5. Not quite as quick as qualifying, but he's 106.5. And again, he's completing every lap. There's Colin Livington. And he's out there competing. So again, he's picking up points, and he's picking up points as
yeah, we've got a drone on the racetrack as well. Not us. No. I wish we had our drone up here. There's some drone footage. Oh, Livington into the pit lane here.
Commentator's curse. Sorry.
Yep,
sorry.
There he goes.
Sorry, Colin.
Come on, Henry.
Oh, I should have known. Yeah, I should have known before I picked the driver up, just before he parks his wagon.
So 5 laps completed here this time. Should be coming to 2 laps to go, indeed, here for Gianluca Savalio. In the final session before the short lunch break here, live from the Piquet Race Park Entertainment Complex. You're watching the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy DD2 Max opening heat race here. And while Gianluca Savalio had an up-and-down run through the Senior Max Heat that had him ultimately end up inside the top 3 with a second-place result to Dudu Barrichello, he continues what has been a perfect weekend so far in DD2, as it has been a Heat 1 win from the pole, Heat 2 win, and main event win yesterday, and now here again today, he is again looking to win. And we've talked about it a lot, but just for the viewers tuning in just today, Gianluca Savalio nearly was not even entered into the race this weekend after a heavy crash on Thursday and had no backup car at all. So if he had totaled the chassis, he would not be racing, as there's just a lack of DD2 chassis in the States. It's been a massive supply chain operation from all parties, from chassis manufacturers to the RTX and Rotax Max groups as a whole, and the drivers and the race teams to fill this grid and to bring DD2 Max racing back to the United States. As we see the Australian here, Jonathan Marcuson, who he and his father built their kart overnight Wednesday and had such a great run in that DD2 Max main event yesterday. However, today, a little more to be desired here. He's evening out on pace now to Gianluca Savalio. Everyone's really started to take care of their tires and slow down here at the end of this opening heat race, as the white flag will wave. 1 to go.
I have to say that, Andy, you weren't to know this, But Gianluca's dad only arrived yesterday.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I didn't mean to spill that secret.
Gianluca had a small incident, just a small crash that only bent the front fairing of the kart on Thursday. Not a massive accident that almost wrote the kart off. Honestly. Shh. There we go. I think we got away with that one, Xander.
Yeah. We just got to keep it quiet for us. If we talk quietly, no one can hear, right? Not through the speakers, not through the stream.
Exactly. We'll just talk amongst ourselves there. But it was a minor off-track excursion.
Just a little bit. Maybe $5 of damage. Maybe that. Nothing at all here. No. In all seriousness, Gianluca Savalio, he is on his way right now to collecting maximum points for the weekend here, and that would really put him in a good chance to get that Rotax World Finals ticket. And you know what? I think that might be an excusable. Deal for pushing the limits on Thursday. So through the final corner, here he comes, Gianluca Savalio, heat race winner in DD2 Max over Jonathan Markison. Manuel Ochoa at the end really started to flex his muscle. He closed that gap tremendously to the Australian, down to less than a second. Well done, Manuel Ochoa in that race. The SLA karting team, again, only literally took that CRG chassis out of the box on Thursday, or was it Friday, to put a last-minute entry in. We had 7 DD2 entries. A couple of those decided not to show up. So to bring the entry to 5, Manuel Ochoa and his crew, they decided to do 2 classes. That car is fresh out of the box. And the youngest driver in the class, 50-year-old Manuel Ochoa, doing a great job there. Wow. Well, I mean, that's just such a cool point here about this weekend. We expected with a brand new racetrack that there would be even a heightened progression from Saturday to Sunday than what we're used to at a regular race circuit. Obviously, there's a little progression, but at that point in the week, everyone's been here before. The teams have been here before. Everyone knows what to expect from gearing, from chassis setup, to how the track reacts to rubber, to the different weather conditions. All that is unknown here this week. That's why we're seeing such a big difference of names up front here today and different drivers making strides, Ochoa as well. And while with all that said, I wanted to give a final few shout-outs before we take our lunch break here to those in the live chat. Of course, this is from Jorge, the Fat Kart driver, is his username in the YouTube live stream, saying, Rotax Racing, the show must go on. Yes. Amazing race weekend so far, boys. And to Lady Toro saying, hey, I want to add a double whistle to the commentators. At a heart, you guys are the party. You know what? We were actually joking. Normally, we don't expect too much, but you know what? I'll take it. Yeah, exactly. It's our job. I mean, this sport is so colourful, it's so bright, it's so vibrant. Our job is to bring that little bit of extra colour, and we're very, very grateful that we're able to do that, and we appreciate what we do. We don't get it right all the time. All we do is do our best and project our passion for this sport on to you. I like that better, though. We had some comments yesterday that were telling us to shut up. So this one's a much nicer comment that we had there. Really? You know? Yeah, I mean, impossible. I could not believe it, right? Who would ever tell us to stop talking as if we don't talk enough, right? Well, I don't think we do. There's my mum, there's my dad, there's my missus, there's you. In any case here, ladies and gentlemen, of course, it is a short break in the timetable here. I'm going to check just to confirm one moment. We do have an adjusted timetable for today. That is what has us running full speed ahead, already through the first full round of heat races before the lunch break. We come back with Junior Max here in just about 20 minutes at 1:21 p.m. Eastern is the slated time. Senior Max all the way through the rest of the heat races, and then at 2:33 p.m. main events will get underway. If you want to watch the mains, remember to go to that button below to hit that join button to become a KC Premium member at $9.99 a month to watch the mains live. If you can't, if you're not already, no problem at all. However, again, remember those first 30 days, it does not charge you. It is basically free. So check that out, of course, here live on YouTube. You're watching the Rotax Max Winter Trophy. Henry Bodette, myself, Xander Clemens. We're going to get something to eat in the 15 minutes that we've got and come back for heat racing action here live from Piquet Race Park. Here we go. Junior Max making their way onto the racetrack here. The lunch break has concluded, and it is time to get things started for heat number 2. The first run of the 6 classes making their way onto the circuit now as Junior Max drivers get set to go. Gennaro Trappa did not win the opening heat race. That, of course, was really came down to the start. Salvador De La Vecchia got around him, got away early at the green, and from the second row, the number 209, Lando Norris Kart, was able to work his way to the lead and the win. Gennaro Trappa did rebound back to second. Francisco Paredes made a number of spots there from his starting position of 4th to go forward and then eventually slot into 3rd. Then it was Eric Questo and Victor De Alencar to round your top 5. But none of that matters in the case of this specific session. It goes back off qualifying. Now, one other thing to keep in mind here. The juniors were slated to run their full 8 laps. However, they took 3 laps to get into order, and that, of course, meant they lost 3 laps on the race, and it was a 5-lap stint.
Now, we've got 11 karts out on circuit, I can see. Who are we missing from the grid of 12? And I'm just looking down. Can I see Josh Sankapasand in kart 210? I don't think I can. Is that Mr. Sankapasand the driver who is missing? Or have I just been looking at different cars? Well, anyway, we'll find out soon enough. Into the tram lines, and we're going to get, yes we do, green flag this first time. Great shot there, the rush down towards turn number 1, and once again Trappa under pressure, and this time it's De La Vecchia once again. Trappa into P2, everyone else slotting in behind, but the Venezuelans done it again, Xander.
What a start for Salvador De La Vecchia. Salva, as he's called here by his buddies in the race paddock, was quick and decisive there to go to the lead there into turn number 2. Gennaro Trappa mitigated the damage much better here in this second run around. Did not lose nearly as much time. He rides in that second spot 3 car lengths away as they exit turn 14 and head for the Piquet teardrop here for the very first time. So a good start on the first attempt means we'll get all 8 laps of action, or we should, as they battle a little bit further back down the order.
And, is that Oliver Marak under pressure? Oh, and that's a wheel-to-wheel. Is that Tiziano Antonietto possibly getting involved in the action? One of the DM Kart competition winners. Now Trappa has got De La Vecchia right in his square sights, and he makes the move, runs a bit wide, sideways. Great kart controls under braking for turn number 2. De La Vecchia's got to fight back, and he's got Eric Questo right there in 3rd position as well, trying to make it a 3-way dance at the front.
One thing I've noticed so far here, Henry, is where we would normally see on a completely smooth glass-level racetrack a lot of over-under maneuvers. Here at Piquet Race Park, kind of crossing over the bumps on that super late apex and those hairpins, they're not getting those crazy runs. De La Vecchia should have been at least alongside him going to turn 4. He was not.
It just unsettles the kart enough when the kart is under load to just make the drivers think twice, Kart control. The drivers have got lightning quick reactions, and now Trappa has to defend. This is something we haven't seen either. Trappa having to defend, and he was very tight up the inside going into turn number 17. De La Vecchia is going to get a run on him through turn number 20. Trappa's good in a straight line. De La Vecchia could be under pressure. Here we go, the slipstream effect. Will De La Vecchia side it at the inside? Yes, he does. Trappa runs wide. Whoa, that was, I'm not sure if that was close or too close. Couldn't quite tell. Net result is we got a new leader and we got one driver, that's Oliver Marak, in the barriers. He's up and out of his kart. He's okay, but the kart may be a little bit second hand. And we got a new second place driver, Xander. Eric Questo. Trapper will, Trapper will be somewhat miffed, I think, at the way in which he lost the race lead. But it now gives him a little bit of extra motivation to get back on terms with the fleeing Salvador Dalla Vecchia. He's got to get past Eric Questo first.
Yeah, he's got to do some work quickly here. Here he goes. Late on the brakes there for Gennaro. Trappa down the inside in turn number 17. He gets the job done on Eric Questo with a very smooth maneuver. Questo turned out of the way, made that one look nice and easy, and now the gap to Salvador Dalla Vecchia. Well, where does it land across the line with 3 laps complete, 5 laps to go? It is precisely going to be 0.7 of a second as the yellow flags are stationed there for the off-track kart of Oliver Marak. Now back from Eric Questo. He's got company here. All this battling at the front of the field has brought in Frederic Lemieux, Francisco Paredes, and Nathan Dupuy, all in a 6-car, nearly 7-car train going back to Victor de Alencar, and then only a second to Javier Chaparro. So all of your top 7 in Junior Max loosely tied together, and the one driver here that has been really spicing these up has been Gennaro Trappa. Every time he gets shuffled back, he does not let it unsettle him. He gets quickly to work, and he is once again going to town on closing the gap to Salvador Dalla Vecchia.
And he's towing Eric Questo around, and in turn, Eric Questo is towing Frederic Lemieux around. So Frederic has got Francisco Paredes right in heel wheel tracks. If Trappa catches Salvador Dalla Vecchia, which I believe he probably has the pace to, although if Questo makes a move, it's game over. If Questo works with Trappa, they both got a chance of catching the race leader. And at the moment, Eric Questo, quite sensibly, I think, is sitting in. Oh, no, he's not. He's gone for the move. That's P2 for Questo. Has that sealed the deal for Dalla Vecchia? Frederic Lemieux is the next driver in line to take her shot at Gennaro Trappa. Behind Lemieux, it is Paredes, Dupuy, de Alencar, Chaparro, then Chase Lee, Antonio Nieto, and sadly Oliver Marak out of the race, and Josh Sankabasan did not take the start. That's all. This Trappa back at the inside. Great stuff, Sander.
What a move there. Definitely caught Questo by surprise, and now Lemieux is going to take advantage. And so Frederic Lemieux moves up into third with a good heads-up move there on Eric Questo. Here comes as well Francisco Paredes, not too far back. Lemieux going to defend into 17. Now that will give Gennaro Trappa finally some breathing room from this pack behind, because Eric Questo has been pestering him for the last couple of laps. And now it is spaced out from P2 to P3. At the time, we get the double sticks. 2 to go, or no, halfway here this time. Halfway, 4 in, 4 to go, my mistake, as we work lap number 5.
And Questo there, Lemieux having to defend into turn number 2. Questo right on her rear bumper. They're almost shoveling the Quebec driver along there. He takes a wider line into turn number 4. Now it's going to be single file. Will we see a lunge up the inside into this next corner now? No, we will not. Paredes in the yellow race suit sits and waits in 5th position. Dupuy also on the Esprit chassis, another Canadian driver there with the black and red race suit, waiting his turn as well. At the back of this group is de Alencar in the Nash Motorsport entry. Behind de Alencar, a little bit of a gap back to Chaparro in 8th position. Chase Lee, Tiziano, Antola, Nieto are next. But it's Lemieux under pressure, the fast lady from Quebec. And she breaks into the... Oh, there goes Paredes at the inside. What an opportunistic maneuver there for Francesco Paredes. Nathan Dupuy tried to follow him through, but Ecuador's Francisco Paredes. Now we have 2 laps to go. Now the 2 lap boards go out.
Yes, so they were just 1 lap late on the cross flags. We were correct on where we were with our lap count here. 6 down, 2 to go. Side by side there, Questo to the outside, Paredes on the inside. Oh, and it's going to get single file here coming out of 4, and Paredes will block the inside there. That'll back them up. and that will give Frederic Lemieux a little bit of breathing room. But great run through the S's down the hill for Francisco Paredes as he closes that gap, pulls away a little bit from Cuesto. All the while, Salvador de la Vecchia's lead now is up to 2 seconds to Gennaro Trappa. Trappa an equal 2 seconds back to this grouping here for third on back from Frederic Lemieux, Francisco Paredes. On your screen now, that is Nathan Dupuy trailing Eric Cuesto. He is sixth and he runs wide. Yeah, good catch there, Henry.
And he's now under pressure from the next cut along, which will be Chaparro. Is Nathan Dupuy going to lose the placement? Up at the front, here we go again. It's Lemieux, it's Paredes, and it is and it's Cuesto. Got a gap back there. The white flag has gone out. Salvador Della Vecchia leading by a handy margin over Gennaro Trappa, side by side behind this group. Oh, that was very close to the barriers, but it is Chaparro, I think, who was made the move on Dupuy.
Yeah, he did indeed. There, Dupuy still trying to hang on as Victor de Alencar is fending off a charge from Chase Lee in the Tony Kart, the Miami, Florida Coastal Medal Tony Kart, or EOS Kart, hanging in the 8th position. Ahead of them there, you see Paredes still battling with the likes of Eric Cuesto for 4th. Here's that next group as way wide goes Dupuy. Oh my goodness, Chaparro as well. Holy cow, they nearly collected each other.
Now we look at Paredes defending into the teardrop. Will Cuesto get a good run coming out of turn number 15? The answer is yes, he does. But the gap is, or the opportunity to pass Paredes is not forthcoming. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, it is Salvador Della Vecchia inches from home. Great scrap back in the pack, but the checkered flag comes out. There goes Della Vecchia. Trappa in second place. Who will finish in third? The answer is Frederic Lemieux from Francisco Paredes. Then it's Cuesto in 5th, Chaparro 6th, Dupuy is 7th, followed by De Alencar, Chase Lee, Tiziano Antola, Nieto rounds at the top 10. Once again, Xander, Salvador Della Vecchia turning the tables on Gennaro Trappa. Although Della Vecchia has had his own series of problems yesterday, Trappa, although he's not winning, he is being very smooth, very consistent in staying in P2.
Yeah, he's done a great job now. So with Junior Max wrapped up, Senior Max coming your way. We'll go quiet on the airwaves for a moment while we wait for the engines to fire. It's a beautiful sunny afternoon here at Piquet Race Park and Entertainment Complex in Loxahatchee Groves, Florida. Stick with us. One heat race down for the second round of heats. 5 more to come, and then main events live here on Kart Chaser.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the second round of heat races here at the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy here at the brand new Piquet Race and Entertainment Center in Loxahatchee, Florida, north of West Palm Beach on a beautifully sunny January afternoon. The skies are blue, the palm trees are green, the track is very grippy, and the karts are on circuit. Senior Rotax up next. Now, we had 25 drivers on the entry list. Sadly, Augusto Soto Sharipa has had to withdraw, aggravating a rib injury yesterday, and is not out there. So 24 senior Rotax karts. The opening race of the day was a doozy, and Gianluca Savaglio, Eduardo Barrichello finally able to get ahead of Noel Leon, who finished down the order after a couple of incidents, with Timothy Pernod being the one. And there is Pernod in the red and white Pernod of the 3-1-1 kart on your screen. So it's Savaglio on pole, Noel Leon, the Alessandros Racing CRG kart. Second in line is the outside front row starter and current championship leader as of yesterday's first round, Can Savaglio, and this morning's winner, Eduardo Barrichello, second in line, directly behind Leon on the second row of the grid. Can they do it again and beat Noel Leon, the fast Mexican? The answer is we'll find out in the next 8 laps. Good start from Savaglio. He takes the race lead into turn number 1 and turn number 2. Oh, that's Isaac Canto on that green and white Tony kart. Anders Clements up into 4th place at the expense of Timothy Pernod. It's nose to tail, wheel to wheel action all the way through turns 4 and 5. But what a start from Gianluca Savaglio. Noel Leon is right there in second, and I think we're going to see Savaglio defend right from the off. Noel Leon's got to be forceful. He's going to have to be forceful. Watch for the move into this corner here. Oh, is it going to happen? Not this time.
So as they round the Piquet teardrop here, they'll come out of the corner and head towards turn number 14 or 15, 16, 17 now here for Gianluca Savaglio. All over him is Noel Leon. Now, we saw this on the opening lap of Heat 1 as well. Savaglio was quick to answer. Dudu Barrichello was a little bit closer to be able to also get into the fight. Here we come down the front stretch. Leon inside for the lead. He's got it. Noel Leon to the point. He will block the inside to turn 1. Savaglio gives him a little love tap in the center of the corner. Leon gets some space, and Savaglio will block the inside in turn 3. Here comes Barrichello. And Noel Leon, remember, they do not need to beat him as we got problems. Pernod into the wall.
Timothy Pernod into the wall. It has not gone well for Timothy Pernod. And if you look at that, as he's turning the kart round and getting the kart, I can see there the marshals have got the yellow flags out on the start-finish line, as you know, but Pernod safely off there. It's now or never for Savaglio, I think, Xander Clements. He's got to go back in on Noel Leon quickly, or if the Mexican gets into his stride, he will disappear into the distance. Barrichello runs in third. Isaac Canto after that great start up into P4. The top 3 are clear. Savaglio is going to have to put one on Noel Leon before this race is too much older, if he has any thoughts of winning. Oh, and Savaglio clattering the curb through turn number 12. That is a tough rattler.
Yeah, so there they go down to turn number 2 here. It's a 3-driver breakaway with a big gap back to Aiden Fox and company as they exit turn 3. Like you said, it might have been now or never there. Noel Leon knew it, so that's why he defended the corner after he made the pass. Defended in turn number 2, waited until Savaglio gave him that little tap in the center of the corner, then he hit the gas, and that's what got him away in turn 3, and now the Mexican is starting to pull away. Yesterday's winner doing a great job through turn 14. He'll head to the Piquet teardrop with a 5-car length cushion and growing. Noel Leon leading the way here in Senior Max over Savaglio and Barrichello. Then it's Aiden Fox, and then it is Isaac Canto, who's got Wes Duchak bearing down on him, and Ethan Thorne in the Nash Motorsports EOS kart. Thorne almost close enough for a dive bomb on Duchak there. Both drivers get edge of the top 5 right now, trying to fight their way in as Canto holds the spot. Like you said, Isaac Canto with a very aggressive move at the early start, fully clean, but the big loser was Timothy Pernod, and now for the second session in a row, Timothy Pernod, what a day that started so promising, so good with a 3rd place qualifying result. 2 DNFs in the heats. It'll put him into the back of the grid. He will be exciting to watch in the main, but that's not what he wants to hear right now here in heat number 2.
Certainly, as we follow the battles at the head of the field, I can tell you at the back of the pack, Matthew Barose in 20th position, and Gonzalo Molina in 19th, Tim Harrell running 18th, Sofia Marak in 17th, then in Santiago, Ego Aguera 16th, Chris Farino 15th, Miguel Parra in 14th, and Manuel Gonzalez after his accident in the first heat. Good to see Manuel back out there in 30th position. Brian Garcia in 12th, Camilo Trapper is 11th. Camilo's brother Augustino Trapper is not out there, neither is Manuel Ochoa. I spoke to Manuel on our lunch break. He is suffering, doing 2 classes, can hardly breathe. He gutting it out in DD2, but I think it's probably not going to see him again until at least the final in senior Rotax. Luciano Navarro is 10th, Jorge Ortiz 9th, Fernando Barrichello is 8th, Ethan Thorne 7th, Wes Duchak 6th. Looking at Wes Duchak on your screens now, up at the front. However, Noel Leon's lead is now up to over a second over Savalio, and it's Savalio who is coming under increasing pressure from last year's champion and the driver that finished 5th in the 2022 Rotax Grand Finals in Senior Rotax, Eduardo Barrichello from Sao Paulo, Brazil.
The 21-year-old here continuing to close on the Canadian Gianluca Savalio as they round turns 11 and 12. They'll head through 13 and 14 here around the 2 trees and towards the Piquet teardrop. It's 4 car lengths between them. This time by 3 laps to go. Dudu Barrichello versus Savaglio. This is probably for the pole position starting spot come the main event right now, as right now they'd be almost in a tie with the way that it would fall from qualifying with Savaglio ahead and Barrichello behind. Barrichello can fully put that argument to bed here by finishing 2nd in Heat 2 after winning Heat 1 and knowing Noel Leon has an 11th place result at best that he has to work with. Here he comes to the inside turn 1 and he slides it through. Barrichello to 2nd and he gets by on Savaglio and a Dudu Barrichello. What a turnaround from yesterday where again he just seemed like he went backwards more than he went forwards when it came to the changes. The PSL Karting Bureau R team has got him tuned up. He may not have the speed of Leon right now, but he knows that Noel Leon is going to be starting probably row 3, row 4 due to that horrible crash on the start or early part of heat number 1.
Into turn number 10, through 11 we go. This is the battle for 2nd place on your screen. Aiden Fox now has moved into 4th position. There's Aiden, you can see in a bright white race suit, tall driver, sitting bolt upright in the kart. This is a great scrap. Barrichello and Savaglio, they swap places. They are slowing each other down. I think they realise that, look, Leon is gone and we're not going to catch him. But like you said, Xander, this could be the battle for pole position in the final later on this afternoon. Savaglio checks over his shoulder. Here comes Aiden Fox. Aiden Fox has been ultra consistent, ultra smooth on what is a very, very chaotic senior Rotax grid. Behind them, Isaac Canto holding off Wes Duchak for 6th position. But then, for 5th place rather, then it's Ethan Thorne, Jorge Ortiz, Fernando Barrichello and Luciano Navarro, the rest of the top 10. But here on your screens, 2nd, 3rd, and hopping over the curbs in 4th place, Aiden Fox.
Yeah, Aiden Fox there at least. It didn't look like he was going to be anywhere close to these 2 guys, but he has really turned the wick up. Aiden Fox last time by 2nd fastest driver on the racetrack, only beaten by a 10th by the race leader Noel Leon. So he could really play spoiler to both of them for a good result. And Fox, of course, was 3rd in that opening heat race. So he's got a lot of speed on his side as well. He could make up a couple spots, get him a better starting position for the main if he gets around Savaglio or Barrichello. And Savaglio, he's not going easily into the night, as many would say there. He's kind of found some more speed. This time by the white flag will wave. It's a 3-way fight for 2nd. Barrichello, Savaglio, Fox to turn number 1.
Aiden Fox is the man really in prime position. He looks to the inside. Savaglio doesn't defend. And Aiden Fox picks him up, puts him down into P3. And Savaglio has not been driving defensively. I have to say, he's given everybody racing room. As I say that, though, he had decided, no, I will not drive defensively. However, I will drive very offensively. Goes on the offense, passes Aiden Fox, and I think that's one of the best moves we've seen through turn number 5. Here's the battle for 5th, 6th, and 7th. Canto, Duchak, and Ethan Thorne are next in line. There's Canto in the white and green Tony Kart livery, white crash helmet. Where's Duchak in the middle of the pack in the Rollerton Performance Group Piquet Sports entry. And then it is the number 301 of the Nash Motorsports ER chassis of Ethan Thorne trying to go around the outside of Duchak. What was that all about?
I don't know. He was trying to go by. Ducek might have defended. Meanwhile, Noel Leon wins Heat 2. Barrichello second. Savalio third. Fox fourth. Canto fifth. And around the outside, he did get it done. Ethan Thorne gets it on Wes Ducek. No idea what happened to Wes Ducek there in the Rollison Performance Group Piquet Sports Cosmic. I don't know if he overly defended, if he broke too early, or if he had a problem on the final lap, the final few corners of losing power, because he, again, like you said, out of nowhere, Thorne just full throttle around the outside into 17.
In the UK, we call that the Slim Shady move, round the outside, round the outside. And certainly, Wes Ducek now is well versed in what it's like to be on the receiving end of that type of move. Kudos, though, to Ethan Thorne. And once again, Xander, we are seeing these drivers, the more laps we put on, these drivers are finding places to pass that we thought, no, never. They're never going to try and overtake in that race. So let's take it through the the finishing order for that one. It was Noel Leon taking the win in that one. Eduardo Barrichello second. There, Gianluca Savalio in third as they come into the pits, followed by Aidan Fox in fourth. Then it's Isaac Canto, Ethan Thorne, and Wes Ducek, the top six. A long, long way back to the the next kart. Oh, and drivers coming into the pit there. There's Manuel Gonzalez, there's Camilo Trapa, Jorge Ortiz, Fernando Barrichello, and the rest of the finishers coming in. There goes Tim Harrell through your screens. Now, yeah, we didn't see Mauricio Olaya in that race. Neither did we see Augustin Trapa, and I don't believe we saw... looking down the order, yeah, we didn't see Augusto Soto Chiripa, so we were a couple of drivers down in that race. Hopefully they'll all be out for the final. Manuel Gonzalez recovering well from his earlier accident. So did Matthew Verose, I have to say. That was the conclusion of our senior heat. The next time we'll see the seniors will be in the finals. Now, word coming through from the second junior heat race, and has to be said that a front bumper penalty for Javier Felipe Chaparro in kart 201. That was one of the penalties from there, and a disqualification in DD2 heat number 1 for Manuel Ochoa. So things happening there, and looking there at some of the bumper penalties coming in. Number 313, Aidan Fox, front fairing penalty, and Sophia Marak, front fairing penalty as well in that heat race. So of course penalties being applied, what Xander and I say and what we see on your screens, on these screens, that is all provisional. Now we look at the next Masters race. Let's do a quick head count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. Well done, Masters. All 16 of you have made it out. We've got both Provosts, both Llewellings. We've got all the entries out there, and they're all trying to catch pole position holder Antonio Pizzonia, who won the opening race. There's Rubens Barrichello on the number 611 Birrell ART kart, and Vince Carey sitting there third in line. Vince was so fast on the start. Can he make it up into P2 with the number 618 kart? Pizzonia looking over his shoulder to see where the rest of the drivers are. The answer is they're right there. Don't worry, Antonio. Into the tram lines we go. 16 Max Masters set to take the start. Pizzonia, Barrichello, Carey, Mardan, Lawyer, Watson, and the rest. Green flag in the air. It's a great start once again from Pizzonia. Barrichello tries to cut across. Barrichello stays in P2 this time. Vince Carey third, Mardan in fourth, Lawyer up into fifth place. That's Luis Iglesias is in the sixth position ahead of the showman Harold Watson. But already it's the two Brazilian ex-Formula 1 drivers streaking away at the head of this group. Can Rubens Barrichello equalise in their daily score of cat and mouse one-upmanship over each other? It was 1-0 to Pitsonia this morning. In fact, it's 2-0 to Pitsonia for qualifying and heat number one. This time, though, Barrichello has made a much better start and can set off after his countryman and try and equalise at least the heat points and see if anything else can happen. Now, of course, we're talking about heat points. Of course, if Rubens Barrichello can pass and finish ahead of Antonio Pitsonia, that will give them equal points. But because Pitsonia qualified in front of Barrichello, then that means Pitsonia would take the tiebreaker and start on pole position for the final. However, and this is not something we've considered, if Rubens Barrichello can drag Antonio Pitsonia into a scrap and slow them all down, it will give one of the other drivers a chance. And again, this is nothing, we're not making any sort of disparaging remarks against the talents of the likes of Vince Carey, Lorenzo Mardan, Mundy Lawyer, Harold Watson and the rest. However, they are up against two ex-Formula 1 drivers, and during the course of the weekend, the class shown by Pitsonia and Barrichello have kept them at arm's length from everybody else. Vince Carey got ahead of Rubens Barrichello for a lap in the opening heat race, but Barrichello made short work of him. Now can Rubens Barrichello make short work of Antonio Pitsonia, because he has caught the race leader as they come out of turn number 19 through turn number 20 to complete lap number 2 out of 8. Rubinho on the move. Pitsonia trying to rebuff his efforts. On the brakes into turn number 2, and Pitsonia stays in front. Here comes Rubens up the inside into turn 3. New leader, Rubens Barrichello. And they didn't lose as much time as I thought to the chasing pack. Can Pitsonia fight back? He has a little think about it. He thunk about it. Going into turn number 9, nothing happened. Now into turn number 10. Oh, Pitsonia gets a really good run through turn number 10 and 11 over the curb now at turn 12 through 13 and now 14 behind the palm trees out towards the Piquet teardrop. Will Pitsonia fight back? The answer is yes, they can. Okay, now it's game on. Barrichello gets run very, very wide indeed. Ho! Pitsonia had his Weetabix this morning. He has got his fighting boots on. Rubens doesn't look too thrilled with that one. And again, Rubens ran a little bit wide. Oh dear, that's Lorenzo Mardan in the barriers with Mundy Lawyer coming through turn number 16. Both Lawyer and Mardan back in the race. A clash of wheels there. That is going to drop them down the order. We're going to have some new names in the top 5 with those two out. There's Mundy Lawyer out back in the kart, and look at Vince Carey. So there's the top 3 go through. Up into 4th position now is Diego Rodriguez. Harold Watson is 5th. Francisco Barber is 6th. Then is Daniel Ramirez, Dionyso Espejo, Lucas Iglesias, David Lee Provost, and Logan Fluelling. Well, Provost in the top 10 on this lap number 4 out of 8. So this is lap 4 out of 8. And looking down further back there's Lucas Iglesias there in the red race suit, I believe. Oh no, that is actually, sorry, that is one of the GP car racing drivers. And I think that might have been Logan Fluelling on camera very briefly. So, right, cross flags, half distance, Barrichello closing back in on Pitsonia. Well, if I were you, Vince Carey, sitting in 3rd position, I would be driving your little socks off to try and catch the leaders, because it's good. It's going to get tasty, ladies and gentlemen, up at the front of this one. Further back in the pack, good to see scraps happening all the way up and down the order. That is the blue race suit. That is Victor Kuzmachov in 12th position, with Lucas Iglesias in 9th leading the way in that group. followed by David Lee Provost, Logan Flewelling, and then Kuzmichov. There's number 612 Kart. That is Logan Flewelling, the youngest driver in the Masters class. Flewelling there having a rough day yesterday, but he is giving it all he can, and he's provided behind his teammate David Lee Provost. They had a long drive down from Toronto. There's a long drive back up to Toronto, so don't take each other out, guys. They are chasing Lucas Iglesias, and this is a great scrap for what is 10th and 11th position. Meanwhile, up at the front, Pitsonia Jr. still leads by 3/4 of a second, and here comes some of the chasing pack through turn number 20 now. Oh, and that's the green and white Tony Kart of Dioniso Espejo, the Giraldi Racing number 606 Kart. Oh, and the two teammates getting very, very well acquainted with one another. In front of them is Iglesias in the Alessandros Racing entry, but here is Espejo being chased by the number 615 Kart of Iglesias, and side by side. Oh, is that a problem? No, a problem for the number 606 of Dionisio Espejo. And Dionisio's daughter, Megan Espejo, has had all sorts of problems as well in her Minimax Kart, and now Dad is suffering problems as well. Further up there go the two teammates. Well, Toronto, are you watching? The GP karting, the GP racing duo are having a good old tussle here. That is the Provost and Flewelling. Kuzmichov is not far behind them. There goes briefly Kuzmichov through your screens. But here we go. The 612 of Logan Flewelling hanging on for dear life, trying to beat David Lee Provost, his teammate, for 10th position. The gap at the front is now 8/10 of a second. So Rubens Barrichello, I think, that's what 8/10 of a second looks like in Max Masters. Barrichello, oh, I would love to be a fly on the wall in the pits when they come in afterwards to see what they have to discuss. It was a fair move, but it was a hard move by Antonio Pitsonia. Rubens is, we're on lap number 7. The white flag will be out next time around. I'm not sure if Rubens is completely done with this one yet. No, he's not. He is girded his loins for one more time into the breach, dear friends. That's Shakespeare, apparently. Here we go. White flag in the air. It is Pitsonia. Barrichello in his wheel tracks, late on the brakes for Rubens Barrichello, but he misses the apex at turn number 2. That's going to cost him. He was driving it very, very deep indeed. Has that given it away? I think Rubens Barrichello is saving everything he can for the teardrop corner. If you can get close to me thinking, okay, Antonio, you were about 4 kart lengths behind me when you lunged up the inside into the teardrop earlier on in this race. If I can get within 4 kart lengths of you, Sunshine, I will return the favour with interest. But to do that, he's got to gain ground, and he's running out of corners because this is turn 13, turn 14. Pitsonia has done enough. Manaus, Brazil, will beat Sao Paulo, Brazil, in this, the second Max Masters race of the day. And we've still got a few corners to go, but it is all she wrote in terms of the battle for race victory. Behind these two, 6 seconds behind these two, Vince Carey has driven very, very well indeed. And in fact, apart from the 2X Formula 1 drivers, Vince Carey easily the class of the field in this race. Here he comes across the line in third. The showman, Harold Watson, right in his wheel tracks, finishing in fourth for Peru, with Diego Rodriguez taking a very well-deserved 5th position. Well done, Diego. 6th is Francesco Barber. And now we wait for Daniel Ramirez to finish 7th. Lucas Iglesias is 8th. Logan Flewelling leads home the GP Racing Party in 9th place. And of David Lee Provost in 10th. Victor Kuzmichov in 11th. Laurentiu Mardan will round out your top 12 positions in that one. All 16 karts started the race. And apart from Andrew Lee Provost and Dioniso Espejo, 14 made it to the finish, with Mundi Lawyer after his incident down in 13th, and David Flewelling rounding out the finishers. But great to see all 16 drivers out there. Let's hope we get all 16 drivers in the final as well, as we welcome back Xander Clements to the broadcast. Xander, that wasn't bad at all. Now, as we can see, that we can see Rubens and Antonio coming in there. I don't think Rubens Barrichello is going to be, well, Antonio saw a gap, went for it. Rubens ran a little bit wide. All's fair in love, war, and go-karting.
Yes, I mean, these two have been going at it all weekend. Antonio, has been on the losing end for more of it than he's been on the winning end. So no surprise to see Antonio Pizzonia wanting to make the lunge there at that point, considering yesterday was all about Rubens. However, nonetheless here, Henry, I appreciate the little bit of coverage there. The racing just has not stopped. We ran a little bit behind through heat number 1, which meant the lunch break was short, and running around I didn't have time, so I had enough time to watch that race, enjoy it as a race fan, enjoy my little Subway sandwich, and now I'm ready and fueled up here for the rest of the afternoon.
It's not just the go-karts that need fuel. Commentators as well, spouting nonsense, talking about karting is hard work too. Who have we got on the live chat that we want to say a big hello to as we begin this afternoon's session?
Well, let's go ahead here. Juan Ratiez saying buena cuera to Manuel Ochoa. I believe that was a little bit earlier, talking about his fantastic run in that final DD2 heat race.
Which then ended in an exclusion in tech.
Oh, heartbreak there for Manuel Ochoa, but at least there in the shorter grid, he should be able to make up for that. And at nothing else, a very, very good run and confidence boost, I would say.
And he's now racing through the pain barrier.
Yes.
Doing 2 classes has really, really taken its toll on Manuel Ochoa. He didn't go out in the last senior Rotax race, but he will be there in DD2.
We got some more ones coming in here. This one's from Joey Botting saying Isaac Canto going to win. Isaac obviously had a very, very good second heat race, and he's got the aggression turned up to a level 10 now.
Actually, for those of you who watch Byron on Top, he's turned the aggression up to 11.
Yeah.
That is that move he made at the start really did a great job for Isaac Canto.
So with that here, we are getting set for more action, and we've got a few more shout-outs here. This one's from F1 is Cool, saying good luck to Max and Bashi Jimenez. Then we've got Eric Questo also getting a shout-out from Joey Botting. We got some love from KP saying big ups to the commentary. The commentary is great. At this point, our heads are not going to fit inside these headsets. Please, we appreciate it, but be careful, okay? We're not going to be able to do this anymore because they won't fit. Our heads are already big enough.
Luckily, the skybox here in Piquet has ample room, and but again, we appreciate what you're saying. Thank you for your support here on Kart Chaser. Again, when you get as passionate as about the first heat race was a doozy. The second one, it's only going to be 6 laps. It is going to be short and sweet, like my haircut. Now we look at Kai Johnson was the winner of race number 1. Through the rolling lap into turn 10. Here we go. It's David Zhao on the outside of row number 1. Watch for Alexis Bayerjon with the purple and black crash helmet there, the Lewis Hamilton style crash helmet, the Blast Force entry. It is going to be Edward Kennedy, at the front of the grid. There's Luke Konjanapatak on the Praga kart. Great qualifying, great opening heat race as well for Konjanapatak, the Thai-born, Miami-based driver for the Zinid team, and a great bunch of people down in the Zinid awning, and lots of lads and dads, and in the case of Maddox Ruiz, granddad and lad, as Maddox Ruiz granddad is looking after Maddox's kart. But it's a Minimax on the rolling lap, 6 lap race, not a lot of time, but still plenty of opportunities for much action as they head up towards turn number 70. Great shot there of the overall facility here at Piquet Raceway Park. It's Kennedy on the Energy Core chassis, David Zhao on the Goodwood Kartways Nitro chassis. Then it's Conjanapatak and the number 115 of yesterday's winner, Antoine Lemieux, on the outside of row number 2.
And Antoine Lemieux getting some more love here from back home. This one from Scott Campbell saying, keep pushing Antoine Lemieux. Antoine Lemieux, what a great day yesterday. Looking for more here, and he's still in a safe spot to start towards the front of the grid come the main event. Just needs one more good run around Piquet Race Park in the 6-lap heat race. What a good battle it was in heat 1. Edward Kennedy got shuffled backwards, but he's got the pace to win it. Can he do it here this time? Green flag in the air. We're racing down to turn 1. Kennedy will get the jump. Zhao down to the inside. Everyone's going to scatter into turn number 2, and Lemieux gets the worst of it as he drops back about 3 to 4 spots there through turn number 2. They'll cycle single file coming out of it over to turn number 8, 9, and 10, and out of turns 4 and 5. Here they come down the S's, single file at the front of the field here in Minimax, and it is Edward Kennedy who shows the way to turns 10 and 11. It is Kennedy over Zhao, then Baillargeon, then Johnson, and then a battle for 5th there, as I believe a great start for the youngster there in Luke Kenjanapatak. Not a great one compared to from his starting position, but a good start where he's better off than where he was in heat number 1 as he rounds the top 5.
Indeed, and further back there was another Praga kart. I'm not sure if it was Mannix Ruiz, possibly, who went very, very, very deep into turn number 2 and picked up a couple of places, but it was one of those hold your breath moments. Is he going to get it stopped? And he did, but we'll see where he rounds out. Iso Tang as well in the mix as they complete lap number 1. It is Kennedy up by half a kart length as there's changes back further back there. That's Iso Tang making a move, I think, on Luke Conjanapatak for 5th position. Antoine Lemieux, Jago Lempen, Mateus Brunetti, Luis Thomas Pelletier, Remy Guzman, Iso Tang, Mannix Ruiz in 12th. Did we get all 17?
Oh, look at this here. David Zhao to the lead in turn number 7 and 8. And Kennedy gets tripped up a little bit on the exit. He'll fall back to the 4th position. Johnson into 3rd. Baillargeon to 2nd. David Zhao, the leading man here in the Goodwood Kartways Nitro Kart. But Baillargeon's right there. Turn 15 down the inside. New leader again. Baillargeon gets through with a Bureau Art. And Alexis Baillargeon takes the lead over to turn 16.
It does look as though Bashi Jimenez has not made it to the start of this one. Neither has Luis Cifres. So we're down to 15 runners. Bashi did finish his opening heat race, but maybe his hand injury playing up a little bit too much. Luis Cifres retired in his opening, so hopefully the car will get fixed for the final later on. But it's all action at the front. Baillargeon from Zhao, Kennedy, Johnson, and in 5th position is that Lempen and Conjanapatak. The top 6, Antoine Lemieux, in 5th. Lempen is 7th. But again, Baillargeon aggressive. Can he hold on to it? David Zhao really coming on strong today. One of those drivers obviously learnt a lot yesterday. And of course, David Zhao, the only driver here on a nitro chassis. Oh dear! And that
Kennedy
is Kennedy out again. Oh no! I took my eyes off the screen for 1 split second. And just to check on David Zhao, his details, and then the next thing you know, Kennedy is going backwards. Not quite sure what precipitated that, whether it was a mistake or whether it was an assist from another driver. But Kennedy out of this one. We've still got 3 at the front: Baillargeon, Zhao, and race 1 winner Kai Johnson.
So Kai Johnson here looking to try and just get a top 2 result that would safely put him to the pole for the main event. He runs 3rd, 3 car lengths away. Big run for David Zhao towards turn number 2. He'll close down to just a car length away from Alexis Baillargeon. Antoine Lemieux, after fading back to the 8th position on the opening circuit, has clawed his way back up the order to 4th. Luke Kenjanapatak still 5th. Jago Lempen is 6th. Brunetti, Pelletier, Guzman, Sung, Ruiz, Alex Miller, Kennedy dropped all the way down to 13th in the Nash Motorsports Energy. Horrific heat races here for Edward Kennedy, the poleman, who will now unfortunately just be trying to play catch-up in Heat 2 and hope for a top 6, top 7 starting spot come the feature here this afternoon as we work towards the 2 to go signal. 3 laps complete.
The only saving grace for Edward Kennedy is that the final is nearly twice the length of the heat races, so he will have time to claw his way back into contention.
Yeah, he will have at least time, like you said here. They're significantly longer. Now, granted, there's still only going to be 11 laps for the micros and the minis, 13 laps for the majority of the classes, and 15 for Senior Max, and I believe DD2 Max as well. As we head towards turn 2 here now with 2 laps remaining, Alexis Bayarjan leading as David Zhao makes a little mistake out of turn 2. He dropped a tire in the dirt. Can Kai Johnson capitalize? Looked like Zhao, it didn't really affect him at all in turn 3. In fact, he gained ground on the race leader, and the gaps remain at about a half second apiece, with Antoine Lemieux still lurking there in 4th and Luke Kenjanapatek in the 5th position as they head through turn 10.
Yempert still runs in 6th, followed by Brunetti, Pelletier, and Sang, with Guzman, Ruiz, Miller, Kennedy, Mukaram, and Espejo. It would be great to see Max Mukaram and Megan Espejo make it to the end of a race. We had, Max finished the race this morning after a terrible day yesterday. Megan Espejo didn't quite make it to the end of her first heat race, but again, dear, I did it again, Curse. The commentator, well, Max Mukaram back in the race, and he's just going to get it home. But here is the lead battle. Now, what a turnaround in performance for David Zhao and that Goodwood Kartways team, the Nitro chassis. They've learned an awful lot because here he comes. Oh, white flag in the air. Kai Johnson getting 2 wheels into the dirt. What can David Zhao do? Bayerjan's lead is not secure, but Zhao can't quite. Yeah, Bayerjan, the Blast Force kart, very good. The Charles Leclerc chassis on that underneath Bayerjan. Very good the first couple of things. Now it's Kai Johnson under pressure from Antoine Lemieux through turn 5. There goes Antoine Lemieux into P3.
Nice move by Antoine Lemieux, taking advantage of Kai Johnson's mistake back in turn 20. But look at Johnson. Crossover move, almost could get there. Just didn't have the oomph to get out of turn number 10 on that PSA race team, Team Benek entry. Behind him, Luke Kenjanapatek still lurking in the 5th position. However, it'll come down to turn 17 and 18 on the final lap once again for a battle here in Minimax. We've seen this story before. How do they go through the S's? Up front, Bayarjan's got a good gap over David Zhao. Johnson will not be close enough to Antoine Lemieux. It should stay about the same to the finish. And Alexis Bayarjan will take the Charles Leclerc kart to the win in heat number 2 in Minimax. Look at this run across the line. Lemieux barely holds on over Kai Johnson for 3rd. David Zhao finishes 2nd. Lemieux, Johnson, Kenjanapatek, and problems on the final lap for the 103 of Remy Guzman, who is running in the 10th position.
Guzman just standing, disconsolate. That's a good two tire kicks.
Yeah.
That tells me that something broke, and now Guzman will he's either having a moment to himself or he's realised, that hurt my foot. But 2 tire kicks there for Remy Guzman. A 10th place finish goes banging. But again, luckily, he's got the final to go. Bayerjan, all weekend long, Alexis Bayerjan has seemed to have either a bad start or a problem in qualifying or an exclusion. He's been fighting. That was the first time we've really seen Alexis sort of at the front and able to get a clear run at it, and he was able to hold on for the win. Further back, Max Mukaram finishes in 14th place. That's 2 races, 2 finishes for Max Mukaram, and Megan Espejo finishing in 13th place. She makes it to the end as well. Mannix Ruiz in 12th, Alex Miller in 11th, Iso Teng in 10th, Edward Kennedy in P9, and there is a look at the spectator area. Well, a lot of the parents, the family members above some of the competing flags here. I have to say, Rotax did a great job of making sure all the entries have got their flags represented here. So again, just a source of pride for all those competing nations. I think I'll remind you one more time, we have drivers not only from the United States and Canada here, we have drivers from Mexico, Ecuador, Venezuela, Peru, Brazil, Colombia, Uruguay, Romania, Australia, Chinese Taipei and the island of Taiwan, Argentina, Chile, and the Dominican Republic.
Well, how about that, ladies and gentlemen, here on the stand. If you take a look to your right, you guys are on the Jumbotron. Give us a wave here for the family and friends and family here and spectators on the spectator stand. Live on TV here. There we go. We got some waves from the crowd over here that are live. Everyone's ready, having a good time here in Loxahatchee Groves, Florida.
You can see Julian Rivera's mum there with a white front on her baseball cap.
Yeah,
so that is
look
Ecuador being there. Yep, she knows now. This guy with a great haircut there. I haven't seen a haircut of that since the Jackson 5 split up.
Yeah, nice afro there, right on the. I like it.
Good afro there. I bet that's nice there. You've got the TB Kart logo on the T-shirt there. We haven't got a TB Kart here as well. You can't promote the brand until you get into Rotax racing. So anyway, there we go. There's some Jorge Ortiz's fan club there by the Mexican flag, and we'll see them at the thing. There's the Uruguay flag there with a couple of drivers. The Canadian flag, the Great White North there, moving across. We've got now we did have a driver from Belize, Alexander Bowen, just behind the XPS there. That's the Belize flag. Alexander Bowen sadly not with us. Then you've got the Dominican Republic flag. Wow, hang on a second. There's no Dominicans behind the Dominican Republic flag. That is insane. But hello to everybody back in Santo Domingo, and as well we've got the Ecuadorian, the Venezuelan flag as well. Great to see so many nations here and so many family members and friends. You're all on camera, but now the cameras, I can hear, like Pink Floyd said, the distant sound of rumbling in the jungle down there. There's the Venezuelan flag. There is the Stars and Stripes, the Brazilian flag and the Argentine flag, and then it's the skybox. It's us. And you can see there's Danger Aaron at the top there. Again, if he jumps up and down too much, he'll come right through our window.
Yeah, we got to be careful. No trampoline, no headbanging there, Aaron. We got to get back to work. Let's go to the on-track action, folks. Micromax getting set to go here, and Antonio Pizzonia Jr. will get set to lead the field to the green once again. What a dominant run he had in the opening heat race here in Micro, so now he's just got to back it up. He's got to go out there, perform again. Sebastian Piemonte second. Julian Rivera had to come from the back. He'll have to do it again. He qualified on the pole, however, was excluded following qualifying, and now Julian Rivera, for the second race in a row, is going to give us some razzle-dazzle coming through the grid.
Yes, indeed. Now, in heat number 1, this race was a superb demonstration of the different stage of people's karting careers. You had the battles for the win. You had the battles further back in the pack. You've got drivers going for that ticket to the grand finals. You've got drivers just looking to beat their best lap times. You've got other drivers looking to try and make their very first major pass in karting. Here we go. Let's have a look. There are the top 6. You've got Pizzonia Jr. You have got Sebastian Piemonte. You have got Maxwell Matcha. And then you have Dominic Vera with the silver crash helmet. You've got Melvin Dos Santos on the Tony card. Then you've got the Pragas of Andre Deniz and Aidan Cushin. And at the back, you have Julian Rivera. 9 drivers in total. Where's Matisse Lacroix? Didn't quite see where did I miss the Birrell ART? Hopefully we've got all 9 drivers out on track. Into there. Let's have a look. Yeah, there's Matisse Lacroix. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 drivers. Let's see what this race will bring us. Pizzonia Jr. waltzed away. And again, well, I say he concertoed away, not a waltz, because he's a very, very talented pianist, is Antonio Pizzonia Jr., concert pianist level at just the age of 10. Here we go. Green flag in the air, and Pizzonia Jr. gets the whole shot into turn number 1. Piemonte, that is Maxwell Matcha hot on his heels. So a good start from Maxwell Matcha up into P2. Piemonte is third, Vera is fourth, and then it is Melville Dos Santos in fifth, and is that Aidan Kishun making a good start in the P6. Maybe it is. Rivera is still down in 7th or 8th place as the drivers come into turn number 10 on this, the opening lap of Heat 2 in Micromax.
Much better start for Maxwell Matcha, of course. You remember heat number 1, he was in the wall. He starts here, heat number 2 in second. Here's a look at Julian Rivera. Big run, looking inside, I believe. Is that on Kishun?
Yes, it is. Now, what Aidan Kishun needs to know, he needs to sit behind Rivera, follow in his wheel tracks, copy the lines of the faster driver. You'll learn so much more. Obviously, Rivera is going to pull away from him, but while he can, just see what the more experienced driver's doing and learn from him.
Now, Maxwell Macha as well for second is going to have pressure, just as the likes of Sebastian Piemonte. Here we go down the front stretch. Piemonte to the inside. Macha drives him down low. Remember, these two were the ones that got together. Macha crossover back to the inside in turn number 2. I'm sure there's no love lost there from Maxwell, as he was on the outside of Sebastian right there in turn 3 on the start of Heat 1 when he got put into the grass and into the wall. Meanwhile, Julian Rivera made quick work of Dominic Vera and Melville Dos Santos. He's already up to 4th.
Like a hot knife through butter. Julian Rivera just moving past Dos Santos, Rivera up at the P4, and again, he hasn't given up hopes of winning this one yet, even though it's a short 6-lap race. He thinks to himself, okay, if I can now get past Macha and Piemonte, but again, Maxwell Macha, I've got to say, he is pint-sized, and he's got the most angelic little smile. Hugely popular driver in the paddock. However, he was showing us there that he has got grit and determination to match the biggest and ugliest driver in the paddock, because there he was defending. He did the crossover move, and he was like, no, I'm going to take second. Now here goes Piemonte again. Macha moves across. Now watch Maxwell Macha get in the slipstream. Will he make the move going up the straight? Oh, look at that. Piemonte's got a lot more oomph in that car. I think Macha, again, it's a power thing, it's an engine speed thing, and Macha and Rivera saying, right now, go. What Maxwell Macha needs to do now, tuck in behind Rivera. Rivera's going to make a move on Piemonte, and he's going to force Piemonte offline. When he does, Macha's got to be close enough to take advantage and slip through, like, get in, like, like the neighbor's cat in the cat flap when you just put the dinner out.
Yeah, Julian Rivera here will definitely be looking to go by sooner rather than later. He still has an outside chance of gaining on race leader Antonio Pizzonia Jr. He was half a second better than him the previous time, but like you said, Maxwell Macha just a bit down on power, especially on top-end speed, and that's where he's lost out. He was trying to defend from Piemonte the lap before, couldn't do anything about it this time, and now Rivera is starting to pull away from him. Now Julian Rivera, once he gets around Piemonte, he may not have time to get to Pizzonia now, but he will definitely be in a great spot to fight with him in the main event as Piemonte goes low through turn 20. Here comes Julian Rivera with a big head of steam at the halfway marker to the inside and clear for second. Julian Rivera will pick up that spot, and now he can set his sights on Antonio Pizzonia Jr., who is only, by the way, 1.8 seconds up the road. In fact, they gained 0.2 of a second on him that time by.
Yep, and sadly, Maxwell Macha did not stay close enough to the back of Rivera's kart to be able to take advantage of Rivera passing Piemonte. Here's your race leader, 10-year-old Antonio Pizzonia Jr. Well, yesterday we saw Eduardo Barrichello winning. We saw Rubens Barrichello winning in heat races. Today, Antonio Pizzonia Sr. and Jr. have both won races. So, again, karting's a family sport, and some of the biggest known families in the sport are enjoying winning runs here at the Piquet Raceway and Entertainment Centre. Rivera, let's check the lap times. We're on lap number 4 or 6. Somebody has gone past sounding very throaty indeed. I'm going to do a lap time check. Okay, Aidan Kishan, well done. 1 minute 11.607. Finally, he has broken into the 1 minute 11s during race trim. That is what he wanted to do. He's running in 7th place. He's ahead of Deniz and Qual. He's behind Dos Santos. Now I know that young man. Oh, and there's Dos Santos going to get all crossed up, chasing Dominic Vera. And Sander, how impressive has Dominic Vera, 7 years old, been winning the DM kart competition, running in 5th place, looking like he's belonged on the international stage all his life.
Yeah, I mean, he is doing an awesome job here this weekend. Dominic Vera now will pull away by 4 car lengths from Melville Dos Santos, and at the right time as well here, Henry, coming to the white flag this time by. Only one more lap around. He puts a good few corners together, and he'll be out of reach from Melville. So this battle, again, is behind the top 4. It is for 5th on the circuit, as the race leader will come across the line in a moment while these two head up the hill towards turn number 16. Antonio Pizzonia Jr., though, has got only 1.4 seconds back to Julian Rivera as of the previous time. Where will that gap be? We'll find out in a moment as they round 17 and 18. And let's pick up the front of the field here for the final lap. One lap to go, and look at the gap.
Well, Rivera's got the deficit down to 0.7 of a second. Pizzonia Jr. has a quick glance over his shoulder. Piemonte's doing a good job, I've got to say, of hanging on. He's not right with Rivera, but he's there or thereabouts as they go through the flip-flop section at 5, 6, 7 and 8, now into turn number 9. And Rivera takes a much tighter line into turn number 9, an earlier apex, and yet still he's able to match the exit speed of Piquet Jr. I am a betting man, which is why I'm so poor, because the bookies always win. But I'm not sure that Rivera is done with this one yet. I think he might have one possibly move up his sleeve.
Yeah, so here they come out of the turn 15 teardrop corner. Rivera is going to need a big run onto the straightaway here. How close can he get into 17 and 18? Final time through. Antonio Pizzonia Jr.'s got a car length to boot. It'll be close to the final turn. I think he should be safe, but you never know. Here comes Rivera. Big run to the bumper. Not in time. Pizzonia Jr. hangs on to the cheers of the crowd across the line. Antonio Pizzonia Jr. survives the challenge in Heat 2. Look at this. Here comes Dominic Vera over Melville Dos Santos for the 5th position. Maxwell Macha again just up the road in 4th. Then it's Sebastian Piemonte 3rd. Rivera comes up less than a tenth of a second behind Pizzonia Jr. for the lead in the win. And while he did not get that heat race win, that is a statement made by Julian Rivera going into today's main event that he will be a force to be reckoned with. If in 6 laps he can go from last to a tenth away from first, everyone should be worried about that number 6 Ecuadorian.
And further back, Aidan Kishan, once again, well done, Aidan Kishan, 1 minute 11.421. Didn't spend the entire race following another driver. Got into some clear air thanks to a good start and was able to then show a little bit of extra speed. Blaise Diniz finishes in 8th position at 1 minute 12.5. Now, Matisse Lecroix, obviously the Kart not very well. Matisse retiring on the last lap, but that's 2 wins out of 2 for Pizzonia Jr. But Rivera giving him something of, in fact, no, Lecroix just crossed the line, that Kart, that Birrell ART Kart from the Prima racing team, or Premier racing team, sounding a little bit poorly, it must be said. I think the team are going to have a little bit of work to do on that one. Now we have but 1 heat race to go, Xander, and that is DD2 before we are into the finals. There is a little bit of time to go. I think the karts are just assembling themselves down on the circuit, on the dummy grid rather. I'm going to have a little quick look there. We've had bumper penalties in Masters. Driver number 612. Bumper penalty for Logan Flewelling. Well, that shows he was trying. And the driver of kart number 601, Mundi Lawyer. Mundi was involved in an incident early on. Now, other news to bring you. Timothy Pernod has a new motor on his kart. So he has got... I'm just looking at the message there.
Oh, good. Hey, check this out here as well on the screen. We got more spectators joining the fray. We've got people parked. This is outside of turn number 2, bringing some pickup trucks out, and that is the free section, the RV campgrounds. It's started to attract a crowd over the last couple days. I think we got our first tailgating party here at Piquet Raceway Park. I mean, I know the football's on later on. I don't know who you pick your poison, Eagles, 49ers, Bengals, or Chiefs. But that's one tailgate party. We've got a karting tailgate party out in the paddock. And they are now getting set to watch DD2. Let's do a kart count, 2, 4, 5 karts. We do have a full complement of DD2 drivers heading out on the circuit. So Manuel Ochoa, after an exclusion from the earlier heat race and in a big degree of pain now, Ochoa. They're all trying to catch Gianluca Savaglio. Matthew Taskinen, we saw him, lost the front brakes. That's why Taskinen was not really at the races in the previous heat race. So Taskinen back out, hopefully with front brakes working. There he is in kart 704.
4. And Colin Livington fans, we are going to try and get a 105.7 section. Colin is becoming a bit of a cult figure in the paddock. Here he is. He did say autographs are available at the end of this one. We're going to set up an autograph booth for the 49-year-old DD2 driver. Markussen in the Praga kart. Savalio on pole. Then it's Taskinen and Ochoa. 8 laps. The last heat of this, the second round of the 2023 Rotax Winter Trophy here at Piquet Racing Entertainment Park. Bring them to the line.
Here we go into first gear, pop it out of neutral and get ready to launch it. They'll get the revs up as they coast for a moment and then go into gear, and here we go. Green flag in the air, and we're side by side for the lead as Taskinen tries to get down to second. Markussen's going to try and send it on the inside. He will do so and get clear for second. Taskinen back to third. Ochoa slots into fourth, and we're racing down to turn number 4 as Gianluca Savalio starts to lead the way once again on what's been a solid weekend so far, and hunting him down is the Aussie there as he nearly takes a look on the inside.
Aussie rules football, and into second position goes Jonathan Markussen. Goodness knows what time it is. We've had people in from Perth, Gabe Belanca, people in from Sydney watching this. Goodness knows what time it is down in Australia. I hope you have stayed up as late as possible because Jonathan Markussen in P2 ahead of Taskinen and Ochoa. However, Gianluca Savalio, the Toronto-based 18-year-old for the Races Edge Motorsport Group, is pulling away already. Markussen, although we saw this, Sander, in the heat races yesterday, where Savalio really was, all on his own. Markussen sort of let him go as much as possible, but then saved his best for the final event itself. And big hello to all the spectators here watching at the Piquet Raceway Park. Hope you're enjoying what you're watching. These are the 2-speed DD2 Rotax karts. Hand shifters on the I'm standing here trying to think, what am I doing? Yeah, it's a hand shifters there. So up, just 2-speed kart. The fastest of the DD2 of the Rotax family, 135 kilometers an hour, and they're being led by Gianluca Savalio through the teardrop corner. Markussen and Taskinen. Well, it certainly looks like Matthew Taskinen has got a full complement of braking ability on that kart as he chases the Australian on the Praga kart, Jono Markussen.
Yeah, he's closing on in on Markussen now here, 2 car lengths away. 2 laps complete this time by here, 6 laps to go. Where do the lap times sit for everybody? Well, Gianluca Savalio obviously is the quickest at a 103.28. However, Markussen was even to him that time at a 103.2 as well, and Taskinen at a 103.3. So Savalio looked like he got away a good bit on the opening lap, and he did. But Jonathan Markussen matched him stride for stride here on lap number 2. So can he pick up the pace? Can he close back in? That was the story of that DD2 Max main event yesterday afternoon, was Jonathan Markussen closing in on Gianluca Savalio all the way until the final few circuits there around the racetrack, where Savalio was just able to pull out a little more speed. And, of course, in those final few circuits, that's a soft spot, of course, for Matthew Taskinen, who had that mechanical failure there with a ground wire going out on him in the second to last lap of that 17-lap main event. If not, I may have been actually 19 laps yesterday evening here under the lights, indeed.
It was many laps, and it was under the lights here. So, yes, by that point, our brains were understandably frazzled. Now, Savalio beginning to pull away. Good lap, 102.9 for Savalio. Markussen cannot respond at 103.3, and Taskinen matching Markussen for pace. Could we see Matthew Taskinen have a little move, have a little nibble at Jonathan Markussen into turn number 9? If he gets through the couple of kart lengths going to turn 10, that's a possibility. Not this time, however. Great to see these drivers working away in these karts, giving you viewers at home a great idea of how physical this circuit is. And Taskinen's got Markussen in his crosshairs. Markussen holds on, but I have a feeling his days up in P2 may be numbered, Xander.
Yeah, they may be here as they go through turn 17 and 18. Jonathan Markussen looked really strong to start this heat race. He has not stayed strong. Matthew Taskinen, on the other hand, big run up to him, but he had to give him a lot of space into turn number 20, and he lost some ground at the very end of that lap. So his lap time won't look that good, but he's much quicker than the Praga Australian driver at the moment. Right now here with the halfway signal given, 4 down, 4 to go. Matthew Taskinen needs to get around Jonathan Marcuson if he wants to have the ability to go to the tiebreaker for the front row starting spot in the main event if he wants it. Obviously, it hasn't paid off for him here in this heat race. Marcuson was able to stay close to the rear bumper of Savaglio and get around Taskinen early on, so maybe Matthew Taskinen would rather roll off the main in third. But in any case, points are always up for grabs. They know Savaglio is taking as many as he can, so every position counts, even in the heat races. Regardless of your starting spot for the main, you're giving up valuable championship points towards that Rotax Max World Finals ticket up for grabs on Sunday afternoon in Orlando.
Now, Manuel Ochoa not featuring quite as much in this race in the preview, but here comes Taskinen now. This is as close as he has ever been, but again, like you said, a little bit of aero push going through turn number 20 for Matthew Taskinen there, right behind Marcuson's car, and you just see it, Taskinen under steering. Here he goes, there's the move, and now we get the crossover, wheel to wheel, side by side, inches apart. Taskinen hangs, Marcuson out to dry like the laundry.
Nice move by Matthew Taskinen there to get the spot, and now he starts to pull a little bit of a gap over Jonathan Marcuson. This time by just 2 laps to go for the CRG pilot from Canada, and the Australian fades to third all the while. They're 2.5 seconds away from the Premier Karting Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic of Gianluca Savaglio, who is having a fantastic weekend at the moment. Second and third here again. This is between the lead and a big gap out back as well, about 2.5 seconds to Manuel Ochoa in that SLA Kart Racing CRG. And to give you an update of where Colin Livington, he did crack the 105-second bracket in qualifying. He's taking it a little bit easier here in heat number 2, Henry. He's down at a 106.2.
Livington knows how to please the crowd. He knows what the crowd wants. They're anticipating another 105 here, so he's saving that for the final. Said the people home happy. Close the show.
Yeah, leave your big bang for the end.
Exactly. Livington knows. As oh my word, over the curbs go both Taskinen and Marcuson. Now Marcuson is back up at the sharp end. He's having a good route around the rear end of Taskinen's go-kart here. It must be said, Xander, as we're on lap 7 out of 8 into the teardrop. And haven't managed to get a teardrop explodes reference in there. That's an 80s music reference there for you young whippersnappers back home. But I'm sure we will have that. Oh, Marcuson having another little nibble. And Taskinen holding on. P1, Savaglio. Now what these guys are thinking, let's give Gianluca Savaglio an easy ride through the heats, because when it comes to the final, he would have already done a big final in senior Rotax. He will be in the behind. Here comes Marcuson now having a look back there past Tim Eno, the official photographer here, who's right down. There's going to be some great shots from Tim. Is it going to be a great pass into turn number 8? Yes, there is. There goes Jono up the inside. Now Taskinen around the outside, wheel to wheel, side by side. Manuel Ochoa has closed right in. Well, my advice to Manuel would be buy some popcorn and take a seat, because you got the best view in the house for this battle. It's going to go right down to the wire, though, Xander. Checkered flag is waiting. Savaglio's going to win, but we don't know who's going to finish second.
Yeah, it's a good battle. It'll come all the way to the final few turns. Taskinen's going to apply some pressure. He'll get all the way to the bumper and move him up the racetrack, but just can't get there. Savaglio will win the heat race, and Jonathan Marcuson hangs on strong. He'll take home second. Taskinen gives him a good fight all the way to the end for third. Manuel Ochoa in fourth, and Colin Livington will make his way around. He is cruising. Take a look down at him. He's just coming into frame now here out of turn 15. He's just, on a Sunday stroll right now in heat number 2. He's back that pace off to the 109s. He'll cruise around to the checkered flag. And Mr. Colin Livington, again, like you said, he's going to just save up some energy for that main event when he's going to really put on a show for us.
Absolutely. Here he comes. Just about. Yes.
So it'll take a moment here to clear the racetrack. Once again, main events coming your way shortly. We'll have the national anthem before the Junior Max main event gets underway. With all that said, once again here for those watching live from around the world, if you would like to watch the main events, you'll want to go to youtube.com/kartchaser/join to become a KC Premium member. $9.99 a month. We've seen many of you in the chat have already signed up to get the main event live stream, so plenty more can do so as well to watch those Sunday mains. They'll be a little bit shorter than yesterday's main events, 11, 13, and 15 laps in total here for each of the mains between the different ages to try and get us all wrapped up before 5 p.m. So we have plenty of time for race day podiums and to get everyone travel accommodations on the way. The track is clear. We'll go quiet on the stream. We'll bring the main event stream up in a moment, and we'll get ready for those in the paddock. Please rise and remove your hats for the playing of our national